The Divided Self, Part 1, Whispers of Existence. Chapter 1, Shadows in the Mirror. Michael Rowe leaned against the cold glass of the subway window, his reflection fractured by streaks of dirt and grime. The city blurred past, its lights smearing into neon echoes of a restless world. He closed his eyes, hoping to escape the unease tightening his chest, but the whispers returned. Fragments of conversations he hadn't heard, accusations he hadn't faced, voices that didn't belong to him but still felt insidiously familiar. "That's him," a voice murmured, just loud enough to slice through the rumble of the train. Michael's eyes snapped open, locking with a stranger's in the dim reflection. A man in a rumpled suit stood at the far end of the car, staring as if Michael were a ghost. His lips moved again, but the words were lost in the clamor. The train screeched to a stop. Without thinking, Michael pushed through the doors and onto the platform. He didn't wait to see if the stranger followed. The cold air bit his face as he emerged into the streets, bustling with life but devoid of comfort. He turned down an alley, hoping to lose himself in the maze of buildings. Somewhere behind him, a hurried set of footsteps echoed his own. His phone buzzed, pulling him back. The news alert on the cracked screen read, "Local journalist wanted in connection to murder." Below the headline was a blurry image of a man entering a building. The man was him, or someone who looked just like him. His stomach churned as the details of the report scrolled by. The timestamp placed him at the scene of a brutal slaying just 2 nights ago, the same night he'd been meeting a source on a different story. He had an alibi, didn't he? Michael sat in his apartment, a modest box perched above a convenience store, its cluttered interior a reflection of his spiraling thoughts. Notes and photos covered the walls, a patchwork of unanswered questions and half-formed theories. His fingers twitched over an unopened bottle of whiskey, but he shoved it aside. The weight of addiction sat heavy on his shoulders, but tonight, paranoia outweighed the craving. On the desk, his laptop glowed with the grainy footage from the news. The timestamp placed him at the scene of the murder, a brutal slaying in a nearby city. He scrubbed through the footage frame by frame, the man's stride, posture, even the slight tilt of his head uncannily. Familiar. But Michael hadn't been there. He'd been miles away, chasing a lead on corruption in local government. Hadn't he? A knock at the door made him jump. His heartbeat thundered as he approached cautiously. Peering through the peephole, he saw nothing but shadows. Another knock, sharper this time. He opened the door a crack, finding a folded piece of paper on the floor. "Stop digging." Michael stepped back, scanning the empty hallway before shutting the door. The note trembled in his hand. He slumped into his chair, staring at the wall of notes. A pattern lurked just out of reach, a truth cloaked in static and noise. He needed answers. The diner was nearly empty, its flickering neon sign casting an eerie glow on the cracked vinyl booths. Michael nursed a coffee, his fingers drumming against the mug. The woman behind the counter eyed him warily, her glances darting to the TV in the corner. His face lingered there briefly before switching to the weather. The man slid into the booth across from him. Michael recognized him instantly. The stranger from the subway. Up close, the man's features were eerily familiar, a disjointed echo of his own. His sharp cheekbones, the lines around his mouth, the resemblance was uncanny. "Michael Rowe?" the man asked, his voice low and urgent. Michael tensed. "Who's asking?" The man leaned closer, his expression unreadable. "You don't know who you are, do you?" The question struck like a physical blow. Before Michael could respond, the man rose abruptly, leaving a photograph on the table. It was a faded image of a woman with soft eyes and a cryptic smile. Scrawled on the back were 2 letters. ER. "Wait," Michael called out, but the man had already slipped out the door. Michael rushed after him, scanning the streets, but the stranger had disappeared into the city's restless tide. The photograph felt heavy in his hands, a weight tethering him to a mystery he couldn't ignore. Back in his apartment, Michael pinned the photograph to the wall beside the other fragments of his life. His gaze lingered on it, the woman's face both alien and familiar. Somewhere in her smile lay a thread to his identity, a connection to the accusations and threats now circling him. The night deepened, but Michael didn't sleep. His fingers danced across the keyboard, scouring online archives for any mention of the initials ER. Hours passed in a haze of dead ends and tangential connections until he stumbled upon it. An old obituary for Elizabeth Rowe, a brilliant geneticist whose groundbreaking work had been mired in controversy. The obituary mentioned 2 sons. Michael's breath caught. The name felt too close, too personal. His fingers hovered over the keys before typing again. Project Nemesis. The search returned nothing. At least, nothing accessible from a public connection. But the seed was planted, the edges of a labyrinthine conspiracy beginning to take shape in his mind. The next morning, Michael walked through the city with a renewed sense of urgency. He returned to the diner, hoping to find the man again. But the booth was empty. Frustrated, he turned to other avenues, tracking down addresses and contacts linked to Elizabeth Rowe's name. Every step felt like peeling back a layer of his own skin, raw and uncertain. The few who would speak to him only deepened his confusion, their half-whispered warnings steering him further into paranoia. At a library's public terminal, Michael finally found a sliver of hope, a faint trace of a defunct research facility tied to Elizabeth Rowe's name. The location was miles away, nestled in an industrial zone long abandoned. He copied the address, his pulse quickening as the pieces began to coalesce. As the first light of dawn crept into his apartment, Michael stared at the wall, the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe, now the centerpiece of his chaotic collage. The question swirled, louder now, insistent and unrelenting. Who was Elizabeth Rowe? Who was he? And why was someone willing to kill to keep him from finding out? Chapter 2. Ghosts from the Past. The address Michael found in the library led him to a crumbling industrial complex on the outskirts of the city. The air was thick with the acrid stench of rust and decay as he made his way past broken windows and graffiti-tagged walls. He gripped the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe in his hand, her enigmatic smile spurring him forward despite the chill creeping into his bones. The facility's front entrance was chained shut, but Michael circled the perimeter until he found a side door hanging ajar. Inside, the air was heavy with dust, and the faint hum of electricity buzzed in the background. He scanned the room, a gutted laboratory, its walls lined with shattered glass cabinets and broken equipment. This place had once been alive with purpose, but now it lay dormant, abandoned by time. The faint smell of old chemicals still lingered, a ghost of the experiments that had once taken place here. As Michael stepped deeper into the facility, his flashlight illuminated a sign partially obscured by grime. Rowtech Genetics. His breath hitched. He'd never heard of the company, but its connection to Elizabeth Rowe was clear. The lettering on the sign was faded, as if trying to bury its past, but Michael knew he was closer than ever to uncovering something pivotal. Michael's search led him to a room that appeared untouched compared to the rest of the building. A metal desk sat in the center, its surface cluttered with yellowed documents and a dusty computer terminal. He carefully sifted through the papers, finding lab notes signed with Elizabeth Rowe's name. The notes detailed experiments on genetic modifications and references to Phase 1. His hands trembled as he realized the significance. This was her work, a piece of the puzzle connecting him to her. The terminal's screen flickered to life with a dull green glow when he pressed the power button. It prompted him for a password. After several failed attempts, a final option appeared. Override? Michael hesitated, but his instincts pushed him forward. He pressed yes, and the screen filled with encrypted files, each labeled with cold precision. Project Nemesis, Subject Alexei, Elizabeth Rowe, Personal. A folder labeled Personal drew his attention. He opened it to find a series of video logs. The first log began with Elizabeth herself, her face weary but determined as she addressed the camera. "If you're watching this," she said, her voice low and deliberate, "I can only assume my work has led you here. What I've done, I did out of necessity, but I fear the consequences may outweigh the benefits. To my sons, if you find this, I'm sorry for what's been taken from you." Michael froze. Sons? The word struck him like a hammer. His mind raced as Elizabeth's words continued, weaving a tale of scientific ambition, tainted by shadowy oversight. She spoke of Nemesis and the ethical boundaries she had crossed, warning of forces determined to control her discoveries. Her eyes glistened with regret as the video ended abruptly. Another log automatically began playing. Elizabeth's expression was harsher this time, her voice strained with urgency. "If this reaches you before they do, you need to understand what's at stake. Project Nemesis was never about progress. It's about control. They will use it to enslave, not to protect. Stop them. Do whatever it takes." Michael barely noticed the figure lurking in the shadows behind him. The sound of a boot scraping against the floor jolted him back to the present. He spun around, his flashlight beam catching a tall, broad-shouldered man with piercing eyes. "You shouldn't be here," the man said, his voice a low growl. His stance was rigid, military-like, as if he were carved from stone. The insignia on his jacket was faint, but Michael caught a glimpse of the name Thompson. Michael backed toward the desk. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he stepped closer, his gaze flicking to the terminal's glowing screen. Michael realized he couldn't let this man see the files. Thinking quickly, Michael yanked the flash drive from his pocket and jammed it into the terminal, initiating a download. The man's eyes narrowed as he realized what Michael was doing. "That information's classified," the man warned. "You're making a mistake." "Maybe," Michael shot back, "but I need answers more than I need your permission." The man lunged, but Michael darted to the side, narrowly avoiding him. He grabbed the flash drive as the terminal blinked its completion message. With a final glance at the room, Michael sprinted toward the exit. The chase spilled into the labyrinth of the facility. Michael's heart thundered as he darted between rusted machinery and toppled shelving units. The man pursued him with unrelenting precision, his footsteps pounding like a drumbeat in Michael's ears. At one point, Michael knocked over a stack of crates, hoping to slow his pursuer, but the man barely faltered. Michael burst into the night air, his lungs heaving. The city's distant lights provided a faint glow as he stumbled into the weeds surrounding the complex. He glanced back and saw the man silhouetted in the doorway, watching him, but making no move to follow. Their eyes locked for an instant before the man turned and disappeared back into the shadows. It wasn't over. Michael knew that much. Whoever that man was, he wasn't finished with him. Back at his apartment, Michael plugged the flash drive into his laptop. The stolen files opened before him, a trove of encrypted secrets waiting to be unraveled. His gaze fell on one labeled Subject Alexei. He clicked it open, his breath catching as a series of photos appeared. The face staring back at him was his own, but not quite. The eyes were darker, the jawline sharper, but the resemblance was undeniable. Michael leaned back, his thoughts spinning. Alongside the photos were reports detailing behavioral modifications and combat training protocols. Whoever this Alexei was, he wasn't just a clone. He was a weapon. Another file caught his attention. Phase 2 initiation. The document was heavily redacted, but one phrase stood out in bold. Subjects to be activated for field testing. Michael's blood ran cold. He wasn't just uncovering a conspiracy. He was uncovering a war. This was more than a conspiracy. It was personal. And it was only just beginning. Chapter 3. Threads of the Unknown. Michael's apartment was a battleground of scattered papers, glowing screens, and unanswered questions. The files he had downloaded buzzed in his mind like a hive of angry bees. Project Nemesis, Subject Alexei, Phase 2 initiation. The pieces of the puzzle felt connected, but refused to align. The image of Alexei's face haunted him, a dark mirror of his own. Sleep was out of the question. The faint hum of the city outside only deepened his focus. Michael pored over the encrypted documents, his frustration mounting. Most of the files were gibberish, strings of code and redacted blocks that seemed designed to obscure the truth. Still, certain phrases kept surfacing: behavioral override, replication protocol, and control nodes. He paused at one phrase that appeared repeatedly: Genesis subjects. There was no explanation, only a list of ID codes. Michael scribbled the codes onto a notepad, determined to find a way to decipher them later. For now, he needed help. The first call Michael made was to Samira Patel, an old colleague from his days as an investigative journalist. She answered on the third ring, her voice groggy but alert. "Michael, it's been years," she said, her surprise tinged with suspicion. "I know. I wouldn't call if it wasn't important," Michael replied, glancing at the files open on his laptop. "I need your help. It's big, Samira. Dangerous." There was a pause. "All right. Meet me at the Blue Star Cafe. Noon." Michael sighed in relief. Samira was one of the few people he trusted, even after all these years. If anyone could help him navigate this labyrinth, it was her. The Blue Star Cafe was bustling, its worn leather booths and dim lighting a comforting reminder of simpler times. Samira sat at a corner table, her dark hair pulled back, her sharp eyes scanning the room. Michael slid into the seat across from her, clutching a folder stuffed with printouts. "You look like hell," she said, taking a sip of her coffee. "You should see the other guy," Michael replied with a weak smile. Samira raised an eyebrow. "Cut the small talk. What's going on?" Michael laid the folder on the table and opened it, spreading the documents between them. He explained everything: the murder accusation, the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe, the files he had stolen. Samira's expression hardened as she pieced it together. "This is huge," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're saying someone made a clone of you?" "Not just me," Michael said, tapping the word Genesis on one of the documents. "There's more to this. I need to know who's behind it and why." Samira studied the papers, her journalist instincts kicking in. "All right, I'll help you. But this is bigger than either of us. We'll need to tread carefully." The first lead came from an unlikely place, a fragment of metadata buried in one of the files. Samira traced it to a defunct government contractor, Rotec, the same name Michael had seen at the industrial complex. The company had gone dark years ago, its assets sold off to various shell corporations. "Whoever's running this, they've buried it deep," Samira said, scrolling through the sparse information on her laptop. "But there's a name that keeps popping up: Evelyn Carmichael." Michael frowned. "Who is she?" Samira pulled up an article with Carmichael's photo. A severe woman with angular features and piercing gray eyes. "She's a top-tier geneticist, known for her work in behavioral psychology and neural interfaces. If Rotec's experiments survived, she'd be the one to oversee them." Michael stared at the screen, a chill running down his spine. "She's the key. How do we find her?" Samira hesitated. "That's the tricky part. She's not exactly public, but there's a rumor she'll be at a biotech summit next week. It's invite only, but if we can get in..." Michael nodded. "Then we make our move." That night, Michael returned to his apartment to find the door slightly ajar. His pulse quickened as he pushed it open, scanning the room. It had been ransacked. Papers were scattered, his laptop overturned. Whoever had been here wasn't subtle. A figure stepped from the shadows, the same man from the industrial complex. "You're persistent," the man said, his tone almost admiring. "But you're in over your head." Michael backed away, his hand instinctively reaching for a lamp on the nearby table. "Who are you?" The man stepped closer. "Someone who's trying to keep you alive. Stop digging, and maybe you'll stay that way." Michael hurled the lamp, but the man dodged it effortlessly. Before Michael could react, the man lunged, pinning him against the wall. His strength was inhuman, his grip unyielding. "Listen to me," the man growled. You don't know what you're dealing with. Carmichael isn't the only threat. There are others watching, waiting. You keep pushing, and you'll bring them all down on you. With a sudden shove, the man released him and disappeared into the night, leaving Michael gasping for breath. He stumbled to the overturned laptop, desperate to see what had been taken. The files were still there, but a single phrase had been left behind on the screen. Stop or die. Michael called Samira immediately. They know. They ransacked my place, left a warning. Then we're close to something, Samira said, her voice steady despite the tension. We need to move fast. If Carmichael's at that summit, we can't miss the chance to confront her. Michael nodded, though she couldn't see him. I'll be ready. As he hung up, Michael's eyes fell on the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe pinned to his wall. Her enigmatic smile seemed almost mocking now, a reminder of how far he still had to go. The threads of the unknown were tightening, pulling him toward a confrontation that felt both inevitable and terrifying. And Michael knew, whatever answers lay ahead, they would change everything. Chapter 4. The Doppelganger Emerges. Michael arrived at the harbor warehouse just as the last traces of twilight faded into the horizon. The air was damp and cold, carrying the sharp tang of salt water and rust. His footsteps echoed against the uneven concrete as he moved toward the agreed-upon meeting point. The anonymous contact's warning replayed in his mind, each word more foreboding than the last. Every step he took deepened his sense of unease, the sprawling darkness of the waterfront swallowing him whole. As he stepped into the dimly lit interior, he scanned the vast, hollow space. Crates and machinery were scattered in disarray, relics of a long-abandoned operation. Shadows danced along the walls, stretching unnaturally in the flickering light of a single hanging bulb. Somewhere, water dripped with a steady plink, adding a sinister rhythm to the silence. Michael Rowe? A voice called out, low and cautious. Michael turned sharply, his pulse quickening. A woman stepped out of the shadows, her face partially obscured by a scarf and hood. She appeared wary, her movements deliberate as she approached. Her dark eyes glinted with both fear and determination, a contradiction that immediately put Michael on edge. Who are you? Michael asked, his voice steady but edged with suspicion. The woman hesitated, glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting to see someone else lurking nearby. I'm someone who knows what's coming, someone who's seen Carmichael's plans firsthand. Michael's fists clenched at the mention of Carmichael. What do you know? The woman's voice softened, laced with urgency. Nemesis isn't just about control. It's about rewriting the very fabric of who we are. Minds, memories, even identities. They're all malleable in her hands. What she's building isn't a system of order. It's a machine of erasure. Michael's breath hitched. What does that have to do with me? The woman stepped closer, pulling a folded piece of paper from her pocket. She handed it to him without a word. Michael unfolded it, his stomach twisting as he recognized the image. A roster of names and ID codes, each one accompanied by a photograph. At the top of the list was a face identical to his own. Alexei? Michael whispered, the name sending a shiver down his spine. He's the first successful subject, the woman explained. The prototype. But there are more. You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not. Before Michael could respond, a metallic clang echoed through the warehouse. Both of them froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Heavy footsteps followed, deliberate and unhurried. The faint glow of flashlights swept across the far wall. They found us, the woman hissed. We need to move, now! Michael and the woman darted through the maze of crates and machinery, their footsteps blending with the growing cacophony of pursuit. Shadows moved in the periphery, and Michael caught glimpses of dark-clad figures advancing with military precision. Whoever they were highly trained and heavily armed. As they reached the far end of the warehouse, a figure stepped into their path. Michael skidded to a halt, his breath catching as he saw the man's face. It was Alexei. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt on its axis. Michael stared at the man who was his mirror image, his features identical but sharpened by a cold, calculated intensity. Alexei's black eyes gleamed in the dim light, his posture exuding a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "Michael Rowe," Alexei said, his voice eerily calm. "You've made quite an impression." Michael's mind raced, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Who are you?" "I'm what you could have been," Alexei replied, "and what you may yet become." The woman stepped forward, her voice firm. "He doesn't belong to you." Alexei's gaze shifted to her, his expression unreadable. "You're mistaken. He belongs to Nemesis, just as I do." Michael's fists clenched. "I don't belong to anyone." Alexei's lips curled into a faint smile. "We'll see." Without warning, Alexei lunged. The fight was swift and brutal, his movements precise and inhumanly fast. Michael barely managed to block the first strike, the force of it sending him stumbling backward. The woman pulled a concealed weapon from her jacket, firing at Alexei, but he evaded the shots with ease, closing the distance between them. "Go!" she shouted at Michael, her voice sharp with urgency. Michael hesitated for only a moment before turning and running. He weaved through the crates, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. Behind him, the sounds of the struggle continued, the crack of gunfire, the clang of metal, and the thud of bodies colliding. His legs burned, but he didn't dare slow down. He burst through a side door, the cold night air hitting him like a slap. He didn't stop running until he reached the docks, the distant hum of the city offering a faint sense of normalcy. His lungs burned, his thoughts racing as he tried to process what had just happened. The woman's words echoed in his mind. "You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not." Back at his apartment, Michael stared at the roster of names and faces. Each one represented another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the web of Nemesis's machinations. His own name wasn't on the list, but Alexei's presence confirmed that his connection to Nemesis ran deeper than he'd ever imagined. A message pinged on his laptop, breaking the silence. It was from Samira. "I've got intel on Carmichael. Call me." Michael's jaw tightened as he grabbed his phone. The confrontation at the warehouse had only solidified his resolve. Whoever Carmichael was, she had answers. And Michael was done running from the truth. As he dialed Samira's number, his eyes drifted to the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe pinned to his wall. Her enigmatic smile seemed almost mocking now, a reminder of how far he still had to go. The doppelganger had emerged. The game was shifting, and Michael was determined to play to win. The following day, Michael met with Samira at a quiet, out-of-the-way cafe. Her laptop screen glowed faintly as she showed him a series of intercepted communications linked to Carmichael's operations. The fragments painted a grim picture. Initiate Phase 2 and behavioral override deployment imminent were the most chilling. "She's accelerating her timeline," Samira said. "Whatever Nemesis is planning, it's about to get a lot worse." Michael nodded, his expression grim. "Then we stop her." Samira looked at him, her gaze unwavering. "Are you ready for what that means?" she asked. "Because this isn't just about exposing the truth anymore. It's about surviving it." Michael didn't hesitate. "I'm ready. Let's finish this." Chapter 5. A Shadow's Warning. Michael's resolve had never been stronger, but the events at the warehouse had left their mark. The confrontation with Alexei and the cryptic warnings from his mysterious contact swirled in his mind as he prepared for the next step. The name Carmichael was now more than just a lead. It was a beacon guiding him deeper into the labyrinth of Nemesis's secrets. His exhaustion was profound, but it only fueled his determination. There was too much at stake to rest. The first call of the morning came from Samira. Her voice, sharp and professional, cut through the fog of Michael's sleepless night. "Michael, I've tracked down a location tied to Carmichael's operations. It's an old research facility outside the city, Rotech's original site. Whatever she's doing, it started there." Michael jotted the address down on a pad, already cluttered with notes and sketches. "Anything else I should know?" It's been abandoned for years, but there are signs someone's been there recently. Be careful. This place, it's not like the others. If Carmichael's using it again, there's a reason. He nodded, even though she couldn't see him. Thanks, Samira. I'll check it out. The drive to the Rotech facility was uneventful, but the tension in Michael's chest grew with every passing mile. The landscape shifted from urban sprawl to desolate outskirts, where factories stood as skeletal reminders of industries long gone. Each mile brought back memories of his confrontation with Alexei. The look in his doppelganger's eyes, so cold yet familiar. When he finally reached the facility, the sight of its rusted gates and crumbling facade sent a chill down his spine. Michael parked a safe distance away and approached on foot. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and the wind carried a low, mournful whistle through the hollow structure. As he stepped inside, his flashlight illuminated rows of overturned desks and shattered equipment. Shadows danced along the walls, stretching unnaturally in the flickering light of a single hanging bulb. Somewhere, water dripped with a steady plink, adding a sinister rhythm to the silence. "Michael Rowe," a voice called out, low and cautious. Michael turned sharply, his pulse quickening. A woman stepped out of the shadows, her face partially obscured by a scarf and hood. She appeared wary, her movements deliberate as she approached. Her dark eyes glinted with both fear and determination, a contradiction that immediately put Michael on edge. "Who are you?" Michael asked, his voice steady but edged with suspicion. The woman hesitated, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting to see someone else lurking nearby. "I'm someone who knows what's coming. Someone who's seen Carmichael's plans firsthand." Michael's fists clenched at the mention of Carmichael. "What do you know?" The woman's voice softened, laced with urgency. "Nemesis isn't just about control. It's about rewriting the very fabric of who we are. Minds, memories, even identities. They're all malleable in her hands. What she's building isn't a system of order. It's a machine of erasure." Michael's breath hitched. "What does that have to do with me?" The woman stepped closer, pulling a folded piece of paper from her pocket. She handed it to him without a word. Michael unfolded it, his stomach twisting as he recognized the image. A roster of names and ID codes, each one accompanied by a photograph. At the top of the list was a face identical to his own. "Alexei," Michael whispered, the name sending a shiver down his spine. "He's the first successful subject," the woman explained. "The prototype. But there are more. You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not." Before Michael could respond, a metallic clang echoed through the warehouse. Both of them froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Heavy footsteps followed, deliberate and unhurried. The faint glow of flashlights swept across the far wall. "They found us," the woman hissed. "We need to move, now." Michael and the woman darted through the maze of crates and machinery, their footsteps blending with the growing cacophony of pursuit. Shadows moved in the periphery, and Michael caught glimpses of dark-clad figures advancing with military precision. Whoever they were highly trained and heavily armed. As they reached the far end of the warehouse, a figure stepped into their path. Michael skidded to a halt, his breath catching as he saw the man's face. It was Alexei. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt on its axis. Michael stared at the man who was his mirror image, his features identical but sharpened by a cold, calculated intensity. Alexei's black eyes gleamed in the dim light, his posture exuding a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "Michael Rowe," Alexei said, his voice eerily calm. "You've made quite an impression." Michael's mind raced, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Who are you?" "I'm what you could have been," Alexei replied, "and what you may yet become." The woman stepped forward, her voice firm. "He doesn't belong to you." Alexei's gaze shifted to her, his expression unreadable. "You're mistaken. He belongs to Nemesis, just as I do." Michael's fists clenched. "I don't belong to anyone." Alexei's lips curled into a faint smile. "We'll see." Without warning, Alexei lunged. The fight was swift and brutal, his movements precise and inhumanly fast. Michael barely managed to block the first strike, the force of it sending him stumbling backward. The woman pulled a concealed weapon from her jacket, firing at Alexei, but he evaded the shots with ease, closing the distance between them. "Go!" she shouted at Michael, her voice sharp with urgency. Michael hesitated for only a moment before turning and running. He weaved through the crates, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. Behind him, the sounds of the struggle continued, the crack of gunfire, the clang of metal, and the thud of bodies colliding. His legs burned, but he didn't dare slow down. He burst through a side door, the cold night air hitting him like a slap. He didn't stop running until he reached the docks, the distant hum of the city offering a faint sense of normalcy. His lungs burned, his thoughts racing as he tried to process what had just happened. The woman's words echoed in his mind. "You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not." Back at his apartment, Michael stared at the roster of names and faces. Each one represented another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the web of Nemesis's machinations. His own name wasn't on the list, but Alexei's presence confirmed that his connection to Nemesis ran deeper than he'd ever imagined. A message pinged on his laptop, breaking the silence. It was from Samira. "I've got intel on Carmichael. Call me." Michael's jaw tightened as he grabbed his phone. The confrontation at the warehouse had only solidified his resolve. Whoever Carmichael was, she had answers, and Michael was done running from the truth. As he dialed Samira's number, his eyes drifted to the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe pinned to his wall. Her enigmatic smile seemed almost mocking now, a reminder of how far he still had to go. The game was shifting, and Michael was determined to play to win. Chapter 6: Secrets Unveiled. The air was electric with anticipation as Michael prepared for his meeting with Samira. The information she had promised, intel on Carmichael's plans and Nemesis's next move, was the key he needed to disrupt their operations. His pulse quickened as he replayed her tense words over the phone, the urgency of her tone etched into his mind. Every second felt weighted, and every movement carried the gravity of what was to come. Samira had chosen a discreet location for their meeting, a small bookstore tucked away in an unassuming corner of the city. Its dim lighting and musty smell lent an air of quiet anonymity, making it the perfect place to exchange sensitive information. Michael entered, his eyes scanning the room until he spotted Samira seated in the far corner. Her laptop was open, its screen casting a faint glow onto her serious expression, which hardened further as she noticed his approach. "Michael," she said, as he sat down across from her, her voice low but resolute. "We don't have much time. Carmichael's timeline is accelerating." He leaned forward, his gaze darting to the documents and images displayed on her screen. "What did you find?" Samira tapped a few keys, pulling up a video file. The grainy footage showed a sleek laboratory, its walls lined with advanced machinery and rows of containment units. In the center of the frame stood a woman, tall, severe, with piercing gray eyes. "Carmichael. This is from a secure Nemesis server," Samira explained. "She's planning a public demonstration of her project's capabilities. If she succeeds, it'll change everything. This isn't just about control anymore. It's about domination." Michael leaned closer, his jaw tightening as he studied the footage. The containment units in the background flickered with the faint glow of life. "What kind of demonstration?" Samira clicked to another file, revealing a detailed schematic. "A behavioral override deployment. She's using advanced neural tech to control her subjects in real time, and she's planning to unveil it at a corporate summit in 2 days. It'll be broadcast globally." Michael's mind raced as he absorbed the implications. She's not just showing off. She's making a statement. "Exactly," Samira said. "And if she succeeds, there'll be no stopping her. Governments, corporations, they'll line up to use her technology. We have to stop this before it starts." Michael's hands trembled as he reviewed the documents Samira had provided. The summit's guest list was a who's who of global power players, CEOs, political leaders, and military officials. Nemesis's reach extended further than he'd imagined, and the stakes were higher than ever. "How do we get in?" he asked, breaking the silence. Samira hesitated, her brow furrowing. "I've secured forged credentials for you, but it's risky. Security will be tight, and Carmichael's people will be watching for anything suspicious. Once you're inside, you'll need to access their central server and plant this." She slid a small USB drive across the table. Michael picked it up, feeling its weight despite its size. "What's on it?" "A virus," Samira said. "It'll disrupt their systems long enough for us to expose what they're doing. But you'll only have one shot. If you're caught, there's no backup plan." Michael nodded, determination hardening his features. "I'll make it count." The night before the summit was a blur of preparation. Michael pored over the schematics and security protocols Samira had provided, memorizing every detail. The stakes weighed heavily on him, but he pushed the fear aside. He had no choice but to succeed. Failure wasn't an option when the cost was the world's freedom. When morning came, Michael donned his disguise, a tailored suit that gave him the air of a corporate insider. He adjusted his tie in the mirror, his reflection a stark contrast to the man he'd been just weeks ago. The thought of Alexei briefly crossed his mind, the doppelganger's chilling words echoing in his ears. "You're part of this, whether you like it or not." The summit venue was a marvel of modern architecture, its glass facade gleaming in the sunlight. Michael's forged credentials passed the first security checkpoint without issue, but his pulse quickened as he approached the main entrance. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with energy as attendees mingled and exchanged pleasantries. Michael blended into the crowd, his eyes constantly scanning for signs of danger. Samira's voice crackled in his earpiece. "You're clear so far. Head to the east wing. The server room is on the lower level." Michael navigated the labyrinthine halls, his heart pounding with each step. Ornate artwork and digital displays lined the walls, creating an air of innovation and power. He reached the server room's access point, a keypad-locked door guarded by a single security officer. Taking a deep breath, Michael approached. "Excuse me," he said, flashing a confident smile. "I'm here for a systems check." The guard eyed him suspiciously. "I don't have you on the schedule." Michael's hand hovered near his pocket, ready to deploy the small stun device Samira had given him. But before he could act, his earpiece buzzed. "Delay him," Samira whispered. "Check again," Michael said, his tone firm. "I was added last minute. Carmichael's orders." The guard hesitated, then stepped aside to radio for confirmation. That was all the time Michael needed. He pressed the stun device against the guard's neck, catching him as he slumped to the floor. Dragging the unconscious man into a nearby supply closet, Michael quickly entered the access code Samira had provided. The server room was cold and silent, its rows of blinking machines standing like sentinels. Michael moved quickly, inserting the USB drive into the main terminal. The virus uploaded in seconds, and the screens flickered as the system began to destabilize. Samira's voice came through his earpiece again. "Good work. Now get out of there." But before Michael could move, the door slammed open. Standing in the doorway was Carmichael herself, flanked by two operatives. Her eyes locked onto Michael, and her lips curled into a knowing smile. "Mr. Rowe," she said, her voice dripping with icy amusement. "I was wondering when we'd meet." Michael's heart raced as he prepared for the confrontation. The secrets he'd uncovered were only the beginning, and now the battle had come to him. He squared his shoulders, his resolve unshaken. "Let's talk," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos erupting around him. "I think we have a lot to discuss." Chapter 7, Fractured Alliances. Michael stood frozen in the server room, his eyes locked with Carmichael's. The faint hum of the machines seemed deafening in the sudden silence, amplifying the tension in the air. Her smile was cold, calculated, and filled with the confidence of someone who believed they had already won. "Mr. Rowe," Carmichael said again, stepping into the room. Her operatives flanked her, their movements precise and purposeful. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Few make it this far. Michael forced himself to stay calm, his mind racing for an escape plan. You underestimated me, he said, his voice steady. That was your mistake. Her smile widened. Perhaps. But here you are, cornered. Did you really think you could disrupt Nemesis with a single USB drive? You don't even understand the full scope of what you're fighting against. Michael's jaw tightened. Then why don't you enlighten me? Carmichael's expression turned serious. She motioned for her operatives to lower their weapons, a gesture of calculated control. Very well, you're a journalist at heart, aren't you? Always seeking the truth. Let me give you a glimpse. She stepped closer to one of the terminals and entered a series of commands. The screens around them flickered, displaying a web of interconnected nodes, each labeled with locations, names, and coded data. More detailed than Michael expected, the network map pulsed with activity, showcasing the intricate living organism that Nemesis had become. This is Nemesis, Carmichael said, her voice filled with conviction. A network of minds, unified and efficient. No more chaos, no more indecision. Humanity's greatest flaws, selfishness, greed, conflict, eliminated with precision. And you want to destroy that? Michael's fists clenched. You're not eliminating chaos. You're erasing free will. Carmichael's eyes narrowed. Free will is an illusion, Mr. Rowe. A luxury that humanity cannot afford. Nemesis isn't about control for its own sake. It's about survival. Before Michael could respond, the room erupted into chaos. The server systems began to spark and glitch, the virus Samira had uploaded taking its toll. Alarms blared, and the operatives raised their weapons again. You didn't come here alone, Carmichael said, her voice cold with realization. Who's helping you? Michael took advantage of the distraction, diving behind a console as gunfire erupted. The virus had destabilized the room's automated defenses, and security drones began to malfunction, firing erratically at anything that moved. Sparks flew, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise with each passing second. The screens flickered wildly, showing glimpses of the virus spreading deeper into Nemesis's network. Samira, Michael hissed into his earpiece. I'm pinned down. What's the exit strategy? Her voice crackled in response. I'm overriding the South Wing's security. You'll have a window, but it'll be tight. Get moving. Michael darted from his hiding spot, narrowly avoiding a burst of gunfire. He grabbed a fallen operative's stun grenade and hurled it toward Carmichael's team, the flash and concussive blast buying him precious seconds. He bolted for the exit, his lungs burning as he sprinted through the maze of corridors, alarms blaring around him. Doors slammed shut in his wake, the automated lockdown chasing him like a shadow. The South Wing was a scene of chaos. Security personnel scrambled to contain the virus's effects, their focus divided between malfunctioning systems and the intruder in their midst. Sparks flew from overloading circuits, and the intermittent bursts of emergency lighting cast the scene in surreal shadows. The air was heavy with the scent of burning plastic and ozone. Michael ducked behind a row of crates, catching his breath as Samira's voice guided him through the chaos. You're almost there, she said. The exit's just ahead, but there's a problem. Carmichael's activated a lockdown protocol. If you don't get out in the next 2 minutes, you're trapped. Michael cursed under his breath. I'll make it. He moved cautiously, his steps silent as he approached the final security checkpoint. The door was sealed, its control panel blinking red. Michael's heart sank as he realized the system required dual biometric verification. His hands tightened into fists. There had to be a way. Samira, I need a way through this door, he said, panic creeping into his voice. Working on it, she replied. But it'll take time. Time he didn't have. Michael's mind raced, and then he saw it. An unconscious security guard slumped against the wall. Dragging the guard to the panel, Michael pressed the man's hand against the scanner. The first verification cleared, and Samira's override completed the second. The door hissed open, and Michael bolted through just as the lockdown timer reached its final seconds. His legs burned, as he sprinted into the open air, the freedom of the night sky just ahead. The cold night air hit him like a wave as he emerged from the facility. A sleek black van screeched to a halt in front of him, and the side door slid open to reveal Samira, her face pale but determined. "Get in!" she shouted. Michael didn't hesitate, diving into the van as it sped away. He collapsed against the seat, his chest heaving as adrenaline coursed through him. His fingers ached from gripping his makeshift weapons, and his ears still rang from the chaos he had left behind. He could still hear Carmichael's voice echoing in his mind, cold and unyielding. Samira handed him a bottle of water, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "That was too close." Michael nodded, his voice hoarse. "Carmichael's onto us. She knows we're not working alone." Samira's jaw tightened. "Then we need to move fast. The virus bought us some time, but it won't take her long to regroup. She'll tighten her defenses now. Whatever advantage we had is shrinking." Gabriel's voice crackled over the comms from the driver's seat. "We'll need to change tactics. She'll be expecting us to hit her infrastructure again. We have to make this personal." Michael stared out the window, the lights of the city blurring as the van sped away. The confrontation with Carmichael replayed in his mind, her chilling words echoing in his ears. Nemesis wasn't just a project. It was a philosophy, a machine of control masquerading as salvation. He knew she wouldn't stop, and neither could he. As the van disappeared into the night, Michael realized the battle was far from over. Carmichael had shown her hand, but the cost of opposing her would only grow steeper. The fractured alliances he had built were all he had left, and he would need every ounce of their strength to win the fight ahead. This wasn't just a battle against technology. It was a battle for humanity itself. The storm was coming, and Michael knew they were running out of time. Chapter 8, Reckoning in the Depths. The lights of the safe house flickered as Michael entered, his body aching from the night's chaos. Samira followed close behind, her face pale with exhaustion. The black van that had whisked them away from Carmichael's facility now sat idle in the alley, its engine ticking as it cooled. Michael dropped into a chair, his head in his hands as the adrenaline drained away, leaving only the gnawing weight of what lay ahead. "We can't go back there," Michael said, his voice low and hoarse. "She'll be ready for us next time." Samira sat across from him, her laptop already open, its screen casting a faint glow on her face. "We'll have to strike somewhere else," she replied. "The virus did its job, but Carmichael will double down on her defenses. If we're going to dismantle Nemesis, we need to move fast and hit them where it hurts most." "What's left?" Michael asked, leaning back and staring at the ceiling. The tension in his chest felt like a coil tightening with every passing second. "We're running out of time, and she's always a step ahead." Samira hesitated, then turned the laptop toward him. The screen displayed a schematic of a sprawling underground facility. "This is the core operations hub for Nemesis. If we take this out, we disrupt everything. Carmichael's control, the replicas, the behavioral override systems, all of it." Michael leaned forward, studying the schematic. "What's the catch?" "It's buried under a private compound, heavily fortified. Getting in will be near impossible," Samira admitted. "But there's a window of opportunity. In 2 days, they're rotating their security personnel. It's our best chance to infiltrate without immediate detection." Michael nodded slowly. 2 days. That's not much time to prepare. Samira's lips pressed into a thin line. "It's all we have." The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of planning and preparation. Samira worked tirelessly to refine their strategy, her fingers flying over her keyboard as she hacked into Nemesis's surveillance systems and intercepted communications. Michael reviewed the schematics again and again, memorizing every corridor, every exit, every potential choke point. He sharpened his instincts, his mind replaying the mistakes of their last mission like a haunting refrain. They spent hours gathering supplies, disguises, electronic countermeasures, weapons. Samira reached out to old contacts, pulling favors and securing a stolen access badge that would get them through the compound's outer defenses. Each step brought them closer to the edge, the point of no return. Michael trained relentlessly, practicing drills and contingency plans, his movements precise and deliberate. On the night of the mission, the air was thick with tension. The safe house was eerily quiet, the weight of what they were about to attempt pressing down on them. Michael adjusted the straps on his tactical vest, his movements deliberate as he tried to steady his nerves. Samira checked her equipment one last time, her expression unreadable. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice softer than usual. Michael nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be." The stolen vehicle they had acquired blended seamlessly with the convoy approaching the compound. Michael drove with steady hands, his eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. Samira sat beside him, her laptop open on her lap as she monitored their route. As they neared the compound, the sheer size of the facility became apparent. Fences lined with razor wire stretched into the darkness, and security towers loomed like silent sentinels. "Checkpoint ahead," Samira said, her voice calm but firm. "Just stick to the plan." The guards at the checkpoint barely glanced at them, waving the vehicle through. Michael exhaled slowly, his grip on the wheel loosening ever so slightly. Inside the compound, the atmosphere was cold and clinical. The walls were sterile, illuminated by the harsh glare of overhead lights. Michael and Samira moved with purpose, their stolen access badge granting them entry to the lower levels. Each step felt heavier than the last, the knowledge of what awaited them driving them forward. "The control hub is 3 levels down," Samira whispered, her voice barely audible through the comms. "There's a maintenance shaft that leads directly to it. If we're careful, we can bypass most of the guards." Michael nodded, his jaw tight as he followed her lead. The shaft was cramped and stifling, the sound of their movements amplified in the confined space. Every creak of metal felt like a warning, a reminder of how precarious their situation was. Michael's mind flickered back to Alexei's words. "You're part of this, whether you like it or not." When they emerged into the control hub, the sheer scale of it took Michael's breath away. Rows of servers hummed softly, their blinking lights casting an eerie glow. At the center of the room was a massive console, its screens displaying streams of data that seemed almost alive. "This is it," Samira said, her voice tinged with awe. She moved quickly, connecting her laptop to the console. "I'll upload the virus. You keep watch." Michael positioned himself near the entrance, his senses on high alert. Minutes felt like hours as he waited, the sound of Samira's keystrokes filling the silence. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, his grip tightening on his weapon as his thoughts churned. Suddenly, the door hissed open, and Michael's heart stopped. A squad of armed operatives flooded into the room, their weapons trained on him. At their head was Alexei. "Michael," Alexei said, his voice calm but laced with menace. "You should have stayed away." Michael raised his weapon, his mind racing. "I'm not backing down." Alexei's lips curled into a faint smile. "Neither am I." The room erupted into chaos as gunfire and shouts filled the air. Michael moved instinctively, his body reacting faster than his mind as he dove for cover. Sparks flew, and the hum of the servers became an ominous roar. Samira shouted something, but her words were lost in the cacophony. Michael's focus narrowed as he engaged the operatives, his movements precise and efficient. Samira worked furiously, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she navigated through layers of encryption. "Michael," she called, her voice cutting through the chaos. "I need more time." Michael gritted his teeth, firing off another round as he advanced toward Alexei. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to slow. Alexei moved like a shadow, his attacks calculated and relentless. Michael countered, each strike driven by a mix of desperation and resolve. The virus's progress bar inched forward on the console, a faint beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Michael's breath came in ragged gasps as he fought, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This was it, the reckoning. and Michael knew there was no turning back now. Chapter 9. The First Thread Pulled. Michael's apartment was a battlefield of questions. The files from Nemesis weighed heavily on him, their fragmented pieces mocking his attempts to form a coherent picture. The photograph of Elizabeth Rowe, his mother, seemed to watch him from its spot on the wall, her enigmatic smile a painful reminder of how deeply this mystery was rooted in his own past. Sleep eluded him. He paced the cluttered space, his mind racing through the details Samira had uncovered about the biotech summit. It was the opportunity they needed, but the risks were monumental. Nemesis had shown their hand, and now they would be watching for anyone attempting to disrupt their plans. Each step Michael took in his pacing felt like a metaphorical one, closer to a battle he wasn't certain they were ready for. His thoughts churned, replaying every interaction, every lead, and every moment that had led them to this precarious position. Michael's phone buzzed on the table, the screen lighting up with Samira's name. He answered on the second ring. "It's confirmed," she said without preamble. "Carmichael's attending the summit. She'll be presenting on neural interface advancements." Michael's grip on the phone tightened. "What's our angle?" "There's a back entrance through the conference center's maintenance wing," Samira explained. "Security is tight, but I've already intercepted their network feeds. We'll have a small window during the keynote to get you into their server room. If Carmichael's keeping anything critical on site, that's where it'll be." "What about the keynote?" Michael asked, pacing. "If she's speaking publicly, we could use it to confront her." "It's too risky," Samira said sharply. "Carmichael isn't just going to stand there while you accuse her of running a covert genetic manipulation program. She'll turn the room against you in seconds." Michael exhaled slowly. "Then we'll stick to the plan." The summit's sprawling venue loomed before him, its gleaming facade a stark contrast to the tension roiling in his chest. The lobby was a sea of tailored suits and polished smiles, the hum of conversation blending with the occasional clink of champagne glasses. Michael moved through the crowd, his nondescript attire allowing him to blend in seamlessly. Yet every interaction, the clink of glasses, the forced laughter, felt like a surreal reminder of the stakes. Samira's voice buzzed in his earpiece. "Your ID scan worked. You're clear to proceed to the maintenance wing. Keep to the left corridor and avoid the main floor. Security's heavier near the keynote." Michael adjusted his earpiece and slipped away from the crowd. The maintenance wing was a stark contrast to the opulence of the lobby, its fluorescent lights and utilitarian design a reminder of the facility's operational core. He moved quickly, his steps muffled by the thin carpet. Every creak or shuffle echoed ominously, and his heart raced with anticipation of what lay ahead. The hum of distant machinery seemed louder here, a background noise that heightened his unease. As he approached the server room, Samira's voice cut in again. "You've got company. 2 guards stationed outside the entrance. You'll need to take them out quietly." Michael's jaw tightened. He reached for the small stun device concealed in his pocket, his movements deliberate as he approached the guards. The first went down with a quick strike to the neck, his body slumping against the wall. The second turned, his eyes widening in surprise, but Michael was faster. A swift blow sent him crumpling to the floor. "They're down," Michael muttered, dragging the unconscious guards into an alcove. Heading in. The server room was a cathedral of technology, rows of glowing machines humming with energy. Michael moved to the central terminal, his fingers working quickly as he connected the portable drive Samira had given him. Lines of code filled the screen, the virus embedding itself into Nemesis's systems. Each beep and hum felt like a countdown to a moment of truth. The servers glowed faintly, their lights pulsing as though alive, as Michael stared at the intricate network diagrams displayed on the terminal. "How long?" Michael asked, his voice low. 3 minutes, Samira replied. "Keep an eye on the door. If anyone interrupts, it'll compromise the upload." Michael's eyes flicked to the entrance, his body tensed for any sign of movement. The seconds dragged, each one stretching into an eternity. The hum of the servers was deafening in the silence, a constant reminder of the stakes. He glanced at the screens, watching as Nemesis's intricate network flickered with instability. This was the closest they'd ever been to striking a decisive blow. His pulse quickened as the virus infiltrated deeper. The sound of approaching footsteps sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. Michael spun, his weapon drawn, as the door swung open. A figure stepped inside, their silhouette backlit by the corridor's harsh light. "You should have stayed out of this," Alexei said, his voice a cold echo of Michael's own. Michael's grip on his weapon tightened. "Alexei." Alexei's lips curved into a faint smirk. "Did you really think you could outmaneuver Nemesis? You're playing a game you don't even understand." "Enlighten me," Michael shot back, his voice steady despite the storm brewing inside him. Alexei's smirk widened. "You're part of this, whether you want to be or not. Carmichael didn't just create clones, Michael. She created soldiers. And you're next on her list." Michael's stomach churned, but he refused to let the fear show. "I'm not like you." "Not yet," Alexei said, his tone almost mocking. "But give it time." The tension snapped as Alexei lunged. Michael dodged the first strike, countering with a swift kick that sent Alexei staggering back. The fight was brutal, their movements a violent dance of mirrored skills and instincts. Each blow felt like a battle against himself, a fight to reclaim his own identity. Alexei's speed and precision were uncanny, every strike calculated to exploit a weakness. The terminal beeped, signaling the virus's completion. Michael's focus shifted for a fraction of a second, and Alexei took advantage. A sharp strike sent Michael crashing into the terminal, the wind knocked from his lungs. "You're predictable," Alexei said, raising his weapon. "That's your greatest weakness." "And your greatest strength," Michael countered, slamming his palm into the emergency override on the terminal. A surge of electricity burst from the console, catching Alexei off guard and sending him sprawling. Sparks rained down, the lights flickering as the room descended into chaos. Michael didn't wait. He grabbed the portable drive and sprinted for the exit, his breath ragged as alarms blared around him. Samira's voice was in his ear, urging him to move faster. "I've got you a route," she said. "North Corridor. Go!" The escape was a blur of motion and chaos. Guards flooded the hallways, their shouts mingling with the deafening wail of alarms. Michael ducked into a service corridor, his heart pounding as he followed Samira's directions. He passed rows of storage units and emergency panels, each one a reminder of the facility's cold mechanical efficiency. His body ached, but he didn't slow down. When he finally burst into the open air, the cool night breeze hit him like a wave. A black SUV screeched to a halt in front of him. The passenger door flung open. Michael dove inside, the vehicle speeding away before he had even closed the door. Samira sat in the driver's seat, her knuckles white on the wheel. "Did you get it?" Michael held up the drive, his chest heaving. "We got it." Her shoulders sagged in relief, but her expression remained tense. "Carmichael's going to know. She'll double down now." Michael nodded, his gaze fixed on the darkened city ahead. "Let her. We're not done yet." The SUV disappeared into the night, the drive in Michael's hand a symbol of hope, and the storm still to come. Chapter 10, Whispers of Identity. The safe house was no longer an option. Michael and Samira had barely escaped the Nemesis facility, and the knowledge that Alexei had been so close sent a chill through Michael that even the night's crisp air couldn't dispel. They now found themselves in an abandoned warehouse near the city's outskirts, a temporary refuge while they planned their next move. Samira leaned over her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The glow from the screen highlighted the exhaustion etched into her features. "The virus did its job," she said, breaking the silence. "Nemesis's network is destabilized, but it won't last. Carmichael will rally her forces." Michael paced the room, his mind racing. "What about Directive Alpha? Did we get enough?" Samira paused, her brow furrowed. "I've decrypted part of it. Directive Alpha isn't just about control, it's a contingency. Nemesis has a failsafe built into the replicas. If the network collapses, the replicas will go rogue. Michael froze. Rogue? She nodded grimly. Autonomous, unpredictable, and lethal. Carmichael would rather destroy everything than let us win. We have to stop this before it's triggered. The city below was a tapestry of light and shadow as Michael and Samira ascended a high-rise under construction. The Nemesis Command Center, a sleek monolith of glass and steel, stood in the distance, its glowing apex piercing the night sky. This was where it would all end. We go in, plant the final disruption virus, and disable the failsafe, Samira explained as she loaded the program onto a drive. Once Directive Alpha is neutralized, Nemesis's control over the replicas will crumble for good. Michael adjusted the strap on his tactical vest. And if we fail? Samira didn't look up. We don't fail. The Nemesis Command Center was a fortress. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, their movements synchronized like clockwork. Michael and Samira slipped through an access tunnel, emerging in a maintenance corridor deep within the building's infrastructure. Security's heavier than we thought, Samira whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the facility's systems. Michael's jaw tightened. We'll adapt. Let's keep moving. Navigating the labyrinth of corridors, they avoided detection with precision. Their every step a calculated risk. Michael's heart pounded as they reached the server room, its reinforced door glowing faintly under the emergency lights. Samira set to work, hacking the access panel with a deftness that belied the tension in her movements. The door hissed open, revealing a sprawling room filled with rows of servers and a central command console. This is it, Samira said, plugging her laptop into the console. I'll upload the virus. Cover me. Michael took position near the entrance, his weapon at the ready. The room's silence was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of Samira's keyboard. The sound of approaching footsteps sent a jolt through Michael. He raised his weapon, his breath steady. Alexei entered the room, flanked by two operatives. His gaze locked onto Michael, a smirk curling at the edges of his lips. You're persistent, Alexei said, his voice carrying a cold amusement. But you should have stayed away. This ends here. Michael stepped forward, his weapon trained on Alexei. You don't have to do this. Carmichael's using you. You know that. Alexei's smirk vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. You're the one who doesn't understand. Nemesis isn't just a system. It's the future. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect it. The room erupted into chaos as gunfire echoed off the walls. Michael moved with precision, engaging Alexei's operatives while keeping an eye on Samira. The progress bar on her laptop crept forward agonizingly slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. Alexei closed the distance between them, his movements swift and calculated. Their clash was brutal, each strike a testament to their shared training and mirrored skills. Michael's breath came in ragged gasps as he blocked a series of blows, his mind racing for an opening. Samira's voice cut through the din. Almost there. Michael locked eyes with Alexei. This isn't who you are, he said, his voice strained but firm. You're more than this. Alexei hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. It was enough. Michael delivered a decisive strike, sending Alexei sprawling to the ground. He turned to Samira as the progress bar on her screen reached 100%. It's done, she said, unplugging her laptop. Let's move. Explosions rippled through the facility as Michael and Samira fled, the virus dismantling Nemesis's systems from within. The structure groaned under the strain, alarms blaring as smoke filled the air. They burst onto the rooftop, the city sprawling below them like a living entity. Alexei emerged behind them, his weapon raised. You think this changes anything? He shouted, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. Nemesis doesn't die here. It adapts. It evolves. Michael stepped forward, his weapon lowered. It ends, Alexei. Not just for us, but for you too. Walk away. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then Alexei lowered his weapon, his expression unreadable. Without another word, he disappeared into the shadows. The helicopter arrived moments later, its blades cutting through the chaos. Michael and Samira climbed aboard, the city's lights fading into the distance as they ascended. The weight of what they had accomplished hung heavy in the air, tempered by the knowledge of what had been lost. "It's over," Samira said softly, her voice tinged with both relief and sorrow. Michael nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. For now. The helicopter touched down on a secluded airstrip miles from the city. Samira disembarked first, stretching her weary limbs as Michael followed. The pilot gave them a terse nod before taking off again, the sound of the blades fading into the night. "So what now?" Michael asked, as they walked toward a waiting vehicle, a dusty SUV parked under the cover of trees. Samira didn't answer immediately. She opened the vehicle's trunk, pulling out a fresh laptop and a folder stuffed with documents. "We regroup. There's still more out there. Directive Alpha is gone, but Nemesis isn't finished." Michael leaned against the SUV, his body heavy with exhaustion. "We've won the battle, but not the war." Samira nodded. "Exactly. But tonight, we rest. Tomorrow, we fight again." Michael glanced back at the horizon, the faintest sliver of dawn breaking through the darkness. The fight wasn't over, but for the first time in weeks, hope felt like a tangible thing. He climbed into the SUV, the weight of their journey still heavy, but their purpose sharper than ever. As the vehicle rumbled to life and they drove into the pre-dawn light, Michael allowed himself a moment of quiet resolve. The shadows they had fought through were receding, but he knew others loomed on the horizon. The world had changed, and so had he, and he wasn't done yet. The Divided Self, Part 2, Shadows of Betrayal. Chapter 11, Aftermath of Discovery. The air inside the safe house was thick with tension, a stale mix of sweat and exhaustion that seemed to cling to the walls. Michael Rowe sat at the edge of a threadbare couch, his elbows resting on his knees, as he stared at the encrypted files glowing faintly on his laptop screen. Gabriel paced the room behind him, his footsteps echoing softly in the confined space. The twin brothers were the same in so many ways, yet at this moment, their differences felt insurmountable. "You keep looking at those files like they'll suddenly tell you something new," Gabriel said, his voice tinged with frustration. Michael didn't look up. "They might, if I can crack the next layer of encryption." Gabriel stopped pacing and leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. "And if you can't? We can't stay holed up here forever. Carmichael's already one step ahead of us. We need to move." "Move where?" Michael shot back, his tone sharper than intended. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, the weight of the past days pressing heavily on him. "Every lead we follow puts us deeper into her web. Every safe house feels less safe. Do you really think we can outrun her?" Gabriel's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned toward the cracked window, where the faint glow of the city spilled in through the blinds. Outside, the streets buzzed with life, oblivious to the shadowy war that was being waged in its midst. Finally, Gabriel said, "I think sitting here, tearing each other apart, is exactly what she wants. If we don't act, we're just giving her more time to tighten the noose." Michael sighed and leaned back, closing the laptop with a soft click. He hated when Gabriel was right, but he hated even more the thought of walking into another trap. Before he could respond, the door to the safe house creaked open, and Samira Patel stepped inside, her face pale and drawn. "We have a problem," she said, dropping a manila folder onto the coffee table. "Alexei left us a gift." Michael's heart sank at the mention of Alexei, the doppelganger who had haunted him at every turn. He reached for the folder, flipping it open to reveal a series of photographs and a burner phone. The photos showed a high-ranking government official, one who had recently been assassinated. The chilling part was the grainy security footage included in the folder. A man who looked exactly like Michael committing the murder. "They're framing you again," Samira said, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "And this time, it's worse. The media's already running with the story. There are warrants out for your arrest. Michael's pulse quickened as he scanned the documents. When did this happen? Last night, Samira replied. The footage is already circulating online. If we don't get ahead of this, they'll have every agency in the country hunting you down. Gabriel stepped forward, his frustration replaced by concern. What do we do? Samira pulled the burner phone from the folder and handed it to Michael. Alexei left a message. Coordinates. I don't know if it's a lead or a trap, but it's all we've got right now. Michael turned the phone over in his hands, his mind racing. Alexei's motives were always a mystery, but he had a knack for knowing things no one else could. If the coordinates led to something useful, it could be their only chance to turn the tide. But if it was a trap... Gabriel frowned and leaned closer to look at the photographs spread across the table. We've seen this before, Michael. How do we even know he's not leading us into another dead end? Last time he nearly got us killed. Michael set the burner phone down with a deliberate motion, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't trust him either. But do we have a better lead? We've been running on fumes for days. If we don't take risks, we'll just keep spiraling into the same cycle. Samira stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. It's not just about us anymore. The assassination, this changes everything. Nemesis is escalating. If they can frame you on this scale, imagine what's next. This isn't just about clearing your name. It's about stopping them before they solidify their power. Her words hung heavy in the room. Gabriel rubbed the back of his neck, glancing at the flickering light bulb that seemed to mirror the unease threading through their team. Finally, he sighed. All right, let's say we go. What's the plan once we're there? Alexei doesn't exactly hand us solutions on a silver platter. He doesn't need to, Michael said, picking up the phone again. If we find the source of these frames, if we can prove Nemesis is behind it, we can use that to fight back. But we can't do that sitting here. Samira nodded, already moving toward the back room. I'll prep the gear. We'll need to move light and fast. No guarantees this safe house will stay secure once we're gone. Michael and Gabriel exchanged a glance, one laden with the weight of their unspoken fears. They had been running for so long, their trust strained by endless close calls and buried resentments. Yet, even with the fissures in their bond, they both knew the truth. There was no one else they could rely on. Gabriel, Michael said quietly, breaking the silence. I know this isn't how we thought things would go, but we can't afford to hesitate. If we don't act now... Gabriel cut him off with a curt nod. I get it. Just promise me one thing. No more secrets. If we're doing this, we do it together. Michael hesitated, then extended his hand. Together. Gabriel clasped it briefly before stepping back. Let's hope Alexei doesn't screw us over again. I'm getting really tired of that guy. Samira returned, a duffel bag slung over her shoulder. Everything's ready. Let's move. The trio slipped out of the safe house under the cover of darkness, their movements careful and deliberate. The city seemed to hum with an unseen energy, its lights casting long shadows that danced across their path. Michael's thoughts churned as they approached their vehicle, the weight of the burner phone in his pocket serving as a constant reminder of the uncertainty ahead. As the car engine rumbled to life and the safe house faded into the distance, Michael stared out the window, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but it was a path they had no choice but to take. Together, they would face whatever lay at the end of those coordinates. And this time, failure wasn't an option. Let's finish this, Michael said, his voice firm. Gabriel and Samira nodded in silent agreement as the car sped toward the unknown. Chapter 12, Lines in the Sand. The city's glow receded behind them as the car sped through the quiet outskirts, the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thrum of tires on the road, the only sounds. Michael sat in the passenger seat, his fingers curled tightly around the burner phone in his pocket. He could feel the tension radiating from Samira and Gabriel, both of whom seemed lost in their thoughts. The coordinates Alexei had provided were still a mystery, and each mile brought them closer to an unknown danger. We're almost there, Samira said, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but Michael caught the edge of nervous energy. She glanced at the GPS display on her phone, which glowed faintly in the darkness. About 5 more minutes. Gabriel, driving with a tight grip on the wheel, didn't take his eyes off the road. And what exactly are we expecting to find? Another cryptic message? Another trap? Michael leaned back, exhaling slowly. I don't know, but Alexei wouldn't send us here without a reason. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. Gabriel shook his head, muttering under his breath. That's a hell of a gamble. Samira shot Gabriel a look but said nothing. Her attention returned to her phone, her fingers tapping the screen as she pulled up a satellite view of their destination. It's some kind of industrial complex, she said. Abandoned from the looks of it. There's no record of recent activity, but that doesn't mean it's empty, Michael finished. He stared out the window, the dim outlines of trees and old warehouses passing by like ghosts. The closer they got, the heavier the air seemed to grow, as if the weight of what they were about to face was pressing down on them. The car slowed as they approached a chain-link fence that surrounded the complex. Rusted and sagging in places, it looked like it hadn't been maintained in decades. A faded sign hung crookedly on the gate, Roatech Genetics. The name sent a shiver through Michael. He'd seen it before in Elizabeth Rowe's files, a remnant of a past that continued to haunt him. Gabriel killed the engine, and the group sat in silence for a moment, staring at the gate. Samira was the first to move, grabbing a flashlight and opening the car door. Let's check it out. Michael and Gabriel followed, their footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. The gate was padlocked, but the chain was loose enough for them to slip through. On the other side, the complex loomed like a graveyard of progress, its skeletal structures silhouetted against the faint glow of the city in the distance. Stay close, Michael said, his voice low. He pulled out his own flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal cracked pavement and overgrown weeds. The buildings ahead were windowless and foreboding, their metal exteriors streaked with rust. Samira led the way, her movements cautious but confident. If Alexei left us something, it'll be inside. We just need to figure out which building. Gabriel muttered under his breath, but followed without complaint. His unease was palpable, but he kept it in check, his eyes scanning the shadows for movement. They reached the largest building in the complex, its doors hanging slightly ajar. Michael's grip tightened on the flashlight as they stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something chemical, a sharp scent that made his nose sting. The beam of his flashlight illuminated a gutted interior, rows of overturned desks, shattered glass, and rusted equipment scattered across the floor. This place has been abandoned for years, Samira said, her voice echoing faintly in the cavernous space. Not completely, Gabriel replied, pointing to a set of footprints in the dust. They led deeper into the building, disappearing into the shadows. Michael exchanged a glance with Samira, then nodded. They followed the trail, the silence around them broken only by the creak of their steps on the old flooring. The path led them to a smaller room at the back of the building. The door was ajar, and a faint glow emanated from within. Someone's here, Michael whispered, his heart pounding. Samira reached for the handgun holstered at her side, her movements slow and deliberate. Gabriel mirrored her, his jaw tight as he gripped his weapon. Michael pushed the door open the rest of the way, his flashlight sweeping the room. A single desk stood in the center, its surface cluttered with papers and a laptop that cast a dim, flickering light. Behind it, a figure sat, their face obscured by the shadows. Michael's pulse quickened as he stepped closer. "Who are you?" Michael demanded, his voice firm. The figure looked up, and Michael's breath caught. It wasn't Alexei, but the resemblance was uncanny. The man's features were sharp and familiar, a distorted echo of Michael's own face. His eyes, however, were darker, colder. "You don't recognize me?" the man said, his voice low and edged with something Michael couldn't quite place. He stood slowly, his movements measured. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. They didn't exactly give us time to bond." Gabriel stepped forward, his weapon raised. Start talking. Who the hell are you? The man smirked, his gaze flicking between them. Call me Subject Alpha, he said. Or Alexi's shadow if you prefer. I've been waiting for you. Michael's grip tightened on his flashlight. Why? What do you want? Alpha gestured to the laptop on the desk. Alexei left this for you. He thought it might accelerate your understanding of what you're up against. But I'm not here to make things easy for you. Samira's eyes narrowed. What's on it? Alpha's smirk widened. Everything you need to know, and everything that will make you wish you'd stayed hidden. Before anyone could respond, Alpha moved suddenly, flipping the desk and sending the laptop crashing to the floor. The room erupted into chaos as he lunged for the nearest exit, his movements impossibly fast. Michael shouted and gave chase, Gabriel close behind. Outside, the cold night air hit like a slap. Alpha disappeared into the darkness, his footsteps barely audible. Michael swung his flashlight beam wildly, searching for any sign of him. He's gone, Gabriel said, frustration laced in his voice as he came to a halt. Michael turned back toward the building, his chest heaving. The laptop, Samira? Inside, Samira knelt over the wreckage of the desk. Her fingers moved deftly through the shattered remains of the laptop, pulling out its battered hard drive. It's damaged, but not beyond repair, she said, her voice firm. If there's anything left on here, we'll find it. Michael stared at the hard drive in her hands, his thoughts racing. Alpha's words echoed in his mind. Everything you need to know. Whatever the drive contained, it was key to understanding Nemesis's true agenda. Let's not waste time, he said, his voice resolute. We'll analyze it at the next safe house. For now, we move. As they reached the car, Gabriel glanced back at the complex, his features tight with unease. That guy, Alpha, he's not just some rogue experiment, is he? Michael shook his head. No, he's something more. And I don't think we've seen the last of him. The drive back into the city was silent, the weight of the encounter pressing down on them. The faint hum of the engine was the only sound, a constant reminder of the road ahead. As they passed the outskirts and the city lights began to reappear, Michael allowed himself a moment to breathe. But in the pit of his stomach, he knew the battle was only beginning. We'll figure it out, Samira said softly, as if reading his thoughts. Michael nodded, his grip on the wheel tightening. We have to. Chapter 13. Threads of Betrayal. The safe house was a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind at the industrial complex. It was a cramped apartment tucked above a shuttered bakery, its furniture sparse and outdated. The scent of old flour lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of coffee Samira had brewed as soon as they arrived. Michael sat at the small dining table, the salvaged hard drive from Subject Alpha's laptop in front of him. His laptop screen glowed softly in the dim light, lines of code scrolling across as the recovery program worked tirelessly to extract any salvageable data. How's it looking? Gabriel asked, leaning against the counter with his arms crossed. His tone was casual, but the tension in his posture betrayed his concern. Michael didn't look up. Still working on it. There's a lot of corruption, but some files are coming through. It'll take time. Samira entered the room with 3 mugs of coffee, setting them down on the table. We don't have much of that, she said, taking a seat. Alpha knew exactly what he was doing when he smashed that laptop. Whatever's on that drive, it's worth keeping from us. Michael nodded, his jaw tight. And that's why we need it. He wouldn't have left it for us if it wasn't important. The question is, why give us a chance at it at all? Gabriel frowned, pushing off the counter to join them at the table. Maybe he wants us to know just enough to keep us chasing shadows. Or maybe it's a trap. We can't rule that out, Samira said. But we don't have the luxury of ignoring it either. Nemesis is always 2 steps ahead. If this gives us even the smallest edge, we have to take it. Michael's laptop chimed, drawing their attention. He leaned closer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Got something, he murmured, his voice taut with focus. A video file had been partially recovered, its timestamp marked as several weeks old. Michael clicked it open, and the screen filled with static before resolving into a dimly lit room. The video showed Dr. Evelyn Carmichael, seated at a pristine desk. Her demeanor was as cold and composed as ever, her sharp features illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. She spoke directly to the camera, her tone clinical and detached. Phase 4 is nearly complete, she began. The integration protocols have been tested and refined. Once the activation sequence is deployed, we will achieve a level of influence previously thought impossible. The behavioral overrides will ensure absolute compliance at every level. Samira's hand tightened around her coffee mug. Compliance. She's talking about mind control on a global scale. Carmichael continued, her expression unchanging. To those in opposition, your resistance is irrelevant. The system is adaptive, designed to neutralize dissent before it can propagate. Humanity's survival requires order. Anything less is unacceptable. The video cut off abruptly, replaced by the recovery program's progress bar. Michael's stomach churned as he processed what they had just seen. Phase 4, it's worse than we thought. Gabriel ran a hand through his hair, pacing the room. She's not just consolidating power, she's rewriting the rules entirely. If this goes live, there's no coming back from it. Samira reached for her laptop, opening a map of the city. We need to find out where she's deploying this. If Phase 4 is about to launch, there has to be a central command hub. Michael's laptop chimed again, this time revealing a series of coordinates buried within the recovered data. He typed them into Samira's map interface, and a location appeared. A sprawling corporate tower in the heart of the city, one of Nemesis's most fortified assets. Gabriel leaned over the map, his brow furrowing. That's not just any building. It's their nerve center. Security there will be insane. It always is, Michael said, his tone grim. But we don't have a choice. If Phase 4 launches, everything we've done, everything we've sacrificed will mean nothing. Samira looked up from the map, her gaze steady. Then we plan carefully. This isn't just another infiltration. It's a war zone waiting to happen. The following hours were a blur of preparation. Samira worked tirelessly to forge credentials and gather intelligence on the tower's security measures. Gabriel procured equipment from a network of contacts he had cultivated over the years. Drones, EMP devices, and specialized tech to bypass Nemesis's advanced systems. Michael reviewed the data they had recovered, searching for any advantage they could exploit. The tension between the team was palpable as they worked. Samira's efficiency left little room for conversation, but her movements spoke volumes. Every action deliberate, every step of the plan calculated. Gabriel's usual bravado was subdued, his focus sharpening as he tested the EMP devices and prepped the drones. For Michael, the weight of responsibility pressed down heavier than ever. He could see the exhaustion in his teammates, but he knew they couldn't afford to falter now. As the team reconvened around the dining table, the weight of their mission settled over them. Gabriel spread out a blueprint of the corporate tower, marking key access points and potential chokeholds. The main server room is here, he said, pointing to a section near the tower's core. That's where we need to plant the virus, but it's heavily guarded. We'll need a distraction. Samira tapped the blueprint with a pen. There's a secondary entrance here. It's less obvious, but it'll take us through the maintenance corridors. If we're careful, we can avoid most of the patrols. Michael studied the blueprint, his mind racing. We split into 2 teams. One creates the distraction, draws the guards to the upper levels. The other plants the virus and gets out before they know what hit them. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. You make it sound easy. Michael met his gaze, his expression unwavering. It won't be, but it's the only way. The night of the mission arrived with a suffocating weight of anticipation. The city's skyline glittered against the darkness as the team approached the corporate tower in a nondescript van. The streets below were quiet, their usual bustle replaced by an eerie stillness that set Michael on edge. Samira double-checked her equipment, her movements efficient, and precise. Everyone knows the plan? Gabriel nodded, securing his gear. Team 1 creates the chaos. Team 2 finishes the job. No heroics. Michael's lips twitched into a faint, humorless smile. Since when are you the cautious one? Gabriel shrugged. Since the stakes got this high. They exited the van, moving swiftly toward the tower's secondary entrance. The air felt electric, charged with the unspoken understanding that this mission could be their last. Michael's heart pounded as they entered the maintenance corridor, the cold, sterile walls closing in around them. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, every creak of metal a reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Samira led the way, her flashlight casting long shadows against the walls. Gabriel followed close behind, his grip firm on the drone controls, ready to deploy them at a moment's notice. Michael brought up the rear, his senses on high alert, scanning for any signs of movement or threats. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, the hum of distant machinery growing louder with every step. We're nearing the junction, Samira whispered, pausing to consult the map on her tablet. From here, Team 1 takes the east stairwell to the upper levels. Team 2 continues straight to the server room. Gabriel glanced at Michael. You sure about this split? Michael nodded. It's the only way. Stick to the plan, and we'll all make it out. Gabriel didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. See you on the other side. As Gabriel and Samira moved toward their assigned path, Michael took a deep breath and continued forward, his focus razor sharp. The mission had begun, and failure was not an option. Chapter 14, Shadows Within. Michael arrived at the harbor warehouse just as the last traces of twilight faded into the horizon. The air was damp and cold, carrying the sharp tang of salt water and rust. His footsteps echoed against the uneven concrete as he moved toward the agreed-upon meeting point. The anonymous contact's warning replayed in his mind, each word more foreboding than the last. Every step he took deepened his sense of unease, the sprawling darkness of the waterfront swallowing him whole. As he stepped into the dimly lit interior, he scanned the vast, hollow space. Crates and machinery were scattered in disarray, relics of a long-abandoned operation. Shadows danced along the walls, stretching unnaturally in the flickering light of a single hanging bulb. Somewhere, water dripped with a steady plink, adding a sinister rhythm to the silence. Michael Rowe? A voice called out, low and cautious. Michael turned sharply, his pulse quickening. A woman stepped out of the shadows, her face partially obscured by a scarf and hood. She appeared wary, her movements deliberate as she approached. Her dark eyes glinted with both fear and determination, a contradiction that immediately put Michael on edge. "Who are you?" Michael asked, his voice steady but edged with suspicion. The woman hesitated, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting to see someone else lurking nearby. "I'm someone who knows what's coming, someone who's seen Carmichael's plans firsthand." Michael's fists clenched at the mention of Carmichael. "What do you know?" The woman's voice softened, laced with urgency. "Nemesis isn't just about control. It's about rewriting the very fabric of who we are. Minds, memories, even identities, they're all malleable in her hands. What she's building isn't a system of order. It's a machine of erasure." Michael's breath hitched. "What does that have to do with me?" The woman stepped closer, pulling a folded piece of paper from her pocket. She handed it to him without a word. Michael unfolded it, his stomach twisting as he recognized the image. A roster of names and ID codes, each one accompanied by a photograph. At the top of the list was a face identical to his own. "Alexei?" Michael whispered, the name sending a shiver down his spine. "He's the first successful subject," the woman explained. "The prototype. But there are more. You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not." Before Michael could respond, a metallic clang echoed through the warehouse. Both of them froze, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Heavy footsteps followed, deliberate and unhurried. The faint glow of flashlights swept across the far wall. "They found us," the woman hissed, We need to move. Now! Michael and the woman darted through the maze of crates and machinery, their footsteps blending with the growing cacophony of pursuit. Shadows moved in the periphery, and Michael caught glimpses of dark-clad figures advancing with military precision. Whoever they were highly trained and heavily armed. As they reached the far end of the warehouse, a figure stepped into their path. Michael skidded to a halt, his breath catching as he saw the man's face. It was Alexei. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt on its axis. Michael stared at the man who was his mirror image, his features identical but sharpened by a cold, calculated intensity. Alexei's black eyes gleamed in the dim light, his posture exuding a confidence that bordered on arrogance. "Michael Rowe," Alexei said, his voice eerily calm. "You've made quite an impression." Michael's mind raced, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Who are you?" "I'm what you could have been," Alexei replied, "and what you may yet become." The woman stepped forward, her voice firm. "He doesn't belong to you." Alexei's gaze shifted to her, his expression unreadable. "You're mistaken. He belongs to Nemesis, just as I do." Michael's fists clenched. "I don't belong to anyone." Alexei's lips curled into a faint smile. "We'll see." Without warning, Alexei lunged. The fight was swift and brutal, his movements precise and inhumanly fast. Michael barely managed to block the first strike, the force of it sending him stumbling backward. The woman pulled a concealed weapon from her jacket, firing at Alexei, but he evaded the shots with ease, closing the distance between them. "Go!" she shouted at Michael, her voice sharp with urgency. Michael hesitated for only a moment before turning and running. He weaved through the crates, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. Behind him, the sounds of the struggle continued, the crack of gunfire, the clang of metal, and the thud of bodies colliding. His legs burned, but he didn't dare slow down. He burst through a side door, the cold night air hitting him like a slap. He didn't stop running until he reached the docks, the distant hum of the city offering a faint sense of normalcy. His lungs burned, his thoughts racing as he tried to process what had just happened. The woman's words echoed in his mind. "You're part of this, Michael, whether you like it or not." Back at his apartment, Michael stared at the roster of names and faces. Each one represented another piece of the puzzle, another thread in the web of Nemesis's machinations. His own name wasn't on the list, but Alexei's presence confirmed that his connection to Nemesis ran deeper than he'd ever imagined. A message pinged on his laptop, breaking the silence. It was from Samira. "I've got intel on Carmichael. Call me." Michael's jaw tightened as he grabbed his phone. The confrontation at the warehouse had only solidified his resolve. Whoever Carmichael was, she had answers, and Michael was done running from the truth. As he dialed Samira's number, his eyes drifted to the photograph of Elizabeth Rowe pinned to his wall. Her enigmatic smile seemed almost mocking now, a reminder of how far he still had to go. The doppelganger had emerged. The game was shifting, and Michael was determined to play to win. Chapter 15, A Rift in Trust. The safe house was suffused with a heavy silence, broken only by the faint hum of the laptop on the dining table. Michael leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, watching as Samira worked to decrypt the data from the portable drive. Gabriel sat nearby, bouncing his knee with restless energy, his gaze darting between the door and the flickering screen. "How long?" Gabriel asked for the third time in as many minutes. Samira didn't look up. "As long as it takes. This encryption isn't basic. Whoever set it up knew exactly what they were doing." Michael pushed off the wall, his steps deliberate as he approached the table. "And yet they didn't anticipate us getting this far. We'll get through it." Gabriel let out a short laugh, shaking his head. "You always say that. Like confidence alone is enough to solve every problem." Michael's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, Samira cut in. "Hey, both of you, focus. This isn't the time for one of your arguments." Gabriel muttered something under his breath, but stayed silent. Michael returned to his spot by the wall, his thoughts churning. The encounter with Alexei had left him rattled, though he'd never admitted aloud. The doubt in Alexei's eyes, the hesitation before he fired on the operative, it all lingered in Michael's mind like a thorn he couldn't dislodge. The laptop beeped, drawing their attention. Samira leaned forward, her expression intent as lines of decrypted text scrolled across the screen. "I've got something." Michael and Gabriel crowded around the table, their earlier tension momentarily forgotten. Samira scanned the data, her eyes narrowing as she pieced together the fragments of information. "This is a list of Nemesis's operations," she said, her voice steady but tinged with unease. "Facilities, personnel, projects, and here, a directive labeled Phase 4 Command Hub." Michael's stomach tightened. "Where is it?" Samira tapped the screen. "Coordinates. It's an offshore facility, heavily secured by the looks of it." Gabriel frowned. "Offshore? How are we supposed to get there? And what's the plan once we do?" "We'll figure it out," Michael said, his voice firm. "But this is the lead we've been waiting for. If this hub is what we think it is, taking it down could stop Phase 4 before it starts." Gabriel didn't look convinced. "Or it could be another trap, like Alexei, like the rest of this. Every time we think we're making progress, we're just playing into their hands." Samira looked up from the laptop, her gaze sharp. "Gabriel, we don't have the luxury of second-guessing every move. If we don't act, Nemesis wins." Michael nodded, his tone softer now. "I get it. I do. But we can't let fear paralyze us. This isn't just about us anymore. If we fail, we're condemning countless others to whatever Carmichael's vision of the future is." Gabriel exhaled, his frustration giving way to reluctant resolve. "Fine, but I'm not going into this blind. We need intel, resources, and a backup plan." Samira's lips curved into a faint smile. "Now that I can help with." The following hours were a blur of activity. Samira worked tirelessly to gather information about the offshore facility, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she hacked into satellite feeds and corporate networks. Gabriel contacted his network of informants, calling in favors and securing the equipment they'd need for a covert assault. Michael coordinated the pieces, balancing logistics with strategy, his mind constantly turning over the risks and contingencies. As night fell, the safe house transformed into a hub of preparation. Gabriel spread out blueprints on the table while Samira synchronized their equipment. Michael paced, mentally reviewing the mission's steps over and over. "We'll approach by boat," Samira said, pointing to a dock on the map. "It's lightly guarded compared to the main entrance. From there, we'll infiltrate through the lower levels, avoiding the primary security checkpoints." Gabriel studied the map, his brow furrowed. "And what about extraction? If things go sideways, we'll be trapped." Michael met his brother's gaze. "We'll have contingencies, but the priority is the command hub. Once the virus is uploaded, Nemesis's systems will be in chaos. That's our window to escape." Gabriel didn't look satisfied, but he nodded. "All right, let's just hope this virus works as advertised." The boat rocked gently beneath them as they approached the facility, its silhouette looming against the starless sky. The water was eerily calm. The only sound, the faint hum of the boat's motor and the occasional splash of waves against the hull. Michael gripped the side of the boat, his eyes fixed on the facility ahead. Its floodlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the perimeter with harsh white beams. Guards patrolled the docks in pairs, their movements precise and coordinated. "We're coming up on the dock," Samira said, her voice low. She killed the engine, letting the boat drift closer to the shore. "Get ready." The trio moved with practiced efficiency, slipping into the water and swimming the final stretch to the dock. The cold bit at Michael's skin, but he pushed it aside, his focus unshaken. They climbed onto the dock, their movements silent as they avoided the patrols and made their way to the facility's entrance. Once inside, the air grew colder, the scent of salt water giving way to the sterile tang of metal and machinery. The corridors were dimly lit, their walls lined with exposed piping and wiring. Michael took the lead, his weapon drawn as they navigated the labyrinthine passages. Samira's voice came through his earpiece, steady and calm. The command hub is 3 levels down. There's an access point ahead that should take us to the maintenance shafts. Michael acknowledged her with a nod, signaling for Gabriel to cover their rear. The tension in the air was palpable, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. They reached the access point without incident, slipping into the narrow shaft and descending deeper into the facility. The hum of machinery grew louder as they neared their target. Samira checked her tablet, her eyes scanning the schematics. "We're close. The hub is just beyond this door." Michael held up a hand, signaling for silence. He pressed his ear to the door, listening for any signs of movement. Satisfied, he eased it open, revealing a sprawling control room filled with servers and monitors. At its center was the command hub, its interface glowing with an eerie blue light. They moved quickly, Samira heading for the hub, while Michael and Gabriel secured the room. Samira connected the portable drive, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she initiated the virus upload. 30 seconds, she said, her voice tense. The door behind them burst open, and a squad of Nemesis operatives stormed in, weapons raised. Michael and Gabriel reacted instantly, diving for cover as gunfire erupted. The room descended into chaos, the hum of machinery now accompanied by the sharp cracks of gunfire and the shouts of the operatives. Michael returned fire, his movements instinctive and precise. "How much longer?" he shouted over the din. "Almost there," Samira called back, her focus unbroken. Gabriel took down an operative with a well-placed shot, his jaw tight. "We're outnumbered. We need to move now." The progress bar on the hub's interface ticked upward, agonizingly slow. Michael gritted his teeth, laying down suppressing fire as Samira worked. Finally, the bar reached 100%, and the interface flashed green. "It's done," Samira shouted. Michael grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the exit. "Time to go!" The trio fought their way back through the corridors, the facility's alarms blaring around them. Every step felt heavier than the last, but they pushed forward, driven by sheer will. As they burst onto the dock, the sound of reinforcements closing in spurred them into action. They dove into the water, swimming for the boat as bullets tore through the air around them. By the time they reached the boat and sped away, the facility was a distant silhouette against the horizon. Michael exhaled, his chest heaving as he looked back at the fading lights. They had struck a blow against Nemesis, but the battle was far from over. "We made it," Samira said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Michael nodded, his resolve hardening. "For now, but this isn't the end. Not yet." Chapter 16. Descent into Chaos. The safe house was eerily quiet, the hum of the nearby highway the only sound cutting through the tension. Samira sat hunched over her laptop at the corner table, her brow furrowed in concentration as lines of encrypted data scrolled across the screen. Michael leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the floor. Gabriel paced near the window, his movements restless, his frustration palpable. The weight of their mission hung over them, thick as the unspoken fears they shared. "It's been hours," Gabriel said, breaking the silence. His voice was sharp, tinged with an edge of weariness. "Please tell me you found something." Samira didn't look up. "If you stop pacing, it'd feel less like hours," she muttered, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "This encryption isn't just layered, it's adaptive. Whoever set this up didn't want anyone getting in. Not even Carmichael's inner circle." Michael pushed off the wall and walked to the table. His presence was steady, a contrast to Gabriel's restlessness. "But you can crack it?" Samira exhaled slowly, her focus unwavering. "I can crack anything. Just give me a minute." Gabriel stopped pacing long enough to glance at the screen. The lines of code seemed endless, an impenetrable fortress guarding secrets that could alter the course of their fight. "You keep saying that, but every minute we waste is another chance for Nemesis to close in on us." "I'm well aware of the stakes, Gabriel," Samira snapped, her tone sharper than usual. She softened a moment later, running a hand through her hair. Sorry, I just need to focus. Michael placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder, steering him away from the table. Let her work, he said quietly. This is our best lead. Gabriel sighed, shaking his head. It better be worth it. He moved to the far corner of the room, his gaze distant as he stared out the window. The faint glow of the highway lights reflected in his eyes, a reminder of how close the outside world was, and how far removed they felt. The breakthrough came just after midnight. Samira let out a triumphant noise as the final encryption layer fell away, revealing a hidden cache of files. The tension in the room shifted, replaced by an electric sense of anticipation. Got it, she said, sitting back with a grin. Looks like personnel logs, operational directives, and... Oh, this is interesting. Michael and Gabriel joined her at the table, their movements quick but cautious. One file, marked Project Genesis, active subjects, caught their attention. What's that? Michael asked, his voice low, almost hesitant. Samira opened the file, revealing a detailed roster of names, Idaho numbers, and status updates. A familiar name appeared at the top of the list, Alexei. Michael's stomach twisted. His breath hitched, but he forced his voice to remain steady. He's their prototype, he murmured, the weight of the revelation settling over him like a lead blanket. Samira nodded. Not just their prototype. According to this, Alexei was part of something called Phase 2. Nemesis wasn't just experimenting with cloning. They were refining behavioral overrides, creating soldiers. Gabriel frowned, his arms crossed. The line between frustration and fear etched deep into his face. Soldiers. For what? Control, Michael said, his voice grim. Absolute control. Imagine an army that doesn't question orders, that can't resist. That's what Carmichael wants. Samira's fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up more files. Her voice carried the urgency of discovery. There's a secondary directive here. Looks like deployment plans. They've been positioning these subjects all over the world, embedding them in key positions. Gabriel's frustration boiled over. He slammed a hand on the table, his voice rising. And we've been running in circles while they've been playing the long game. How do we stop this? Michael leaned forward, his jaw tight. His tone carried the weight of responsibility. We start by taking out their infrastructure. These plans, they point to a command hub. If we can disrupt that, we'll buy ourselves time. Samira hesitated. There's more. Another file, flagged with Carmichael's personal encryption. If we can break it, it might tell us more about what Phase 2 is leading to. Gabriel shook his head, his frustration palpable. Do we have time for that? We need to act now, not dig through more files. Michael met his brother's gaze, his tone calm but firm. Information is power, Gabriel. If we don't know what we're fighting, we're just reacting. Gabriel didn't respond immediately, but the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Fine, but we move fast. Hours later, as dawn began to break, Samira cracked the final encryption on Carmichael's file. The document's contents sent a chill through the room. The weight of its implications settled over them, heavy and undeniable. Phase 4, Samira read aloud, her voice trembling slightly. Behavioral overrides aren't the end game. It's global integration. Carmichael's building a neural network, something that connects every subject directly to Nemesis. It's not just control, it's a hive mind. Gabriel let out a low whistle, his face pale. She's creating a world where no one thinks for themselves. Michael's hands tightened into fists. His voice was low, but it carried the force of his resolve. Then we stop it, whatever it takes. Samira's gaze met his. Her exhaustion was evident, but so was her determination. There's a location tied to this. It's not a hub, it's a research facility. If we hit it, we might be able to destroy the neural network before it goes online. Michael nodded. Then that's where we go. Gabriel grabbed his gear, his expression hard. The resolve in his eyes mirrored Michael's. No more waiting. No more running. Let's finish this. The team moved with renewed urgency, their purpose clear. The weight of what they had uncovered drove them forward, each step charged with the knowledge of what was at stake. The shadows of Nemesis loomed large, but for the first time, they had a clear target. And Michael knew that every step they took brought them closer to the truth and to the fight of their lives. Chapter 17, The Tipping Point. The forest was eerily quiet as the trio approached the facility's entrance, the night thick with tension. Every step felt amplified, the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot, an unwelcome reminder of how close they were to enemy territory. Michael led the way, his senses honed to every sound, every shadow that shifted in the moonlight. Overhead, the faint hum of drones patrolling the perimeter added to the oppressive atmosphere, a constant reminder that any misstep could mean discovery. Samira crouched behind him, her tablet glowing faintly as she monitored the drones' disrupted patrols. The virus she had uploaded earlier to scramble their routes was working, for now. Gabriel brought up the rear, his weapon drawn, his gaze flicking between the treetops and the path ahead. The explosion at the communications array had bought them time, but they all knew it was only a matter of minutes before Nemesis's forces regrouped and their window closed. "We're clear to move," Samira whispered, her voice barely audible over the faint rustling of leaves. She pointed toward a narrow maintenance entrance on the eastern side of the facility. "That's our way in. It'll take us directly to the lower levels." Michael nodded, signaling for Gabriel to cover their flank. They moved swiftly, sticking to the shadows as they crossed the open ground to the entrance. The facility loomed above them, its stark metal exterior lit by harsh floodlights that cast long, menacing shadows. Samira worked quickly to bypass the security lock, her fingers flying over the tablet's interface. With a soft click, the door hissed open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. "Let's move," Michael said, stepping inside. The air was cool and sterile, the faint hum of machinery echoing off the metal walls. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with pipes and exposed wiring, a stark contrast to the dense forest outside. As they descended deeper into the facility, the tension only grew. Michael's grip on his weapon tightened with every step, his eyes scanning for any signs of movement. The faint flicker of fluorescent lights cast unsettling shadows along the walls, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Every creak of metal, every distant clank, set his nerves on edge. Gabriel broke the silence, his voice low. "We're sitting ducks down here. If they catch us in one of these corridors—" "They won't," Michael said firmly, though the weight of the risk wasn't lost on him. "Stay sharp." They reached a junction where Samira paused to check her tablet. "The main server room is 2 levels down. We'll need to take the freight elevator. It's the only way to access the lower levels." Michael frowned. "Freight elevators mean cameras. Cameras mean they'll know we're coming." Samira nodded. "I can loop the feed temporarily, but it won't hold for long. We'll need to be fast." "Do it," Michael said, motioning for Gabriel to take point as they moved toward the elevator. The doors opened with a faint groan, revealing a spacious but utilitarian interior. Samira connected her tablet to the control panel, initiating the loop as the elevator began its descent. The ride down was tense, the silence broken only by the faint whir of the elevator's mechanics. Gabriel shifted his weight, his unease palpable. "This feels too easy," he muttered. "Where are the guards?" "They're regrouping," Michael said, though he shared Gabriel's apprehension. "The explosion threw them off, but it won't last." When the elevator doors slid open, they were met with a starkly different scene. The lower level was a hive of activity, the hum of servers and the glow of monitors filling the expansive room. Rows of equipment stretched as far as the eye could see, punctuated by clusters of technicians working at their stations. Samira's eyes widened as she took in the scale of the operation. "This isn't just a server room, it's a control hub." Michael's jaw tightened. Then we're in the right place. Gabriel scanned the room, his grip on his weapon tightening. "What's the plan? We can't take all of them head on." Samira pulled up the facility's schematic on her tablet. The main control terminal is on the far side of the room. If we can access it, I can upload the virus directly into their network. It'll take everything offline. Michael nodded. We'll create a distraction. Gabriel, take out the power relay on the east wall. It'll buy us some chaos. Samira, you're with me. Once Gabriel hits the relay, we move. Gabriel smirked faintly. Finally, something I'm good at. As Gabriel slipped away toward the east wall, Michael and Samira moved along the perimeter, staying low to avoid detection. The technicians remained engrossed in their work, oblivious to the intruders in their midst. When Gabriel reached the relay, he signaled to Michael, then placed a small explosive charge against the panel. The explosion was contained but effective, plunging the room into darkness as alarms blared. Chaos erupted as technicians scrambled to assess the damage, their voices overlapping in confusion. Taking advantage of the commotion, Michael and Samira darted toward the main terminal. Samira connected her tablet to the terminal, her fingers moving with practiced speed. I'm in. Initiating the upload now. Michael stood guard, his weapon trained on the panicked technicians. His heart pounded as the progress bar on Samira's screen crept forward. How long? 2 minutes, she said, her voice steady despite the urgency. The sound of approaching footsteps sent a jolt of adrenaline through Michael. He turned to see a squad of Nemesis operatives entering the room, their weapons drawn. They're here, he said, firing a warning shot to slow their advance. Samira didn't look up. I need more time. Gabriel rejoined them, sliding into cover beside Michael. They're coming from the west, too. We're boxed in. Michael gritted his teeth, firing at the advancing operatives. Hold them off. We can't let them stop the upload. The next 2 minutes felt like an eternity. Bullets ricocheted off the server racks, sparks flying as the firefight intensified. Gabriel took down 2 operatives with precise shots, while Michael provided covering fire. Samira remained focused, her hands steady as she guided the virus into the network. It's done, she said finally, disconnecting her tablet. The room's monitors flickered and died, the hum of the servers fading into silence. Michael signaled for a retreat. Move! We're done here. The trio fought their way back to the elevator, the chaos of the disabled network buying them precious seconds. As the doors closed, Gabriel let out a breathless laugh. We actually did it. Michael's expression remained grim. It's not over yet. Carmichael will know we're coming for her now. As the elevator ascended, the weight of their victory mingled with the looming threat of what was to come. For now, they had dealt a significant blow to Nemesis, but the battle was far from over. Chapter 18. The Mastermind Revealed. The industrial district was a patchwork of rusted warehouses and dormant machinery, its eerie silence broken only by the faint hum of distant traffic. The Nemesis convoy moved steadily through the abandoned streets, 3 armored vehicles flanked by 2 unmarked SUVs. Their black paint glinted under the flickering streetlights, their presence a stark contrast to the desolation around them. From his vantage point atop a nearby building, Michael watched the convoy approach, his breath fogging in the chilly night air. Beside him, Gabriel adjusted his rifle scope, his movements precise, despite the tension radiating from his body. Below, Samira's voice crackled in their earpieces, calm but urgent. The lead vehicle carries the neural integration modules, she said. We need that payload intact. Take out the escorts first, then isolate the target. Michael nodded, signaling Gabriel with a quick hand gesture. Gabriel's rifle barked once, the silenced shot striking the tire of the trailing SUV. The vehicle swerved, its driver fighting for control before it skidded into a lamppost. Chaos erupted as the convoy ground to a halt, guards spilling from the vehicles with weapons drawn. Now, Michael ordered, vaulting over the rooftop's edge and landing in the alley below. He moved quickly, weaving through shadows as gunfire erupted around him. Each shot fired sent echoes ricocheting through the silent industrial expanse, heightening the sense of urgency. Gabriel provided cover from his perch, his shots precise and unrelenting. Each crack of his rifle sent another Nemesis operative to the ground, their formations breaking under the unexpected assault. Below, Michael darted toward the lead vehicle, his movements fluid as he neutralized two guards with swift, calculated strikes. The narrow corridors between the rusted warehouses became a labyrinth of shifting shadows and flashing lights, each corner a potential ambush. "Lead vehicle compromised," Michael said into his comms. "Samira, where are we on the jammer?" "Almost there," she replied, her voice tight with focus. "Another 10 seconds. Michael took cover behind a shipping container, reloading his weapon as bullets ricocheted off the metal around him. The second SUV roared to life, attempting to maneuver into position, but a grenade from Gabriel's position disabled it, the explosion rocking the street. Smoke filled the air, obscuring Michael's view momentarily as he wiped sweat from his brow. "Jammer's live," Samira announced. "Their comms are down. Move in." Michael didn't hesitate, sprinting toward the lead vehicle. The driver's door swung open, and a Nemesis operative emerged, his sidearm trained on Michael. Before he could fire, a sharp crack echoed as Gabriel took him down. "Thanks for the assist," Michael muttered, climbing into the driver's seat and shutting off the engine. He keyed his comm. "Samira, payload secure. What's the extraction status?" "ETA 2 minutes," she replied. "Keep holding them off." The Nemesis operatives regrouped, their movements more aggressive as they pressed forward. Gabriel's voice crackled over the comms, edged with urgency. "We've got reinforcements coming in from the north. Heavy vehicles." Michael cursed under his breath. "Samira, we need that extraction now." "It's on its way," she assured him. "Just hold them off a little longer." The sound of engines roared in the distance, growing louder with every passing second. Michael climbed out of the vehicle, joining Gabriel in laying down suppressing fire. The two brothers moved with practiced efficiency, their bond unspoken but tangible in the way they covered each other's flanks. Each shot felt like a synchronized effort, their synergy honed through shared battles. "Michael," Gabriel said between bursts of gunfire, "you really know how to pick the easy jobs." Michael grunted in response, firing another burst as two operatives attempted to flank them. "You'd be bored otherwise." A black van screeched around the corner, its tires skidding as it came to a halt beside the lead vehicle. The side door slid open, revealing Samira behind the wheel. "Get in," she shouted. Michael and Gabriel didn't hesitate, grabbing the neural integration module and climbing into the van. Gabriel slammed the door shut as Samira gunned the engine, the van lurching forward and weaving through the chaos. The van roared past disabled vehicles and scattered operatives, its reinforced body jolting with every bump. The tension inside the van was palpable as they sped away, the sounds of gunfire and explosions fading into the distance. Gabriel sat in the back, catching his breath as he inspected the neural integration module. Samira's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. "How bad is it?" Michael asked, his voice low. Samira glanced at him. "We've got what we need, but Nemesis won't let this go unanswered. They'll be hunting us harder now." Gabriel leaned back, his rifle resting across his lap. His voice was lighter now, almost teasing. "Let them come. We just gave them a taste of what it feels like to lose." Michael's jaw tightened as he stared at the module. "We're not done yet. This is just the start." Samira nodded. "I'll decrypt the data as soon as we're back at the safe house. Whatever Carmichael's planning, this should give us the edge we need." Gabriel smirked faintly. "And if it doesn't?" Michael's gaze didn't waver. "Then we keep hitting them until it does." The van disappeared into the night, leaving the smoldering remains of the convoy behind. For the first time in weeks, Michael felt a glimmer of hope. The tables had turned, and now it was Nemesis's turn to run. Each mile they put between themselves and the wreckage carried the faintest sense of momentum, the start of a tide they would refuse to let recede. Chapter 19, Shattered Loyalties. The recorder lay on the table, its small red light blinking faintly as it continued to process the captured audio. The safe house was silent, save for the hum of Samira's computer as she worked to decode and analyze the information they had gathered. Gabriel paced the room, his frustration evident in the sharp staccato of his boots against the wooden floor. Michael stood by the window, staring out at the cityscape that stretched beyond the cracked glass. The distant hum of traffic blended with the faint rustling of wind through the building's cracks, adding to the oppressive stillness. "How much longer?" Gabriel's voice cut through the stillness. Samira didn't look up. "As long as it takes. The encryption on this file isn't like anything I've seen before. They've layered it with biometric keys and time-stamped contingencies. It's designed to self-destruct if tampered with." Michael turned from the window, his arms crossed. "Can you break it?" Samira's fingers flew across the keyboard, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I can, but I need time. And once we access it, there's no guarantee the data will be intact. We're dealing with some of the most advanced systems in the world." Gabriel let out a frustrated sigh and sank onto the couch. "So we're just sitting ducks until then?" "For now," Michael said, his tone even. "We need this intel. Without it, we're blind." Gabriel rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath. "Blind sitting ducks. Great." Samira glanced at him, a flicker of amusement crossing her face despite the tension. "You're surprisingly eloquent when you're annoyed." Gabriel shot her a look, but didn't respond. Instead, he leaned back, closing his eyes. The weight of the mission and its implications hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that none of them could escape. Michael's eyes drifted back to the city, the glow of distant lights a reminder of what they were fighting to protect and how much they stood to lose. Hours later, the silence was broken by the sudden chime of Samira's computer. She sat upright, her eyes scanning the screen. "Got it." Michael and Gabriel moved to her side, their anticipation mirrored in their tense postures. The recorder's audio file had been decoded, revealing a series of directives and a detailed timeline. Samira clicked play, and Carmichael's calm, authoritative voice filled the room. "The activation sequence will commence in 72 hours. All assets are to be positioned according to the predetermined grid. Any deviation will result in immediate termination of the asset in question. Phase 4 is not merely a test, it is the culmination of Nemesis's purpose. Failure is not an option." Michael's jaw tightened as the recording continued, detailing the locations of key facilities and the distribution of Nemesis's operatives. The scope of the plan was staggering. Each location Carmichael mentioned carried implications of far-reaching control, from political capitals to industrial centers critical to global infrastructure. Gabriel let out a low whistle. "They're gearing up for something big." Samira nodded, her expression grim. "Phase 4 isn't just an operational directive. It's a global initiative. If they succeed, they'll have influence over entire nations." Michael's mind raced as he processed the implications. 72 hours. That's all we have to stop this. Gabriel crossed his arms. "How? We can't hit all these locations. Even if we had a team of 100, it wouldn't be enough." "We don't need to hit them all," Michael said. He pointed to the map Samira had pulled up, highlighting a cluster of facilities in a specific region. This is the command nexus. It's where everything feeds back to. If we take it down, we can sever their ability to coordinate Phase 4. Samira studied the map, her eyes narrowing. "That's a heavily fortified facility. It's not just about firepower, it's built to withstand infiltration." Gabriel scoffed. "Of course it is. Why would they make anything easy for us?" Michael ignored the sarcasm, his focus unwavering. "We'll need to divide their attention. Create diversions at secondary locations to draw their forces away from the Nexus. If we can thin out their defenses, we'll have a shot." Samira nodded slowly. "It's risky, but it's the only chance we have." Gabriel sighed, running a hand through his hair. "When isn't it risky?" The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Samira worked tirelessly to coordinate the diversions, using their limited resources to simulate larger forces and draw Nemesis's attention. Gabriel secured the equipment they would need for the assault, calling in favors from old contacts and scouring black market channels. Michael spent hours reviewing the Nexus's schematics, memorizing every corridor, every security measure. Every detail became a potential weakness, every flaw a possible advantage. As the 72-hour mark loomed closer, the team gathered in the safe house's cramped main room. The tension was palpable, each of them acutely aware of the stakes. Michael addressed them, his voice steady. "This is it. We hit the diversions hard and fast, then move on the Nexus. If we're successful, we can cripple Nemesis's ability to execute Phase 4. Samira nodded, her determination evident. "We've come this far. Let's finish it." Gabriel smirked faintly, his usual sarcasm tempered by the gravity of the moment. "No pressure, right?" Michael allowed himself a small smile. "None at all." The first diversion struck at midnight. A warehouse suspected of housing Nemesis's assets erupted into chaos as explosives planted earlier in the day detonated in a synchronized sequence. The second hit came 30 minutes later, targeting a communications hub in the city's industrial district. Nemesis's response was immediate and aggressive, their forces scrambling to contain the damage. Samira's remote monitoring displayed the chaos in real time, a patchwork of security feeds flickering with panicked movements and hastily deployed reinforcements. As the diversions unfolded, Michael, Samira, and Gabriel approached the Nexus under the cover of darkness. The facility was an imposing structure, its towering walls lined with motion, sensors and automated turrets. Drones hovered in tight patrol patterns, their searchlights slicing through the night. Samira activated her tablet, syncing with the facility's systems. "I can disrupt the sensors and reroute the drones, but it won't hold for long. We'll need to move quickly." Michael nodded. "Do it. Gabriel, take out the outer guards. Samira and I will move on the entry point." Gabriel didn't hesitate, slipping into the shadows and dispatching the guards with quiet efficiency. Each takedown was calculated and swift, ensuring no alarms were triggered. As soon as the perimeter was clear, Samira disabled the sensors, and the trio moved swiftly toward the main entrance. The lock on the door was complex, but Samira bypassed it with practiced ease. Inside, the air was cool and sterile, the faint hum of machinery reverberating through the corridors. The team moved cautiously, their weapons drawn as they navigated the labyrinthine interior. Every step brought them closer to the command center, and the weight of the mission pressed heavily on their shoulders. When they reached the control room, Samira immediately set to work, connecting her tablet to the central terminal. Michael and Gabriel stood guard, their senses on high alert. "How long?" Michael asked, his voice low. 5 minutes, Samira replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard. The sound of approaching footsteps sent a jolt of adrenaline through Michael. He signaled to Gabriel, and the two moved to intercept the incoming guards. The ensuing firefight was intense, the narrow corridors amplifying the echoes of gunfire. Michael's focus was razor-sharp as he fought to protect Samira, each second feeling like an eternity. "Done!" Samira called out, disconnecting her tablet. "We've severed their network. Phase 4's coordination is down." Michael nodded, his relief tempered by the urgency of their situation. "Then let's get out of here." The trio fought their way back to the exit, the facility's alarms blaring around them. As they burst into the night, the weight of their success mingled with the knowledge that the fight was far from over. For now, they had struck a critical blow against Nemesis, but the storm was still gathering. Chapter 20. The Betrayer's Gambit. The safe house felt more like a pressure cooker than a sanctuary. Michael sat at the small dining table, his eyes fixed on the neural integration module they had recovered. The sleek black device seemed almost innocuous against the backdrop of scattered blueprints, empty. Coffee cups, and the faint glow of Samira's laptop. But Michael knew better. This was a piece of Carmichael's master plan, a weapon in a war they barely understood. Gabriel leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his frustration evident in the sharp rhythm of his foot tapping against the floor. "We've got the module. We've hit their convoys. So why does it feel like we're still running in circles?" Samira didn't look up from her laptop, her fingers flying over the keys. "Because we are. Nemesis isn't just a company, Gabriel. It's a network, a hydra with too many heads to count. Cutting one off doesn't mean it stops moving. Gabriel let out a sharp laugh, shaking his head. Great. So what's the plan? We keep hitting them until we run out of ammo or luck. Michael's gaze didn't waver from the module. We're not done yet. He tapped the device with a finger. This is the key. Whatever Carmichael's planning, this module is part of it. We figure out how it works, and we figure out how to stop it. Samira's voice cut through the tension, steady but laced with urgency. I'm decrypting the data now. There's a lot to sort through, but I've already found some references to a Phase 4 command hub. It's a central facility where they're coordinating their operations. If we take it out, we don't just slow them down. We cripple them. Gabriel pushed off the wall, his interest piqued. Coordinates? Not yet, Samira admitted. But I'm close. The encryption's advanced, but... She trailed off, her fingers never stopping. There, got it. Northern Industrial Zone, heavily fortified. Michael stood, his resolve hardening. Then that's our target. The industrial zone loomed ahead, its jagged silhouettes shrouded in fog and shadow. The team parked their van a safe distance away, hidden behind a cluster of abandoned freight containers. Michael, Gabriel, and Samira moved with practiced efficiency, their gear secured and their expressions grim. Samira pulled up the facility's schematics on her tablet. The command hub is buried 3 levels underground. The upper floors are decoys, offices and storage. The real operation is below, protected by biometric locks and armed security. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a fortress. It is, Samira replied, but there's a maintenance shaft here. She pointed to a spot on the map. It'll bypass the main checkpoints and take us directly to the lower levels. It's not unguarded, but it's our best shot. Michael nodded, his focus unshaken. Let's move. The maintenance shaft was a claustrophobic crawl space, its metal walls cold and damp. The team moved in silence, their breathing muffled by the tight quarters. Michael led the way, his flashlight casting narrow beams that flickered with every step. The sound of distant machinery vibrated through the walls, a constant reminder of the facility's purpose. When they emerged into the lower levels, the stark, sterile environment of the command hub greeted them. Bright fluorescent lights reflected off polished floors, and the air was thick with the hum of servers and automated systems. Samira consulted her tablet, her voice barely above a whisper. The command center is 2 corridors down. Security's lighter here, but we can't afford mistakes. Michael signaled for silence, his senses on high alert as they moved through the labyrinthine halls. The tension was palpable, each step a test of their resolve. When they reached the command center, 2 guards stood outside the entrance, their postures rigid and their weapons ready. Gabriel grinned faintly, his grip tightening on his rifle. I've got this. Before Michael could respond, Gabriel moved with swift precision, taking down the first guard with a silenced shot. The second guard barely had time to react before Michael closed the distance, disarming him with a quick strike and rendering him unconscious. Clear, Michael said, motioning for Samira to move in. She worked quickly, connecting her tablet to the command center's central terminal. Lines of code scrolled across the screen as she bypassed layers of security. I'm in, she said, downloading their operational logs now. Michael and Gabriel stood guard, their weapons trained on the corridor. The sound of Samira's rapid typing filled the room, each keystroke a reminder of the ticking clock. How long? Michael asked. 2 minutes, Samira replied, her focus unbroken. The faint echo of footsteps sent a jolt of adrenaline through Michael. He signaled to Gabriel, who moved to cover the door. We've got company, Gabriel said, his voice tight. Michael's grip on his weapon tightened. Hold them off, Samira. Finish the download. The first Nemesis operatives rounded the corner, their weapons raised. Gabriel fired, his shots precise and deliberate, forcing them to take cover. Michael joined him, the 2 brothers working in unison to keep the attackers at bay. Almost there, Samira said, her voice strained. Just a few more seconds. The firefight intensified, the confined space amplifying every shot. Sparks flew as bullets struck the metal walls, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Gabriel took down another operative, but more were closing in. "Now would be a good time," Gabriel shouted. "Done," Samira said, disconnecting her tablet. "Let's move." Michael tossed a smoke grenade, the thick plume obscuring their exit, as the team retreated down the corridor. They moved quickly, their path illuminated by the faint glow of emergency lights. The sound of pursuit faded as they reached the maintenance shaft, climbing back into the cramped tunnel. The van roared to life as the team emerged into the night, their breaths heavy and their faces streaked with grime. Samira clutched her tablet, her expression a mix of exhaustion and triumph. "We got it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Michael nodded, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Good. Let's see what Nemesis has been hiding." Gabriel leaned back in his seat, a faint smirk on his face. Another win for the underdogs. The van disappeared into the darkness, the stolen data their only light against the growing shadow of Nemesis. Chapter 21, The Breaking Point. The mountain compound was eerily quiet in the aftermath of the battle. The hum of servers and the faint flicker of emergency lights were the only signs of life in the cavernous control room. Michael paced near the central console, his weapon still in hand, his mind racing with every possible scenario. Samira was crouched by the main terminal, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she worked to extract the critical data from Nemesis's systems, the tension in her movements mirroring the weight of their mission. Gabriel stood near the entrance, his rifle trained on Carmichael, who sat restrained in one of the high-backed chairs at the center of the room. Despite the chaos around her, she remained unnervingly composed, her calm gaze locked on Michael as if she were the one in control of the situation. Her stillness was unnerving, a stark contrast to the adrenaline-fueled urgency of the team around her. "You think you've won," Carmichael said, her voice smooth and deliberate. "You're only delaying the inevitable. Nemesis isn't just a network, it's an evolution." Gabriel scoffed, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Spare us the speeches. You've lost, Carmichael." She tilted her head, her faint smile never wavering. "Have I? You don't even understand what you've walked into." Michael stepped forward, his gaze sharp. "Then explain it to us. Enlighten me, Carmichael. What's Phase 4 really about?" Carmichael's expression didn't change. Phase 4 is the next step in human evolution. Order, efficiency, survival, without chaos, without the burden of free will. Michael's jaw tightened. "And you think that's worth the cost of enslaving billions?" "It's not enslavement," she said, her tone almost condescending. "It's freedom from the burdens that destroy us. Greed, fear, division." Gabriel shook his head, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're insane." Before Carmichael could respond, Samira's voice cut through the tension. "Got it. The data's downloaded." She disconnected her tablet from the terminal, slipping it into her pack. "But there's a problem." Michael turned to her, his stomach sinking. "What kind of problem?" Samira hesitated, her brow furrowed. "Phase 4. It's already active. The activation sequence started before we got here. We're too late to stop it from launching." Gabriel cursed under his breath, his frustration palpable. "So what now?" Michael's mind raced as he processed the implications. "We can still disrupt it. If we take out the primary servers, we might be able to force a shutdown." Carmichael's laughter was soft but chilling. "You're underestimating what Phase 4 is capable of. The system is adaptive. Even if you destroy the servers, the network will reconfigure itself." Michael's gaze hardened. "Then we'll destroy the entire compound if we have to." Samira nodded, her voice steady despite the urgency. "I can set charges at key points. It'll overload the system and collapse the infrastructure." Gabriel stepped closer to Carmichael, his expression dark. "And what about her? We're not leaving her behind to rebuild this nightmare." Carmichael met his gaze, unflinching. "Kill me if you must. It won't change anything. Nemesis will survive." Michael hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Carmichael's influence was undeniable, but her death wouldn't guarantee the end of Nemesis. And yet, leaving her alive felt like a risk they couldn't afford to take. "We'll decide her fate later," Michael said finally, his tone firm. "Right now, we focus on taking this place down." The team moved quickly, planting charges at critical points throughout the compound. Every step felt heavier, the weight of what they were about to do bearing down on them. Carmichael remained restrained, her calm demeanor unshaken, even as the countdown to destruction began. Each room they passed told a story of Nemesis's power, rows of servers humming with activity, laboratories filled with experimental technology, and storage bays lined with unmarked crates that hinted at untold secrets. As they set the final charge, an alarm blared, echoing through the tunnels. Samira checked her tablet, her expression grim. "They've activated a lockdown. We've got Nemesis reinforcements inbound." Gabriel cursed. "Of course they do." Michael motioned for the team to move. "We stick to the plan, get to the extraction point, and detonate the charges remotely." The escape was a blur of motion and gunfire. Nemesis operatives swarmed the compound, their coordinated assault a testament to Carmichael's leadership. Michael and Gabriel provided covering fire as Samira led the way, her tablet guiding them through the labyrinthine tunnels. The narrow corridors amplified every gunshot, the echoes reverberating like a relentless drumbeat. As they neared the extraction point, Carmichael's voice rang out, calm despite the chaos. "You think this is the end? But it's only the beginning. You can't stop what's coming." Michael didn't respond, his focus locked on getting his team out alive. They burst through the final exit, the cool mountain air hitting them like a wave. The extraction vehicle waited nearby, its engines already running. The distant glow of headlights carved a path through the darkness, a beacon of hope against the backdrop of Nemesis's collapsing stronghold. Samira climbed in first, immediately syncing her tablet to the detonators. Gabriel followed, keeping his weapon trained on Carmichael as Michael pushed her forward. Once everyone was inside, Michael gave the signal. Samira hit the detonator, and the mountain compound erupted into a fiery inferno. The ground shook beneath them as explosions tore through the structure, collapsing it in on itself. The glow of the flames illuminated the night sky, a stark contrast to the cold determination in Michael's eyes. As the vehicle sped away, the team sat in heavy silence, the weight of their actions hanging over them. Carmichael remained unflinching, her gaze fixed on Michael. "You've won a battle," she said, her voice low, "but the war is far from over." Michael met her gaze, his expression unreadable. "We'll see about that." The storm they had been fighting to contain was far from over, but for the first time, Michael felt a glimmer of hope. They had struck a blow against Nemesis, and even if the fight was far from finished, they were still standing. And as long as they stood, they would keep fighting. Part 3, Threads of Fate. Chapter 22, The Gathering Storm. The safe house was a wreck, a stark reflection of the team's battered morale. The single light bulb dangling from the ceiling cast harsh shadows over the scattered equipment, discarded wrappers, and blood-stained bandages that littered the floor. Michael Rowe sat at the small dining table, his knuckles white as they gripped a steaming mug of coffee. His thoughts churned like the storm gathering outside. The first faint growls of thunder, a reminder of the chaos waiting just beyond the fragile walls. "We can't keep going like this," Gabriel said, pacing near the boarded-up window. He still wore the bruises from their last mission, the dark swell under his eye a testament to how close they'd come to losing everything. His voice held a raw edge, frustration mingling with exhaustion. "Every move we make, she's already there. Every lead, every safe house, she's a step ahead." Michael didn't look up. His focus remained on the mug, its surface reflecting a distorted image of his face. "She has to slip up eventually. Nobody's perfect, not even Carmichael." Gabriel let out a harsh laugh, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Carmichael isn't just anybody. She's built an empire of precision and fear. And he gestured to the room, his voice breaking. We're hanging on by threads, Michael. Threads are enough, Michael said quietly. Before Gabriel could respond, the door creaked open and Samira Patel stepped inside, the rain on her jacket glistening under the dim light. She carried a thick manila folder, her face pale but determined. I've got something, she said, dropping the folder onto the table. Michael snapped to attention, his mug forgotten. Gabriel straightened as well, his skepticism momentarily giving way to curiosity. Samira opened the folder, revealing a map and several grainy photographs. It's a directive, part of the data we recovered from Nemesis's last facility. Gabriel was right. Carmichael is tightening her grip. Phase 4 is more than a mass deployment. It's global replacement. Michael's stomach twisted as he studied the photographs. They depicted a man at a podium, his posture and gestures eerily familiar. The image's resolution was poor, but the implication was clear. The man was a replica. He's already been replaced, Samira said, her voice steady but grim. A high-ranking diplomat. This is only the beginning. The decrypted files point to a series of Genesis nodes, key facilities that Nemesis is using to program and deploy the replicas. She tapped the map. One of them is here. Gabriel frowned as he leaned over her shoulder. That's deep in Nemesis territory, heavily fortified. What's the play? Michael's mind raced as he pieced together the fragments of their intelligence. We hit it. We've been on the defensive too long. If these Genesis nodes are what keeps Phase 4 operational, we tear one down and show them they aren't invincible. Gabriel shook his head. It's suicide. You've seen their security. We'd be walking into a meat grinder. We'll recruit help, Samira said, her voice calm but insistent. I've already reached out to Detective Anderson. He's been tracking Nemesis independently since we last saw him. If we can convince him to join us, he could provide intel, maybe even contacts. Anderson? Gabriel's voice dripped with skepticism. The same guy who nearly got us killed in Prague? He's a survivor, Samira countered, and he hates Nemesis as much as we do. He's already flagged inconsistencies in the behavior of key officials. He'll come around. Michael nodded. Do it. And while we wait, we plan. Every contingency, every escape route. If we're going to take on Nemesis directly, we need to be smarter than ever. The sound of rain intensified outside, the storm finally breaking in earnest. Thunder rumbled, shaking the walls of the safe house. For a moment, the three of them stood in silence, the weight of their mission settling over them like a shroud. Gabriel broke the silence, his voice quieter now. If this is the move, then let's make it count. No more running, no more half measures. Michael met his brother's gaze, the unspoken tension between them momentarily giving way to shared determination. No more half measures, he echoed. The storm had subsided by the time Anderson arrived at the rendezvous point, a grimy diner on the outskirts of the city. Michael, Gabriel, and Samira watched from the corner booth as the detective walked in, his trench coat dripping from the rain. His sharp eyes swept the room before settling on them. Anderson approached cautiously, his movements deliberate. He slid into the booth without waiting for an invitation, his gaze locking onto Michael's. You've got guts calling me, Anderson said, his tone neutral but edged with suspicion. After Prague, I figured we were done. Michael didn't flinch. We're not done until Nemesis is finished. You know that. Anderson's lips twitched, almost a smile. So what's the play this time? Samira slid the map across the table. A Genesis node. If we take it out, we disrupt Phase 4 and send a message. We need intel and support. You're the best shot we've got. Anderson studied the map for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he leaned back, crossing his arms. You're insane. But you're right. I've been watching Nemesis long enough to know they're gearing up for something massive. If you're serious about hitting them, I'm in. But this has to be clean. No screw-ups. Michael extended his hand. Then let's get to work. Anderson shook it, his grip firm. Let's. But don't make me regret this. Back at the safe house, the atmosphere shifted. Anderson brought with him a renewed sense of purpose, his experience and insights helping to refine their plan. He provided details about the node's layout, patrol routes, and potential weak points. As the team worked late into the night, their earlier tension gave way to a fragile sense of unity. Anderson's contributions went beyond strategy. His gruff pragmatism challenged the team's assumptions, forcing them to anticipate failures and adapt in real time. At one point, he dissected the team's escape routes, pointing out vulnerabilities they hadn't considered. "You've got brains," he said gruffly, "but Nemesis will outsmart you if you don't plan for the worst." Gabriel begrudgingly admitted Anderson's value after a particularly pointed suggestion about using synchronized drone disruptions to mask their infiltration. "Okay, fine," Gabriel muttered. "You're not completely useless." Anderson's wry smile in response carried the faintest trace of camaraderie. By dawn, the plan was set. The Genesis node would be their first offensive strike against Nemesis, a high-stakes gamble that could either cripple Phase 4 or spell their doom. Michael stood by the window, watching as the first rays of sunlight pierced the storm clouds. For the first time in weeks, he felt a flicker of hope. "This is it," he said quietly, his voice firm. No turning back. Behind him, Gabriel, Samira, and Anderson nodded in silent agreement. The storm had broken, but the real battle was only beginning. Hours later, the safe house buzzed with activity. Anderson was testing a portable jammer, its faint hum filling the room as he adjusted its frequency. Samira fine-tuned their digital countermeasures, ensuring their approach wouldn't trip Nemesis's early warning systems. Gabriel inspected the drones he'd armed with custom EMP payloads, his movements careful but purposeful. Michael oversaw it all, stepping between his team and offering quiet words of encouragement where needed. "We're taking a risk even discussing this here," Anderson said without looking up from his device. "Nemesis has ears everywhere." "Then we stay one step ahead," Michael replied, "and we hit them hard enough that they don't have time to listen." Gabriel snorted. "Bold strategy. Let's hope it works." Samira glanced up from her laptop, her expression serious. "We've accounted for as much as we can. The rest, well, it's going to come down to us." Michael nodded. "And we've never been more ready." As the sun climbed higher, the team loaded their gear into a nondescript van parked outside. The storm clouds had cleared, leaving the air crisp and heavy with the promise of what was to come. Anderson took the driver's seat, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon as he started the engine. Gabriel slid into the back, his usual sarcasm tempered by the gravity of the moment. "Let's make sure this doesn't end with us in pieces." Michael met his brother's gaze, his own resolve mirrored in Gabriel's expression. "It won't." The van pulled onto the road, its tires crunching on the gravel as the safe house disappeared behind them. Ahead, the horizon stretched wide, the sky an unbroken expanse of blue. But for the team inside, the path was anything but clear. Each mile brought them closer to the Genesis node and to the reckoning that awaited. They drove in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Samira occasionally glanced at her tablet, monitoring the scrambled feeds that masked their movements. Anderson's hands tightened on the wheel as they approached their target. Gabriel leaned his head back, his eyes closing briefly, as if steeling himself for the fight ahead. Michael's gaze remained fixed on the road, his mind a storm of strategy and determination. This was their moment. This was their chance to turn the tide, and no matter the cost, they would see it through. The real battle was beginning, and there was no room for failure. Chapter 23, A Breach in Shadows. The road leading to Nemesis's Genesis node stretched endlessly, a winding path through barren fields shrouded in the pale light of a waning moon. The team's van moved steadily forward, its tires kicking up faint clouds of dust that dissipated into the night. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension, each passenger lost in their own thoughts. The hum of the engine was a steady backdrop, punctuated occasionally by the quiet beeping of Samira's tablet as she tracked their progress and monitored the facility's drone activity. Michael sat rigid in the passenger seat, his fingers tapping absently against his thigh. His mind raced through the plan, turning over every detail and searching for cracks. The responsibility of leadership sat heavily on his shoulders now, every decision he made carrying the potential to save or destroy them all. 5 minutes out, Anderson announced from the driver's seat, his sharp tone breaking the silence. His eyes flicked briefly to Michael before returning to the road. Checkpoint ahead. Looks fortified. Michael nodded, his jaw tightening. We stick to the plan. Everyone knows their roles. No improvising unless absolutely necessary. In the back, Gabriel adjusted the strap on his rifle, his movements quick and deliberate. He'd already checked his weapon 3 times since they'd left the safe house, but the act seemed more about settling his nerves than ensuring functionality. What's the play if things go sideways? He asked, his voice laced with equal parts sarcasm and genuine concern. Michael turned to face him, his expression calm but firm. Then we adapt. We've handled worse. Gabriel snorted softly, shaking his head. Sure, just another routine infiltration into a high-security Nemesis facility. Drones are active, Samira interrupted, her eyes glued to her tablet. Their patrols match the intel we gathered. No deviations yet. I'll be able to scramble them, but the window will be tight. How tight? Michael asked, leaning toward her. 6 to 7 minutes before they reset. We'll have to move fast. Michael gave a curt nod. Good. Disable them when we're in position. As they neared the checkpoint, Anderson slowed the van, his eyes scanning the area with practiced precision. The road narrowed, funneled into a single lane, bordered by high fences and floodlights. 2 sentries stood by a reinforced gate, their rifles slung across their chests. Overhead, a surveillance drone hovered, its searchlight sweeping methodically across the pavement. Showtime, Anderson muttered, rolling down his window as the van rolled to a stop. Michael leaned slightly forward, adopting a relaxed posture that belied his readiness to act. The lead sentry approached the driver's side, his face set in a mask of suspicion. Identification, he demanded, his voice clipped and authoritative. Anderson handed over the forged credentials, his expression unreadable. The sentry took his time scanning the documents, his sharp eyes flicking toward the van's occupants. Gabriel's grip on his weapon tightened subtly, but he remained still. State your purpose, the sentry said, his tone edged with suspicion. Equipment delivery, Anderson replied smoothly. Priority requisition from Central Command. Check your logs. The sentry hesitated, then turned to a terminal mounted beside the gate. He tapped at the screen, the faint glow illuminating his face. After a tense moment, he nodded and stepped back. You're clear. Move through. Anderson nodded curtly and eased the van forward as the gate creaked open. The moment they passed through, Gabriel let out a low whistle. I can't believe that worked. Don't celebrate yet, Michael said, his eyes scanning the facility's perimeter as it came into view. The hard part's still ahead. The Genesis node loomed like a monolith in the valley below, its steel and concrete structure an imposing presence against the dark landscape. The facility's perimeter was a fortress. Towering fences topped with razor wire encircled the compound, and watchtowers with armed guards stood sentinel at each corner. Floodlights swept rhythmically across the grounds, casting stark shadows that shifted with an eerie fluidity. There, Samira whispered, pointing to a maintenance entrance near the east side of the compound. It's the least guarded entry point. I can disable the sensors, but once we're inside, we'll have to move quickly. The drones will reset in 15 minutes. Michael turned to Anderson, who had parked the van in a patch of dense foliage, just beyond the facility's surveillance range. Stay with the van. Keep the engine running. If things go south, we'll need a quick extraction. Anderson nodded, his gaze steady. Just don't make me wait too long. Michael, Gabriel, and Samira exited the van, moving swiftly and silently toward the facility. The night air was sharp and cold, their breaths visible in the moonlight. Gabriel took point, his weapon at the ready, while Samira tracked their movements through her tablet. Michael brought up the rear, his senses tuned to the slightest sound or movement in the shadows. When they reached the maintenance entrance, Samira knelt by the control panel, her fingers moving deftly over the interface. The faint click of the lock disengaging was a welcome sound, and she pushed the door open, revealing a narrow corridor bathed in harsh fluorescent light. "We're in," she whispered. Michael motioned for them to proceed. The air inside was cool and sterile, the faint hum of machinery reverberating off the walls. The corridor stretched ahead, intersecting with a series of smaller passages that led deeper into the facility. Gabriel paused at the first junction, peering around the corner. "2 guards. They haven't seen us." Michael nodded. "We take them out quietly. No alarms." Gabriel moved first, his steps silent as a shadow. In one swift motion, he incapacitated the nearest guard, catching him before he could hit the ground. Michael followed with equal precision, neutralizing the second guard and dragging him into an alcove. They secured the guard's weapons and pressed forward. Samira's voice was barely audible. "The server room is 3 levels down. We'll need the service elevator." Michael frowned. Elevators mean cameras. "I'll loop the feed," Samira said, already accessing the elevator's control panel. "But we'll have 90 seconds at most." The elevator ride was tense, the silence broken only by the soft hum of the machinery. Michael's pulse quickened as the doors slid open, revealing the server room beyond. It was a vast, cavernous space filled with rows of blinking servers, their hum almost deafening in the enclosed space. Samira wasted no time, connecting her tablet to the main terminal. "Uploading the virus now. This will take about 3 minutes." Michael and Gabriel took up defensive positions near the entrance, their weapons trained on the corridor. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the progress bar on Samira's tablet inched forward. "We've got company," Gabriel hissed, spotting a squad of Nemesis operatives approaching. "Hold them off," Michael ordered, his voice calm but firm. "Samira, status?" 80%, she replied, her focus unbroken. The first shots rang out, sharp and deafening. Michael and Gabriel returned fire, their movements precise and coordinated. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the metal walls, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. 95%, Samira called out, her voice tight with urgency. "Make it fast," Michael shouted over the chaos. The virus completed its upload, just as another wave of operatives rounded the corner. Samira disconnected her tablet and nodded to Michael. "It's done!" "Fall back," Michael barked. The team fought their way back to the elevator, the corridors erupting with gunfire. When the elevator doors closed, the sound of the battle faded to a distant echo. As they ascended, Michael's mind raced. They'd succeeded. For now. When they reached the surface, Anderson was waiting, the van's engine idling. "Move," he shouted. The team piled in, and Anderson floored the accelerator. Behind them, the facility's lights flickered and died, a testament to their efforts. But the weight of their mission remained heavy. They had taken down one node, but the war was far from over. Michael sat in silence, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "1 node down," he murmured, "and miles to go." Chapter 24. Fault Lines in the Fabric. The city skyline was a patchwork of glowing lights and shadowed spires, the corporate district gleaming like a crown against the darkened sky. At its heart stood Nemesis's central hub, a monolith of glass and steel that seemed to pierce the heavens. It was more than a building. It was a fortress, a testament to the unchecked power Carmichael had amassed. Michael sat in the passenger seat of the team's van, his jaw tight and his gaze fixed on the glowing tower in the distance. The air inside the vehicle was heavy with anticipation, the hum of the engine blending with the faint buzz of Gabriel's comm unit as he ran through the final checks on their gear. "We're all set," Gabriel said, his voice low but steady. He glanced at Michael, his expression unreadable. "You ready for this?" Michael didn't answer immediately. He ran a hand through his hair, his thoughts churning. "We don't have a choice. If we don't take this hub offline, Carmichael wins." From the driver's seat, Samira turned to face them, her sharp eyes gleaming in the dim light. The virus is prepped. Once I'm inside, I'll need at least 10 minutes to deploy it. We'll be exposed the entire time, so keep their attention on you." Gabriel smirked faintly. "Drawing attention is kind of my specialty." Michael's lips twitched into a brief, humorless smile. "Just make sure you don't get yourself killed." Samira's tone softened, cutting through their banter. "This isn't just about us anymore. If Nemesis's neural network goes live, we lose everything. Everyone loses everything." Michael nodded, his resolve hardening. "Let's move." The infiltration began at the edge of the district, where the city's opulence gave way to shadowed alleys and forgotten infrastructure. The team parked the van in a derelict loading bay, its rusted gates offering partial cover from the security drone circling above. Samira consulted her tablet, her fingers flying over the screen. "I've looped their external feeds. You've got a 3-minute window to reach the maintenance entrance before the system resets." Michael checked his gear, the weight of his rifle familiar and grounding. "We'll be quick." Gabriel adjusted his vest, his expression unusually serious. "Let's hope they're not quicker." The team moved as one, their steps muffled against the damp pavement. The maintenance entrance loomed ahead, a steel door tucked behind an unmarked delivery dock. Samira approached the keypad, her tools already in hand. Within seconds, the lock disengaged with a faint hiss. "We're in," she whispered, pushing the door open. "Stay close." The interior of the hub was a stark contrast to its sleek exterior. The maintenance corridors were narrow and utilitarian, their exposed pipes and cables humming faintly with the building's energy. The fluorescent lights overhead cast harsh shadows, and the air was thick with the faint smell of ozone. Samira led the way, her tablet guiding them through the labyrinthine passages. "The main server room is 2 levels down. Once we're there, I'll need you two to hold the line while I upload the virus." Michael nodded, his senses on high alert. Every corner they turned felt like a potential ambush, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Gabriel brought up the rear, his rifle raised as his eyes scanned their surroundings. The tension broke as they reached a security checkpoint. 2 guards stood outside a reinforced door, their postures rigid and their weapons at the ready. Michael held up a hand, signaling the team to stop. "We'll take them quietly," he murmured. "Gabriel, you take the one on the left. I'll handle the other." Gabriel gave a quick nod, moving into position. The takedown was swift and silent, the guards crumpling to the floor before they could react. Michael dragged one of the bodies into a nearby alcove, his movements efficient and precise. Samira accessed the terminal beside the door, her fingers a blur as she bypassed the lock. The door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing the server room beyond. The server room was a vast, cavernous space, its walls lined with rows of blinking machines that hummed with energy. At its center stood the primary terminal, its interface glowing with an eerie blue light. The air was cool and sterile, a stark contrast to the heat of their mounting tension. Samira moved to the terminal, connecting her tablet and beginning the upload process. "This will take 10 minutes, she said, her voice steady but strained. "Keep them off me." Michael and Gabriel positioned themselves near the room's entrance, their weapons trained on the corridor beyond. The first wave of Nemesis operatives arrived within minutes, their footsteps echoing down the hall. "Here they come," Gabriel muttered, raising his rifle. The firefight was immediate and brutal. Michael and Gabriel worked in tandem, their movements precise as they held the line. Bullets ricocheted off the server racks, sparks flying as the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Gabriel's rifle barked repeatedly, each shot finding its mark, while Michael's controlled bursts forced the operatives into cover. "Halfway done," Samira called out, her focus unbroken. More operatives flooded the corridor, their tactics more aggressive. Michael ducked behind a console, his breath coming in sharp bursts as he reloaded. Gabriel tossed a smoke grenade, the thick plume obscuring their movements and buying them precious seconds. "They're not letting up," Gabriel said, his voice taut. "They can't stop us now," Michael replied, firing another burst. The terminal let out a soft chime, and Samira's voice rang out. "It's done! The virus is in. Let's move. Michael threw another grenade, the explosion covering their retreat as the team sprinted back toward the maintenance corridors. The echoes of gunfire and shouting faded as they navigated the maze of passages, emerging into the cool night air moments later. The van sped through the city streets, its tires screeching as Samira pushed the engine to its limits. Michael and Gabriel sat in the back, their breaths heavy and their faces streaked with grime. The faint glow of the hub's lights disappeared behind them, replaced by the sprawling darkness of the outskirts. "We did it," Samira said, her voice filled with both relief and exhaustion. "Their network's compromised. It'll take them weeks to rebuild." Michael leaned back, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Weeks we'll use to hit them again. Gabriel smirked faintly, his rifle resting across his lap. One step closer to bringing Carmichael down. The van disappeared into the night, the shadows of the hub behind them. For the first time, the team felt the faintest glimmer of victory, a light cutting through the darkness of Nemesis's shadow. Chapter 25, The Doppelgangers' Gambit. The cityscape was alive with light and motion as the team's van merged into the late-night traffic, blending seamlessly with the flow. The towering skyscrapers of the business district loomed ahead, their glass facades shimmering like jagged mirrors against the night sky. Somewhere among them was Nemesis's central hub, its core systems controlling the global rollout of Phase 4. Every light in the distance felt like an eye watching them, a constant reminder of the surveillance that Nemesis had woven into every aspect of the world they were trying to save. Inside the van, the tension was palpable. Anderson navigated with practiced precision, his sharp eyes scanning every intersection and rearview mirror. Gabriel sat in the back, silently assembling and disassembling his rifle, the repetitive action grounding him in the mounting anticipation. Beside him, a duffel bag lay open, its contents revealing carefully packed explosives, extra magazines, and emergency supplies. Michael sat near the front, hunched over a tablet displaying the building's schematics. Beside him, Samira monitored live surveillance feeds, her fingers flying across her laptop's keyboard. "Shift change starts in 20 minutes, Samira said, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but the strain was evident. She didn't look up as she tapped the screen, cross-referencing patrol schedules with captured comms chatter. "That's our window to get past the main lobby without raising suspicion. Security will be preoccupied cycling out personnel." Michael nodded, his jaw tight. "And the supply convoy?" "On schedule," Samira confirmed. She tapped the screen again, pulling up a live feed of a Nemesis-marked truck approaching the loading dock. The vehicle's glowing tag showed its contents, high-priority equipment for the lower levels. "They're delivering infrastructure modules for the core. If we time it right, we can piggyback on their clearance." Gabriel looked up from his rifle, his expression skeptical. "And if we time it wrong?" "We don't," Michael said firmly. His tone left no room for argument. "We're not here to improvise. Stick to the plan." Anderson smirked faintly, his hand steady on the wheel. "You sound like you believe that." Michael didn't respond, his focus returning to the tablet. Every step of the plan had been calculated, every contingency accounted for. But he couldn't shake the voice in the back of his mind whispering that plans rarely survived first contact with Nemesis. The van came to a stop in a shadowed alley near the loading dock. The building's towering structure loomed overhead, its illuminated logo a facade for the network of control buried within. The steady hum of its power grid was faintly audible, a low pulse that felt like the heartbeat of the enemy they were about to strike. Michael, Gabriel, and Samira exited the vehicle, moving quickly to a service entrance. Anderson stayed behind, his engine idling, ready to move at a moment's notice. Samira worked quickly at the door's control panel, bypassing the security protocols with a small, handheld device. Her focus was unwavering, her hands steady as she navigated the layers of encryption. The lock disengaged with a soft click, and Michael pushed the door open, motioning for the others to follow. The corridor inside was sterile and dimly lit, its white walls and fluorescent lights creating an unsettling sense of detachment from the bustling city outside. "Loading docks just ahead," Samira whispered, checking the blueprint on her tablet. "We sync with the convoy there." They moved in silence, their footsteps muffled against the polished floor. The faint hum of machinery and distant voices echoed through the corridor, adding to the tension. Every shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally, their movements amplified by the sterile lighting. When they reached the loading dock, they positioned themselves behind a stack of crates, waiting for the convoy to unload. The truck rolled into the dock moments later, its brakes hissing softly. 2 guards exited the cab, engaging in casual conversation as they approached the rear. Samira's fingers danced over her tablet, intercepting their clearance codes and transmitting them to the building system. "We're in," she said, nodding to Michael. The guards opened the truck's rear doors, revealing pallets of equipment. The team moved swiftly, blending into the activity as workers began unloading the cargo. Dressed in stolen uniforms, they moved with purpose, careful not to draw attention. Gabriel hefted a crate, his muscles straining as he adjusted its balance, muttering under his breath about Nemesis's love of heavy tech. Gabriel's voice crackled softly over their comms. "So far, so good. What's next?" "Service elevator," Michael replied. "It'll take us to the lower levels. From there, we access the core." As the workers cleared the last of the pallets, the team slipped away from the dock and into the elevator. Samira tapped into the panel, looping the camera feed as the elevator descended. The faint hum of its movement felt like the ticking of a clock, counting down to the inevitable confrontation. When the doors opened, they were met with the cold, sterile atmosphere of Nemesis's operational heart. The lower levels were a maze of server racks, control stations, and surveillance hubs, the hum of machinery almost deafening. "Stay sharp," Michael said, leading the way. His voice was low, but the authority in it was enough to steady their frayed nerves. The main server room was massive, its walls lined with blinking lights and rows of servers that stretched toward the ceiling. At the center of the room stood the core terminal, a sleek, black console glowing with faint blue light. 2 guards patrolled the perimeter, their movements methodical, their gazes sharp. Samira nodded to Gabriel, who moved silently toward the nearest guard. With precise efficiency, he incapacitated the man, catching him before he could make a sound. Michael dispatched the second guard just as quickly, and the team moved to the terminal. "I'm in," Samira said, connecting her tablet to the core. The screen flooded with lines of code as she began uploading the virus. "It'll take 3 minutes to propagate through their systems." 3 minutes we might not have," Gabriel muttered, taking up a defensive position near the door. As if on cue, an alarm blared, red lights flashing throughout the room. Michael's jaw tightened. "We've been made. Hold them off." The first wave of Nemesis operatives stormed into the room moments later, their weapons raised. Gabriel and Michael opened fire, their movements synchronized as they fought to keep the attackers at bay. Bullets ricocheted off the server racks, sparks flying in every direction. 2 minutes, Samira called out, her voice strained as she worked. "Make it faster," Michael growled, reloading his weapon. The firefight intensified, the operatives' numbers seeming to multiply with every passing second. Gabriel gritted his teeth, taking down another attacker with a well-placed shot. "They just keep coming." Michael's focus remained unbroken. "Hold the line. We're not leaving without that data." 1 minute, Samira announced, her hands flying over the keyboard. The team's position grew increasingly precarious as the operatives pressed forward. Anderson's voice crackled over the comms. "Extraction point's getting hot. You need to move now." "Not yet," Michael replied. "Samira?" "Done," she said, disconnecting her tablet. "The virus is in. Let's go." The team fell back, covering each other as they retreated through the maze of servers. The alarms continued to blare, the red lights casting ominous shadows on the walls. They reached the elevator and piled in, the doors closing just as another wave of operatives rounded the corner. As the elevator ascended, Michael exhaled slowly, his pulse pounding in his ears. Good work, but we're not out yet. The doors opened to chaos. The building's upper levels were in lockdown, Nemesis personnel scrambling to contain the breach. Anderson's voice came through the comms again. Van's ready. West exit. You've got 30 seconds. The team moved quickly, navigating the corridors with practiced precision. When they burst through the west exit, the van was waiting, its engine roaring. They dove inside, and Anderson floored the accelerator, speeding away from the building as gunfire echoed behind them. Inside the van, the team sat in silence, their breaths heavy. The distant glow of the city lights offered a fleeting sense of safety, but they all knew the truth. The fight was far from over. Michael leaned back, his eyes fixed on the horizon. We hit them where it hurts. Now we make sure they don't recover. Chapter 26, Threads of Revelation. The van roared through the city streets, weaving between traffic as Anderson pushed it to its limits. The glow of Nemesis's central hub faded behind them, replaced by the flashing neon of downtown. The air inside the vehicle was heavy, each team member silently processing the chaos they'd left behind. The thrum of the tires on asphalt felt like the echo of the firefight still ringing in their ears. Gabriel broke the silence, his voice raw. We barely got out of there. How long before Nemesis starts tearing the city apart looking for us? Michael, sitting in the passenger seat, stared straight ahead. His knuckles were white as they gripped the edge of the dashboard. Not long. We hit them hard, but they're still standing. They'll regroup fast. Samira's laptop hummed in the back, its screen glowing with streams of data. She didn't look up as she spoke. The virus propagated through their systems. I'm seeing signs of widespread disruption, but it's not enough. Their backup protocols are kicking in. Gabriel turned toward her, his frustration evident. So what did we just risk our lives for? If they can recover, what was the point? This, Samira said, spinning her laptop around. The screen displayed a series of encrypted files. These are schematics for Nemesis's command infrastructure. The virus gave me access to systems they thought were untouchable. We can use this. Anderson glanced at the laptop in the rearview mirror. Schematics are great, but they won't matter if Nemesis locks down the city before we make our next move. Michael's jaw tightened. Then we stay ahead of them. We have to hit their next critical point before they regroup. Gabriel scoffed, shaking his head. And where is that exactly? We can't keep fighting blind. Samira's fingers flew across the keyboard. The schematics show redundancies built into their network. There's a secondary command facility on the outskirts of the city. It's smaller than the hub, but it's critical for reestablishing control. If we take it out, we buy ourselves time. Michael nodded. Then that's where we go. Anderson frowned. We're low on everything. Ammo, gear, fuel. We need to resupply before we can even think about another mission. Michael turned to face the group. We don't have a choice. Nemesis isn't waiting for us to regroup. Every second we delay, they tighten their grip. We hit the secondary facility, resupply on the way if we have to. The team exchanged uneasy glances, but no one argued. The urgency in Michael's voice left no room for dissent. The safe house was a dimly lit storage unit tucked away in an industrial park on the city's edge. The team moved quickly, unloading the van and setting up a temporary base. Gabriel secured the entrance, checking the locks and setting trip alarms, while Anderson worked on refueling and inspecting the vehicle for damage. The faint scent of oil and dust filled the air, a reminder of the bare-bones setup they were forced to work with. Samira sat cross-legged on the floor, her laptop propped on a crate. Streams of code filled the screen as she decrypted the stolen files. Her brows furrowed in concentration as she isolated key pieces of Nemesis's infrastructure. Michael paced nearby, his mind racing through the next steps. What are we looking at? He asked, stopping behind Samira. This facility isn't as fortified as the hub, she said, pointing to a blueprint on the screen. But it's still a challenge. Perimeter security, automated turrets, and an interior defense grid. The main server room is underground, small but highly protected. Gabriel joined them, his expression grim. Any chance we can slip in quietly? I'm getting real tired of shootouts. Samira shook her head. Not likely. Even if we disable the perimeter defenses, they'll know we're there the second we breach the outer layer. We'll need to move fast. Michael nodded. Speed and precision. We hit them hard, grab what we need, and get out before they can mount a response. Anderson appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. Van's ready, but we're low on fuel. This next run has to count. Michael's gaze swept over the team. It will. Get some rest. We move at first light. The night passed fitfully. Gabriel leaned against a stack of crates, his rifle resting across his lap as he kept watch. Samira worked late into the night, refining the plan and ensuring the virus would be ready for deployment. Occasionally, she murmured to herself, tweaking algorithms or cross-referencing Nemesis's protocols. Anderson stayed by the van, double-checking the engine and making sure their escape route would hold. Michael sat in the corner, his back against the cold metal wall. His eyes were closed, but his mind refused to quiet. Every mission brought them closer to the edge, the line between survival and failure growing thinner with each step. He thought of the lives Nemesis had already destroyed, the people who would never know the cost of their fight. Failure wasn't an option. Not now. As dawn broke, the team gathered around Samira's laptop. She laid out the plan one final time, her voice steady despite the gravity of their situation. The facility's defenses rely on a central power grid, she explained, pointing to the schematic. If we take it out, we disable their turrets and interior grid. That'll give us a clear shot at the server room. Gabriel smirked faintly. Finally, some good news. Samira raised an eyebrow. Good news is relative. Taking out the power grid will trigger a lockdown. We'll have a small window to get in and out before reinforcements arrive. Michael stood, his expression resolute. We've faced worse. Let's move. The facility loomed in the distance, its sleek exterior a stark contrast to the surrounding industrial sprawl. The team parked the van in an abandoned lot, making their approach on foot. The early morning light cast long shadows across the ground, the air heavy with anticipation. Samira tapped into the facility's network from a secure device, her fingers moving with practiced precision. I've looped their surveillance feeds. We've got about 10 minutes before they notice. Michael nodded. Gabriel, take point. Anderson, you're on perimeter watch. Let's keep this clean. They moved quickly, navigating the outer perimeter and disabling the first set of defenses. Gabriel took down a patrolling guard with a swift, silent strike, dragging the body into the shadows. The team slipped through a maintenance entrance, the cool air inside a sharp contrast to the warmth outside. The facility's interior was sterile and cold, its walls lined with blinking panels and cables snaking across the ceiling. Samira led the way, her tablet guiding them through the maze of corridors. They reached the power grid control room without incident, but the sense of calm was fleeting. This is it, Samira said, connecting her tablet to the control panel. Once I shut this down, we'll have 5 minutes to reach the server room and deploy the virus. Michael glanced at the team. Be ready. The second this grid goes down, all hell's going to break loose. Samira nodded, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The hum of the facility's systems faltered, and the lights flickered before plunging into darkness. Red emergency lights bathed the corridors in an ominous glow, and alarms blared in the distance. Go, Michael barked. The team sprinted toward the server room, their footsteps echoing through the halls. The sound of approaching guards grew louder, but Gabriel and Anderson held the line, taking down hostiles with precision. Michael and Samira reached the server room, the reinforced door sealing behind them as Samira got to work. 2 minutes, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos outside. Michael paced, his weapon ready. Make it count. The door shook as guards attempted to breach it, the sound of gunfire and shouting growing louder. Gabriel's voice crackled over the comms. We're running out of time here. Almost there, Samira replied, the upload completed just as the door gave way. Michael grabbed the tablet, firing a burst at the first guard through the breach. He and Samira fell back, joining. Chapter 27. Shattered Foundations. The air inside the van was heavy with tension as it sped along the empty stretch of highway. The city lights had long disappeared, replaced by the inky blackness of the surrounding forest. Samira sat in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. Gabriel was in the back, his rifle partially disassembled as he worked methodically to clean and reassemble it. Michael sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead, his thoughts a storm of uncertainty and resolve. "This is it," Michael said, breaking the silence. "The facility up ahead, it's the core of Nemesis's operation. If we take it down, we cripple Phase 4 before it can go online." Gabriel let out a low whistle as he snapped the final piece of his rifle into place. "You make it sound easy, but let's not forget the last time we hit one of their hubs. They didn't exactly roll out the red carpet." Samira glanced at Michael, her expression grim. "Gabriel's right. This isn't just another strike. This is their last line of defense. They'll throw everything they have at us." Michael's jaw tightened. "That's why we need to be smarter, faster. If we hesitate, we lose." The facility emerged from the tree line like a monolith, its sharp edges and sterile design a stark contrast to the natural landscape around it. High fences lined the perimeter, topped with razor wire, while searchlights swept the grounds in rhythmic arcs. Armed guards patrolled in tight formations, their movements precise and unyielding. The sight was both daunting and electrifying. This was the heart of Nemesis's operation. The team parked the van a safe distance away, hidden among the dense underbrush. Samira pulled up the facility schematics on her tablet, the glow from the screen casting her face in pale light. "The control room is buried in the central structure, 3 levels down," she said. "The exterior defenses are heavy, but there's a maintenance tunnel here." She pointed to a section of the map. "It's not unguarded, but it's our best shot at bypassing the outer perimeter." Gabriel slung his rifle over his shoulder. "And once we're inside, we split up," Michael said. "Samira handles the virus upload. Gabriel and I will draw their attention and keep them off her." Gabriel raised an eyebrow. "You're really banking on her finishing that upload fast." Samira smirked faintly. "Faster than you can shoot straight." Gabriel's lips twitched into a faint smile, but his eyes betrayed the tension beneath. "Let's hope you're right." The maintenance tunnel was cramped and dark, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and rusting metal. The faint hum of machinery vibrated through the walls as the team moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the damp ground. Michael led the way, his flashlight casting narrow beams of light that danced against the curved walls. The air seemed to grow colder as they descended deeper, a chilling reminder of the high stakes ahead. "Security checkpoint ahead," Samira whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum. "2 guards." Michael nodded, signaling for silence. He motioned for Gabriel to take the left while he circled to the right. The takedown was swift and silent, the guards dropping to the ground before they could raise an alarm. Michael dragged the bodies into the shadows, his movements efficient and deliberate. He exchanged a brief glance with Gabriel, a silent confirmation of their shared focus. "Clear," he said, motioning for Samira to move forward. The control room was a stark, sterile space, its walls lined with rows of monitors and consoles that displayed streams of data. At the center of the room was the primary terminal, its interface glowing faintly in the dim light. Samira moved to the terminal immediately, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she began the upload process. "This will take 10 minutes, she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "I need you to keep them out of here." Michael and Gabriel took up positions near the entrance, their weapons trained on the corridor beyond. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed faintly, growing louder with each passing second. "Here they come," Gabriel muttered, his grip tightening on his rifle. The first wave of Nemesis operatives stormed the corridor, their movements coordinated and aggressive. Michael and Gabriel opened fire, their shots precise and controlled. The confined space amplified the gunfire, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Each shot felt like a statement, a refusal to back down against the overwhelming odds. "How's that upload?" Michael called over his shoulder. 30%, Samira replied, her focus unbroken. "Keep them off me." The operatives pressed forward, their tactics shifting as they tried to outflank the team. Gabriel tossed a grenade, the explosion sending shockwaves through the corridor and forcing the attackers to retreat. "We can't hold this position forever," Gabriel said, reloading his weapon. "We need to buy more time." Michael's mind raced. He spotted a junction box near the entrance and motioned to Gabriel. "Cover me." While Gabriel laid down suppressing fire, Michael moved to the junction box, ripping it open and disabling the lighting in the corridor. The sudden darkness disoriented the operatives, their movements faltering as they struggled to regain their bearings. Michael's breathing was heavy, but his focus never wavered. 70%, Samira announced. "Almost there." The final wave of operatives was the heaviest, their reinforcements bringing advanced weaponry and heavier armor. Gabriel's rifle clicked empty, and he switched to his sidearm. His jaw clenched as he fired into the oncoming attackers. Michael moved to his side, his own ammunition running low. The two brothers fought side by side, their bond evident in the way they covered each other's flanks. 80%, Samira said, her voice tense. "Just a little longer." An operative broke through the line, lunging toward the terminal. Michael intercepted him, a brutal hand-to-hand exchange leaving the operative sprawled on the floor. He turned back to Gabriel, his chest heaving. "Hold the line." The terminal let out a soft chime, and Samira's voice cut through the chaos. "It's done. The virus is in." Michael tossed a smoke grenade, the thick plume covering their retreat as the team fell back through the maintenance tunnel. The sound of pursuit faded as they emerged into the cool night air, their breaths ragged and their faces streaked with grime. Back in the van, the team sat in silence as Samira monitored the virus's progress on her laptop. The facility's systems flickered and failed, its lights going dark one by one as the virus took hold. The sense of victory was tempered by exhaustion, each member of the team acutely aware of the cost. "They're blind," Samira said, a faint smile breaking through her exhaustion. "Phase 4 is crippled." Gabriel leaned back, his smirk faint but triumphant. "We just made Carmichael's life a lot harder." Michael stared out the window, the weight of their victory tempered by the battles still ahead. This is just the start. Nemesis isn't done yet. The van disappeared into the darkness, carrying the team toward an uncertain future. But for the first time, they carried with them the hope of turning the tide. Their unity felt stronger, their mission clearer. Nemesis had been dealt a critical blow, but the fight for freedom was far from over. Chapter 28, A Mirror's Reflection. The safe house felt more like a pressure cooker than a sanctuary. The air was thick with unspoken tension as the team gathered around the folding table in the dimly lit room. Samira's laptop sat in the center, its screen casting an eerie glow over the worn faces surrounding it. The name Evelyn Carmichael blinked ominously on the display, like a promise of chaos waiting to unfold. The glow reflected on Gabriel's clenched fists, Michael's set jaw, and Anderson's furrowed brow, emphasizing the stakes in stark relief. Gabriel's voice broke the silence first, his tone laced with frustration. "We have her name. We know she's the mastermind, but what's the play? We can't just kick down her door and hope for the best." Michael's gaze didn't waver from the screen. "No, but we can cut off every avenue she has left. If Carmichael's the one pulling the strings, we force her to show her hand." Anderson leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "That's a hell of a gamble. She's not just going to roll over because we took out a few facilities. Carmichael's the kind of operator who's already 10 steps ahead." Samira tapped her fingers against the table, her brow furrowed. "She's methodical, yes, but no one is untouchable. The data we pulled from the convoy gives us a list of fallback locations. If we hit those, we take away her safety net. Gabriel's laugh was humorless. Sure, and while we're busy playing whack-a-mole, she'll keep tightening her grip on the city. Michael's voice was low but steady. We don't have another choice. Nemesis isn't just an organization. It's a network, and she's its center. If we dismantle the nodes, we force her to react. And when she does, we'll be ready. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the faint hum of the laptop. Anderson pushed off the wall and stepped closer to the table. Fine. Let's say we're going after these fallback points. What's the timeline? Samira brought up a map, red markers dotting key locations across the region. We have to hit them fast. The longer we wait, the more time she has to consolidate. I've prioritized 3 sites: a communications hub, a weapons cache, and a logistics center. If we can take out those, we cripple her ability to regroup. Gabriel leaned forward, his expression skeptical. 3 sites, and we're down to half our resources. This better be worth it. Michael met his brother's gaze, the weight of leadership evident in his eyes. It will be, but we need to move now. The first target was the communications hub, a sleek, windowless building tucked away in the industrial district. The team approached under the cover of darkness, their movements silent and deliberate. The hum of nearby machinery and the distant bark of a stray dog were the only sounds breaking the night's stillness. Every shadow stretched like a trap, and every noise felt amplified. Michael crouched behind a stack of pallets, scanning the area through binoculars. Guards patrolled the perimeter, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. He lowered the binoculars and turned to the team. Samira, you're on the jammer. Gabriel, take the south entrance. Anderson and I will handle the north. We regroup at the control room in 10. Samira nodded, already setting up her device. Jammers live in 3, 2, 1. The faint buzz of disrupted communications hummed in their ears as the guards' radios fell silent. Gabriel smirked, his rifle at the ready. Let's make some noise. The team moved with precision, each step calculated to avoid detection. Gabriel dispatched a guard near the south entrance with a swift, silent strike, his movements fluid. Anderson and Michael breached the north door, their silenced weapons taking out 2 guards inside. When they reached the control room, Samira was already at work. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she accessed the building's systems. Disabling external comms and uploading the virus. Give me 60 seconds. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by muffled voices. Michael motioned for silence, signaling Gabriel to take position. The tension was palpable as the team waited, each second stretching into an eternity. The guards entered, their confusion evident as they scanned the room. Gabriel struck first, his rifle butt connecting with one guard's temple, while Anderson took down another. Michael fired a single, silenced shot to neutralize the remaining threat. Samira exhaled sharply. Done. Let's move. The team exited as swiftly as they had entered, leaving the hub in chaos. Alarms blared, but the damage was done. Back in the van, Anderson navigated the streets with practiced ease, the team's silence a testament to their efficiency. But the weight of their actions clung to them, an unspoken reminder of how precarious their position had become. The weapons cache was a stark contrast to the sleek hub. A fortified warehouse surrounded by barbed wire and searchlights, it bristled with defenses. The team parked a safe distance away, surveying the layout under the cover of a nearby overpass. The metallic tang of the air mingled with the faint rumble of distant machinery. Samira pointed to the map on her tablet. Main entrance is heavily guarded, but there's a maintenance hatch on the west side. If we can breach that, we avoid the worst of the defenses. Michael nodded. Gabriel, you're on Overwatch. Anderson, Samira, and I will breach the hatch. Once we're inside, we plant charges and disable their stockpile. The plan unfolded with clockwork precision. Gabriel's sniper fire picked off key sentries, creating enough of a distraction for the rest of the team to move in. Samira bypassed the hatch's security, while Michael and Anderson covered her, their weapons trained on the shadows for any sign of movement. Inside, the warehouse was a labyrinth of crates and metal racks. The team moved quickly, planting charges at key points. The tension mounted with each passing second, the ticking clock a constant reminder of their vulnerability. Anderson checked his watch. 2 minutes until we blow this place. We need to be out by then. As they made their way to the exit, the sound of boots on concrete signaled reinforcements. Gabriel's voice crackled over the comms. "You've got company. Lots of it." Michael tightened his grip on his weapon. "We're almost clear. Hold them off." The charges detonated as the team reached the van, the explosion lighting up the night sky. Anderson floored the accelerator, the shock wave rattling the vehicle as they sped away. The warehouse burned in the rearview mirror, a pyre marking another blow against Nemesis. By the time they reached the logistics center, the team's exhaustion was evident. Dark circles shadowed their eyes, and every movement carried the weight of their relentless pace. But the fire of determination burned brighter than ever. The center was a sprawling compound, its vast expanse dotted with transport vehicles and storage facilities. Samira's intel showed it was a critical node for Nemesis's supply chain. Michael addressed the team, his voice firm. "This is the last one. We hit this, and Carmichael feels it. No mistakes." The mission was grueling, a blur of firefights and narrow escapes. Guards poured out from hidden corners, and every vehicle seemed to carry another obstacle. Gabriel held the line, his rifle blazing as he covered Samira, while she deployed another virus into the center's logistics system. Anderson set charges on transport vehicles, his movement swift despite the chaos surrounding him. When the final transport vehicle exploded in a fiery blaze, the team knew they had succeeded. Nemesis's supply lines were crippled, and the cost of rebuilding would buy them the time they needed. The compound was left in ruins, a symbol of the cracks they were forcing into Carmichael's empire. Back at the safe house, Samira reviewed the data one last time. She's going to feel this, but she's not out yet. Michael's expression was resolute. "No, but she's closer than ever. We're almost there." For the first time in weeks, the team allowed themselves a moment of hope. The fractures in Nemesis's operations were widening, and Evelyn Carmichael was running out of places to hide. Chapter 29. Into the Breach. The safe house was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of Samira's laptop and the occasional creak of the old building. Michael stood by the window, staring out at the rain-slicked streets below. The storm outside mirrored the tension inside. They had struck a decisive blow against Nemesis, but the cost was beginning to show in the team's frayed nerves and exhausted faces. Gabriel leaned against the kitchen counter, his rifle resting beside him. He'd barely spoken since they returned from the mission, and the weight of the past few days clung to him like a shadow. Samira sat at the dining table, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she monitored the aftermath of their attack. Lines of code and intercepted communications scrolled across the screen, illuminating her sharp features. "We hit them hard," Samira said, breaking the silence. "Their network's in shambles, and their command structure is scrambling to recover. But they're not out yet. Carmichael's already moving assets to consolidate her power." Michael turned from the window, his jaw tight. "What's our next move?" Samira didn't look up. "There's chatter about a fallback facility. It's a staging ground for what's left of Phase 4. If we hit it, we can cut off their ability to regroup." Gabriel's voice was low, but sharp. "And what happens when we run out of places to hit? Nemesis isn't just a building or a network. It's an idea, and Carmichael will keep rebuilding it as long as she's alive." Michael's gaze hardened. "Then we take her out. No more running, no more waiting. This ends with Carmichael." The fallback facility was located on the outskirts of the city, hidden in an industrial park that had long been abandoned. Its nondescript exterior blended seamlessly with the crumbling warehouses and overgrown lots around it. But the heightened security, floodlights, patrols, and surveillance drones betrayed its importance. The team parked their van a mile from the facility, using the cover of darkness to approach undetected. Samira crouched behind a rusted shipping container, her tablet glowing faintly as she hacked into the facility's surveillance grid. Their systems are on high alert, she whispered. They've reinforced their patrol routes, and the drones are running thermal scans. We'll need to move fast once we're inside. Michael adjusted the strap on his gear, his expression grim. What's the best entry point? Samira pointed to a service entrance on the eastern side of the facility. It's lightly guarded, but it leads directly to the lower levels. That's where they're storing the neural network servers. We take those out, and Phase 4 is dead in the water. Gabriel checked his rifle, his movements precise and deliberate. Let's hope they haven't already moved them. The infiltration was swift and silent. The team slipped past the patrols, their movements synchronized and deliberate. Gabriel took point, neutralizing a guard with a swift strike before signaling the others to follow. Samira stayed close to Michael, her focus split between her tablet and their surroundings. The service entrance opened into a narrow hallway, its stark fluorescent lights casting long shadows. Samira pulled up the facility's layout, her voice low and steady. The server room is 2 levels down. The elevators are locked, but there's a maintenance shaft we can use. Michael nodded. Lead the way. They reached the maintenance shaft without incident, but the sound of distant footsteps sent a jolt of tension through the group. Gabriel motioned for silence, his rifle trained on the hallway as Samira pried open the shaft's access panel. One by one, they descended into the lower levels, the confined space amplifying the sound of their breathing. The server room was a stark, sterile space filled with rows of humming machines. The air was cool and thick with the faint smell of ozone. Samira moved to the primary terminal, connecting her tablet and beginning the process of disabling the servers. This will take 5 minutes, she said, her voice tense. You two need to hold them off. Michael and Gabriel positioned themselves near the entrance, their weapons at the ready. The first wave of guards arrived within moments, their shouts echoing down the hallway. The brothers worked in tandem, their movements fluid and precise as they repelled the attackers. How's it coming? Michael called over his shoulder, reloading his weapon. 80%, Samira replied, her focus unbroken. Just a little longer. Gabriel tossed a grenade down the hallway, the explosion shaking the floor and forcing the guards to retreat. He turned to Michael, a faint smirk on his face. You know, for once, I'd love a mission where we're not outnumbered. Michael's lips twitched into a brief smile. Where's the fun in that? The terminal let out a soft chime, and Samira's voice rang out. Done. The servers are offline. Let's move. The team's retreat was a blur of motion and chaos. Alarms blared as more guards swarmed the lower levels, their footsteps pounding against the metal floors. Michael tossed a smoke grenade, the thick plume covering their escape, as they sprinted back toward the service entrance. They emerged into the cool night air, their breaths heavy and their faces streaked with sweat and grime. The van roared to life as Samira floored the accelerator, the facility disappearing into the distance behind them. Back at the safe house, the team regrouped around Samira's laptop. The data she had pulled from the servers glowed on the screen, a labyrinth of encrypted files and scattered directives. Carmichael's losing her grip, Samira said, her voice filled with both exhaustion and triumph. Her network's fragmented, and the remnants of Phase 4 are in disarray, but she's not giving up. Gabriel leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. She'll come at us harder now. This was her last stronghold. She won't let it go unanswered. Michael's gaze hardened as he studied the screen. Let her come. We're ready for her. The storm outside had passed, but the battle ahead was far from over. For the first time, however, the team felt the scales begin to tip in their favor. Nemesis was faltering, and Carmichael's empire was starting to crumble. All that remained was to deliver the final blow. Chapter 30. Echoes of Control. The rain had stopped by the time the team returned to the safe house, but the air still carried the weight of the storm. Water dripped from the edges of the roof, forming tiny puddles that glistened under the faint glow of a nearby street lamp. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy, a mix of exhaustion and the lingering adrenaline from their latest mission. The scent of damp clothing and stale coffee added to the sense of weariness that permeated the room. Michael sat at the dining table, his head bowed as he sifted through the files Samira had decrypted from the Nemesis server. His fingers lingered on certain phrases, his eyes narrowing as he tried to piece together Carmichael's intricate plans. Gabriel leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, his gaze distant as he stared at the cracked ceiling. His boots tapped rhythmically on the floor, a physical manifestation of his simmering frustration. Samira, her laptop perched precariously on a stack of books, was typing furiously, her focus unbroken, despite the tension that filled the room. "This is it," Samira said, her voice breaking the silence. She turned the laptop to face Michael, the screen filled with a labyrinth of data. Carmichael's contingency plans. Everything she's been working on to maintain control if Phase 4 collapsed. Michael's eyes scanned the screen, his expression hardening as he pieced together the fragmented information. She's been setting up Genesis nodes worldwide, smaller hubs designed to replicate what we just took down. If we don't stop this now, she'll rebuild faster than we can act. Gabriel's voice was sharp, his frustration evident. And where do we even start? She's scattered these nodes across the globe. We can't hit them all. Samira's fingers flew over the keyboard as she highlighted a specific section of the data. We don't have to. There's a central command protocol that ties them all together. If we take out the control system, the entire network collapses. Michael straightened, his jaw set. Where is it? Samira hesitated, then pointed to a map on the screen. Here. A hidden facility in Eastern Europe, high security, deep underground. It's the core of her operations. Gabriel exhaled sharply. Of course it is, because nothing with Nemesis is ever simple. Michael pushed back from the table, his resolve clear. Then that's where we go. This ends with Carmichael. The flight to Eastern Europe was long and silent. The team traveled under forged identities, their gear carefully concealed in diplomatic crates. Michael stared out the window of the plane, the reflection of the clouds below blending with his own troubled expression. Every glance from a stranger in the terminal felt like a potential threat. Every shadow, a possible ambush. They reached the outskirts of a remote town by nightfall, the safe house arranged by Samira's contacts offering little comfort. The cold seeped through the thin walls, and the sparse furnishings amplified the sense of isolation. Michael stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the mountains where the facility was hidden. The pale light of the moon bathed the landscape in an eerie glow, and the faint howl of wind outside seemed to mirror his own unease. Gabriel joined him, his voice low. You think this is it? The final move? Michael didn't turn. It has to be. If we don't stop her here, we might not get another chance. Gabriel nodded, his expression unreadable. Just make sure we all walk out of this. I'm not ready to lose anyone else. The approach to the facility was grueling. The narrow mountain path was shrouded in fog, the rocky terrain treacherous underfoot. The team moved cautiously, their breath visible in the frigid air. Samira consulted her tablet periodically, the GPS feed guiding them toward the hidden entrance. Each step forward felt heavier, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. We're close, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. There's an access tunnel just ahead. It leads directly to the lower levels. Michael nodded, signaling for the team to spread out. Gabriel took point, his rifle raised, his movements silent. The entrance was hidden behind a cluster of boulders, the steel door blending seamlessly with the rock. Samira quickly hacked the keypad, the door hissing open with a faint rush of air. The tunnel beyond was dimly lit, the walls lined with pipes and conduits. The faint hum of machinery vibrated through the air, a reminder of the facility's purpose. The metallic scent of the confined space mixed with the distant sound of machinery, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The team moved quickly, their footsteps muffled against the metal floor. The control room was a stark contrast to the utilitarian corridors. Rows of monitors displayed live feeds from the Genesis nodes, each one a window into Carmichael's sprawling network. At the center of the room stood a sleek console, its interface glowing with an ominous red light. The air was cold and sterile, a sharp reminder of the precision Nemesis prided itself on. Samira moved to the console, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she accessed the control system. "This is it," she said. "Once I upload the virus, it'll spread through the entire network. The nodes will shut down one by one." Michael and Gabriel took up positions near the entrance, their weapons trained on the hallway beyond. The faint sound of boots on metal reached their ears, the echo growing louder with each passing second. "We've got company," Gabriel muttered. Michael's grip on his rifle tightened. "Hold them off, Samira. How long?" 5 minutes, she replied, her voice calm despite the tension. The first wave of guards stormed the hallway, their weapons raised. Michael and Gabriel opened fire, their movements precise and synchronized. Bullets ricocheted off the walls, the confined space amplifying the cacophony of the firefight. Sparks flew as shots hit the metal walls, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Samira's voice cut through the chaos. 70%, keep them back." Gabriel tossed a flash grenade, the burst of light disorienting the attackers and buying them precious seconds. "They're not letting up," he said, reloading his weapon. "How much longer?" 90%, Samira said, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Almost there." The final wave of guards pressed forward, their tactics more aggressive. Michael took down one with a precise shot, then turned to Gabriel, his voice sharp. "Cover the left." Gabriel nodded, pivoting to take out an attacker attempting to flank them. The tension in the room was palpable, every second stretching into an eternity. Each shot fired felt heavier, the stakes higher than they'd ever been. The terminal let out a soft chime, and Samira's voice rang out. "Done. The virus is deployed." Michael threw a smoke grenade, the thick plume obscuring their escape as the team retreated back through the tunnel. The sound of pursuit faded as they reached the surface, the cold night air hitting them like a wave. Back at the safe house, the team gathered around Samira's laptop, watching as the Genesis nodes went offline one by one. The map on the screen lit up with red markers, each one signaling a shutdown. The tension in the room eased slightly, replaced by the cautious hope of victory. "It's working," Samira said, a faint smile breaking through her exhaustion. "The network's collapsing." Gabriel let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "We did it." Michael's gaze remained fixed on the screen. "This is a start, but Carmichael's still out there. She'll come for us now, harder than ever." Samira's expression sobered. "Then we make sure we're ready, whatever it takes." The storm outside had passed, but a new one was on the horizon. For the first time, however, the team felt the tide beginning to turn. They had struck at the heart of Nemesis, and now it was time to finish what they had started. Chapter 31, Fractured Resistance. The faint glow of the laptop cast long shadows across the safe house's dimly lit room. Samira sat at the table, her fingers hovering over the keyboard as she monitored the Nemesis network in real time. The team's victory over the Genesis nodes had sent shockwaves through Carmichael's empire, but the silence that followed felt more ominous than triumphant. Every creak of the safe house, every faint sound from outside, carried the weight of what was coming next. Michael stood by the window, his silhouette framed by the faint light of the moon. He hadn't spoken much since they returned, his focus fixed on the next move. The tension in his shoulders mirrored the storm brewing inside him. Gabriel lounged in the corner, his rifle across his lap, his usual smirk absent as he cleaned the weapon in deliberate, methodical strokes. He worked in silence, his mind clearly elsewhere. "It's collapsing," Samira said, breaking the silence. Her voice held a mix of triumph and unease. "The nodes are offline, and their entire network is in disarray. Carmichael's scrambling to consolidate what's left, but the damage we've done is significant." Gabriel glanced up, his brow furrowed. "So why doesn't it feel like we've won?" Michael turned from the window, his expression grim. "Because Carmichael's still out there. We've backed her into a corner, and that makes her more dangerous than ever." Samira nodded, her gaze never leaving the screen. "She's not giving up. I've intercepted comms suggesting she's regrouping at a facility near the coast. It's heavily fortified, but if we hit it, we can end this. Take her down for good. Gabriel snorted. Another fortress? Great. I was starting to miss getting shot at. Michael's jaw tightened. This is our chance to finish it. If we don't, everything we've done so far means nothing. The coastal facility was a fortress in every sense of the word. Perched on the edge of a cliff, its stark concrete walls jutted out against the crashing waves below. The air was thick with the salt of the ocean, and the distant hum of drones patrolling the perimeter added to the oppressive atmosphere. Spotlights scanned the rocky terrain, their beams cutting through the darkness like watchful eyes. The team parked their van in a secluded grove a mile from the facility. Samira spread a map across the hood, her tablet displaying live feeds of the facility's surveillance network. The glow from the screen illuminated their faces, casting sharp shadows that matched the tension among them. Carmichael's here, she said, pointing to a marked section deep within the compound. Her location is tethered to the central command room. If we breach it, we can corner her. Gabriel leaned over the map, his expression skeptical. And what's to stop her from running the moment we get inside? Samira tapped the tablet, pulling up a schematic of the facility. She's locked herself in. The command room is secure, but it's also a trap. If we take control of the system, we can force her hand. Michael's eyes scanned the map, his mind already piecing together a strategy. We split up. Samira, you take the control room. Gabriel and I will clear the way and cut off any escape routes. Gabriel's smirk returned, faint but present. And here I thought we'd be taking it easy. The infiltration was surgical. The team moved through the dense underbrush surrounding the facility, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth. The distant sound of crashing waves masked their approach, but every shadow and flicker of movement felt like a potential threat. The salty breeze carried a chill that bit at their exposed skin, adding to the sense of foreboding. Michael took point, his weapon raised as they reached the outer perimeter. Samira hacked into the security grid, her tablet emitting a soft chime as she looped the cameras. You've got 5 minutes before the system resets, she whispered. Move fast. The team slipped through the gate, their movements synchronized and deliberate. The compound's interior was a maze of corridors and open courtyards, the cold, sterile design a stark contrast to the natural beauty of the cliffs beyond. Guards patrolled in pairs, their footsteps echoing faintly against the concrete walls. Michael signaled for Gabriel to flank left, while he and Samira moved toward the control room. Gabriel's rifle barked softly, the silenced shots taking down 2 guards before they could react. Michael dispatched another pair with swift, precise strikes, their bodies slumping to the ground without a sound. Each encounter was quick and efficient, the culmination of countless missions together. The control room was a hive of activity. Rows of monitors displayed live feeds of the compound and surrounding areas, while Nemesis operatives worked feverishly at their stations. Samira wasted no time, connecting her tablet to the central console and initiating the lockdown sequence. This will take a few minutes, she said, her voice tense. Cover me. Michael and Gabriel took up defensive positions near the entrance, their weapons trained on the corridor beyond. The first wave of operatives arrived within moments, their shouts echoing down the hall as they advanced. The clatter of boots on the metal floors was nearly drowned out by the sharp crack of gunfire. They're not holding back, Gabriel muttered, firing a controlled burst that dropped 2 attackers. Michael nodded, his focus unbroken as he returned fire. They know this is their last stand. The firefight intensified, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the deafening roar of gunfire. Samira worked quickly, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she bypassed layers of encryption. Lockdown initiated, she announced. Carmichael's trapped. Let's move. The command room was an imposing space, its walls lined with screens displaying fractured remnants of Nemesis's crumbling network. At its center stood Evelyn Carmichael, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding her. She turned as the team entered, her piercing gaze landing on Michael. Michael Rowe, she said, her voice cool and unwavering. You've been a persistent thorn in my side. Michael leveled his weapon at her. It ends here, Carmichael. She smiled faintly, almost amused. Does it? Look around you. Even now my work endures. You can destroy this facility, but the seeds I've planted, they'll grow. Michael's grip tightened. Not if we stop you. Carmichael's expression darkened. You don't understand. Nemesis isn't just an organization. It's humanity's salvation. You're fighting against progress, against survival. Gabriel's voice cut through the tension. Save the speech. You've lost. For the first time, Carmichael's confidence faltered. She glanced at the monitors, the realization of her defeat sinking in. Michael stepped closer, his voice low and firm. It's over. The facility burned as the team made their escape, the glow of the flames casting long shadows across the cliffs. The roar of explosions echoed in the night, a testament to the destruction they had wrought. Back in the van, the team sat in silence, the weight of their victory tempered by the losses they had endured. Each of them bore the exhaustion of a battle hard fought, but their expressions carried a flicker of hope. Michael stared out the window, the coastline disappearing into the darkness. She was right about one thing, he said quietly. This isn't over. Nemesis will try to rise again. Samira nodded, her expression resolute. Then we'll be ready. Gabriel let out a tired laugh, his smirk faint but genuine. Bring it on. The van disappeared into the night, carrying with it the hope of a future free from Nemesis's shadow. For now, the battle was over, but the fight for humanity's freedom was far from finished. Together, they would face whatever came next, unyielding in their resolve to protect the future. Chapter 32. The Mastermind's Final Play. The safe house buzzed with quiet activity as the team regrouped. The relay station's destruction had left Nemesis scrambling, their encrypted chatter fractured and frantic. Yet, the victory felt tenuous, like a tightrope they were walking above an abyss. Each success brought them closer to their goal, but also closer to Nemesis's inevitable retaliation. Samira sat at her workstation, her laptop casting a faint glow over her furrowed brow. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, extracting the last of the data she'd pulled from the relay's servers. Around her, stacks of notes and schematics formed a chaotic halo of information. Gabriel leaned against the wall nearby, his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. His rifle was slung lazily over his shoulder, but his sharp gaze suggested he was far from relaxed. Anderson and Michael stood by the map on the table, their conversation hushed but tense. We've cut their communication lines, but they're not crippled, Anderson said, tracing a line on the map with his finger. They've still got regional cells, logistics, personnel, assets. They'll rally if we don't keep the pressure on. Michael nodded, his jaw tight. Which means they'll regroup unless we hit them again, harder. The relay was just one piece of the network. We need to dismantle it entirely. Samira's voice broke into their discussion. I've got something. The team gathered around her as she turned the laptop to face them. On the screen was a series of flagged locations, each marked with a glowing red icon. This is Nemesis's fallback network. The relay wasn't just a command station, it was a hub for coordinating their contingency plans. These sites are the next layer. Gabriel straightened, his curiosity piqued. Fallback for what? For Phase 4's infrastructure, Samira explained. They were building redundancies. If we take out these sites, we sever the last threads of their operational capabilities. Anderson studied the screen, his expression grim. They've learned from us. Each of these sites is layered with defenses. This won't be a surgical strike. It'll be a full-blown assault. Michael's voice was steady, his tone carrying the weight of their resolve. Then we plan for it. We've come too far to stop now. We hit them hard, and we hit them smart. The first site was a fortified data center embedded deep in an industrial district. The team's approach was calculated, every movement precise as they navigated the labyrinth of shipping containers and loading docks. The air was thick with the acrid smell of machinery, and the faint hum of generators created an oppressive backdrop that seemed to press against them with every step. Michael motioned for the team to halt as they reached the edge of the facility's perimeter. Guards patrolled in pairs, their movements disciplined, and their weapons at the ready. Gabriel crouched beside Michael, scanning the area through his scope. "They've doubled their security," Gabriel murmured. "Guess they're learning after all." Samira adjusted the portable jammer slung over her shoulder. The device emitted a faint hum, a small but potent tool in their arsenal. "We still have the advantage. Their response times are slower without the relay. If we move quickly, we can disable their systems before they know what hit them." Michael nodded, his voice calm but commanding. "Gabriel, take out the sentries on the south side. Anderson, cover the west entrance. Samira, you're with me. We'll breach the main server room." Gabriel smirked faintly, his rifle already in position. On it. The operation unfolded with brutal efficiency. Gabriel's shots were precise, each one eliminating a sentry before they could raise the alarm. Anderson disabled a series of perimeter sensors, his movements quick and practiced. Michael and Samira breached the server room, their silenced weapons taking down the guards inside. Samira connected her laptop to the central console, her fingers flying over the keys. "I'm pulling everything. Communications, personnel files, contingency plans. Give me 2 minutes." Outside, the sound of reinforcements arriving reached Gabriel's ears. "We've got movement," he warned over the comms. "Looks like they're bringing the cavalry." Michael's response was immediate. "Hold them off. Samira, how much longer?" "Almost there," she replied, her voice steady despite the tension. Anderson's voice crackled through the comms. "We've got a vehicle inbound. Could be heavy support." Michael cursed under his breath. "Gabriel, Anderson, fallback position. Samira, wrap it up." Samira disconnected her laptop, a faint smile breaking through her concentration. "Got it. Let's go." The retreat was chaotic. Nemesis's reinforcements were relentless, their numbers overwhelming as the team fought their way back to the extraction point. Gabriel's rifle barked repeatedly, each shot precise despite the mounting pressure. Anderson covered their rear, his grenades creating fiery barriers that slowed the pursuing guards. When they reached the extraction van, Samira stumbled, her laptop clutched tightly to her chest. Michael helped her inside, his gaze scanning the tree line for any sign of pursuit. "Go," he shouted to Anderson, who gunned the engine. The van tore through the industrial district, its tires screeching as it navigated narrow streets and sharp turns. As the facility disappeared in the distance, the team sat in silence, their breaths heavy and their faces streaked with dirt and sweat. Gabriel broke the quiet, his voice laced with exhaustion. "That was close. Too close." Michael's expression was grim. "It's going to get worse before it gets better. But we hit them where it hurts. That data gives us leverage." Samira nodded, her laptop already open on her lap. "And leverage gives us a fighting chance." Back at the safe house, the team regrouped. Samira delved into the data they had extracted, her focus unbroken despite the weariness etched into her features. Anderson cleaned his weapons in silence, his movements precise and methodical. Gabriel paced the room, his restlessness a stark contrast to the other's quiet determination. Michael stood by the window, staring out at the darkened city. For the first time since their fight against Nemesis began, he felt the weight of what they were trying to achieve. The relay's destruction, the data center's fall, each victory was a step forward, but the road ahead felt endless. Samira's voice broke through his thoughts. "Michael, you need to see this." He turned, crossing the room to join her at the table. She pointed to a cluster of flagged files on her screen. "It's not just fallback plans," she said. "It's something bigger. These files mention a central project, something called Origin. Whatever it is, it's the foundation of everything Nemesis has been building." Gabriel stopped pacing, his attention snapping to the conversation. "Origin? Sounds ominous." "It is," Samira replied. "If we take this out, it's not just a blow, it's the end." Michael's gaze hardened, his resolve clear. "Then we find Origin, and we finish this." Chapter 33, The Turning Tide. The revelation of origin cast a shadow over the safe house. The team's victories, hard fought and costly, suddenly felt like stepping stones toward something darker, something far more dangerous. For hours, they pored over the flagged files Samira had uncovered, the faint glow of her laptop illuminating their faces as each piece of information deepened the scope of Nemesis's ambitions. The name itself, Origin, carried an ominous weight, a finality that none of them could ignore. Michael stood by the map pinned to the wall, tracing his finger over the coordinates tied to the project. If this is their foundation, we can't give them time to rebuild. We take out Origin, and everything else collapses. His voice was steady, but there was an urgency in his tone that underscored the gravity of the mission. Gabriel leaned against the table, his expression skeptical. And what exactly are we dealing with? All we have are fragments, no clear picture, just the name and a lot of ominous buzzwords. For all we know, this could be another diversion. That's why we dig deeper, Samira said, her fingers flying over her keyboard. Her focus never wavered, even as the tension in the room thickened. I've already isolated a command log tied to Origin. If I can decrypt it, we'll know where the core facility is and what they're hiding. Anderson crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he glanced between the screen and the team. We're running low on time and resources. Whatever this is, we can't afford another misstep. If Origin's as big as it sounds, they'll defend it with everything they've got. We'll be walking into a fortress. Michael turned from the map, his gaze steady and unyielding. Then we'll bring everything we've got. This is the end game. If we don't take this chance, there won't be another. His words carried a finality that silenced any remaining doubts in the room. The facility tied to Origin was nestled in the heart of a mountainous region, surrounded by dense forests and treacherous terrain. Satellite images revealed a massive complex, its stark, geometric architecture blending into the rocky landscape. The approach would be difficult, the defenses even more so. The team spent the next 2 days preparing. Every detail of the mission was scrutinized, every contingency planned. Anderson reconfigured their gear, ensuring they had enough firepower and explosives to breach the facility. He worked in silence, his focus razor sharp. Samira worked tirelessly to monitor Nemesis's communications, ensuring their approach wouldn't be detected. Gabriel cleaned his rifle with meticulous care, his quiet focus speaking to the gravity of the task ahead. Michael alternated between the map and his notes, refining their strategy with methodical precision. On the third night, they set out. The van's headlights cut through the darkness as they navigated winding mountain roads. Inside, the tension was palpable. No one spoke. Their thoughts, consumed by the enormity of the mission. The sound of the tires on gravel was a steady rhythm, matching the pulse of their anticipation. They parked the van several kilometers from the facility, continuing on foot through the forest. The cold night air bit at their skin, and the faint crunch of leaves underfoot was the only sound breaking the silence. The dense trees provided cover, but every shadow felt alive, every rustle a potential threat. Michael led the way, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of patrols. When they reached the facility's perimeter, they crouched behind a ridge, surveying the compound below. Floodlights swept the area, casting long shadows over the high fences and watchtowers. Guards moved in tight formations, their movements disciplined and deliberate. The facility exuded an aura of impenetrability, but the team had faced worse odds before. Samira pulled out her tablet, her voice barely above a whisper. Surveillance systems are running on a rotating frequency. If I jam them now, we'll have 5 minutes before they reset. Michael nodded. That's all we need. Gabriel, take out the watchtower. Anderson, prep the charges for the east gate. Samira, stay with me. Gabriel smirked faintly, already lining up his shot, just like old times. The operation began with surgical precision. Gabriel's shot silenced the guard in the watchtower, the body slumping out of sight. Anderson planted the charges at the gate, his movements quick and deliberate. When the explosion tore through the silence, The team moved as one, slipping through the breach before the dust settled. The air filled with the acrid scent of explosives as alarms blared across the compound. Inside, the facility was a maze of sterile hallways and reinforced doors. Samira's tablet guided them toward the central chamber, her hacking skills bypassing locks and disabling alarms. The deeper they went, the louder the hum of machinery became, a low rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo in their bones. Each step felt heavier, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. "We're close," Samira said, her voice tight with focus. "The central core is just ahead." Michael raised a fist, signaling the team to halt. Ahead, a group of guards stood outside a massive steel door, their weapons at the ready. He motioned for Gabriel and Anderson to flank them, his own weapon steady as he prepared for the confrontation. The firefight was swift and brutal. The guards were well trained, their movements coordinated, but the team's precision and cohesion proved superior. Gabriel's rifle barked with deadly accuracy, each shot finding its mark. Anderson's grenades created chaos, forcing the guards into disarray. When the last guard fell, Michael turned to Samira. "You're up." Samira approached the door, her tablet connected to the control panel. She worked quickly, her brow furrowed in concentration. The door hissed open moments later, revealing a vast chamber filled with towering servers and glowing terminals. At the center stood a single console, its screen displaying the Nemesis logo above a line of text, "Origin, activation in progress." "They're starting it," Samira said, her voice urgent. "I need time to shut it down." Michael and Gabriel took defensive positions by the entrance, their weapons trained on the hallway. Anderson moved to help Samira, his own expertise speeding up the process. Every second felt like an eternity as the sound of boots on metal echoed from the corridor. Reinforcements were coming. "We've got company," Gabriel muttered, his grip tightening on his rifle. Michael's voice was steady. "Hold the line. Samira, how much longer?" 2 minutes, she replied, her fingers flying over the keyboard. The firefight that followed was a cacophony of gunfire and shouted orders. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off metal walls, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the air. The team fought with everything they had, their determination outweighing their exhaustion. Gabriel's calm precision and Anderson's relentless suppression fire kept the reinforcements at bay. "Done," Samira shouted, disconnecting her tablet. "Origin is offline. I've wiped the activation protocols." Michael nodded, his focus unbroken. "Then we're done here. Fall back." The retreat was a blur of movement and gunfire. The team navigated the labyrinthine corridors, their steps quick and purposeful. By the time they emerged into the night, the facility behind them was in chaos, alarms blaring as flames began to consume the structure. They didn't stop running until they reached the van. Anderson floored the accelerator, the vehicle speeding down the mountain road as the glow of the burning facility faded into the distance. Back at the safe house, the team sat in silence, the weight of their mission settling over them. Samira finally broke the quiet, her voice soft but resolute. "It's done. Origin is gone." Michael leaned against the wall, his expression unreadable. "Nemesis won't recover from this. Whatever comes next, it'll be weaker, scattered." Gabriel let out a long breath, his exhaustion evident. "We actually did it. We stopped them." Michael glanced at each of them, his voice steady. "We did more than stop them. We gave the world a chance to fight back." For the first time in weeks, the safe house felt lighter, the oppressive weight of Nemesis's shadow lifting. They had won a victory that mattered, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 34, Nemesis's Collapse. The days following the destruction of Origin were a blur of cautious relief and simmering tension. Nemesis had been dealt a critical blow, but the team knew better than to celebrate prematurely. Their victories had always come at a cost, and this time was no different. The air in the safe house was thick with unspoken fears and the lingering scent of burned coffee, a reminder of long nights spent sifting through the remnants of Nemesis's shattered network. Michael sat at the dining table, his hands steepled as he studied the array of maps, schematics, and intercepted communication spread before him. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on his shoulders, his mind racing through contingency plans. He knew they had struck at Nemesis's heart, but even a wounded enemy could lash out. The thought of how they would retaliate gnawed at him. Every move Nemesis made felt like a ripple on the surface, but he knew there was an undertow waiting to pull them under. Gabriel entered the room, a half-eaten protein bar in hand. He leaned against the doorframe, watching Michael in silence before speaking. "You've been staring at that map for hours. Looking for something we missed?" Michael didn't look up. "I'm looking for what comes next. Nemesis isn't dead, not completely. They'll regroup. They always do." Gabriel's expression hardened. "Then we hit them again, and again, until there's nothing left to regroup." Michael finally met his brother's gaze. "It's not that simple. They've gone dark, scattering to places we can't see. We need to flush them out. And this time, we're not going to let them rebuild." Gabriel smirked faintly. "So what's the plan? Shake the tree and see what falls out?" Before Michael could respond, Samira entered the room, her laptop balanced on one arm. "We might not need to shake anything," she said, setting the device on the table. She swept her hair back, revealing tired eyes that mirrored the strain they all felt. "I've been monitoring residual activity from their network. There's a cluster of communications originating from an urban hub about 200 miles from here. It's faint, but it's there." Anderson appeared in the doorway, his arms crossed. "An urban hub? Sounds like a trap." Samira shrugged. "Maybe, or maybe it's desperation. Either way, it's our only lead." Michael stood, his resolve hardening. "We follow it. If they're desperate, that's an advantage we can exploit. But we stay cautious." The urban hub was a sprawling maze of concrete and steel, its streets bustling with the chaotic rhythm of city life. Neon lights reflected off puddles left by a recent rain, and the hum of machinery blended with the distant wail of sirens. The team arrived under the cover of night, their van blending seamlessly with the steady flow of traffic. Samira guided them through the streets, her tablet tracking the faint signals that had drawn them here. "It's coming from an old industrial building," she said, her voice steady. "4th floor. I'm picking up at least 3 active devices broadcasting on Nemesis frequencies." Michael parked the van in an alley a block away, turning to address the team. "Same approach as always. Samira, you monitor from the van. Gabriel, Anderson, you're with me. We go in quiet, but be ready for anything." Gabriel grinned, adjusting the strap on his rifle. "Quiet's my specialty." Anderson smirked faintly. "Sure it is." The industrial building was a shadow of its former self, its cracked windows and rusted walls a testament to years of neglect. The team entered through a side door, their footsteps muffled by layers of dust and debris. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of oil and mildew. Broken machinery and forgotten crates formed a gauntlet of shadows and obstacles. Samira's voice crackled softly over their comms. "You're clear so far. The signal's strong. 4th floor, southeast corner." Michael led the way, his weapon raised as they ascended the creaking staircase. Each step felt louder than it should, the groan of old wood and metal amplifying their tension. Gabriel glanced up, scanning for any signs of movement above them. When they reached the 4th floor, they moved in formation, their movements precise and silent. The southeast corner was a makeshift command center. Tables were littered with laptops, hard drives, and scattered documents. A single figure sat at the center of it all, their back turned to the team as they worked on a glowing terminal. The dim light cast long shadows, making the room feel even smaller than it was. Michael signaled for Gabriel and Anderson to flank the room. He stepped forward, his weapon trained on the figure. "Don't move." The figure froze but didn't turn. "You're too late," they said, their voice calm. "Nemesis isn't just a network, it's an idea. You can't kill an idea." Michael tightened his grip. "Turn around, slowly." The figure complied, swiveling in their chair to reveal a man in his late 30s. His expression was calm, almost serene, but his eyes burned with defiance. "You think you've won?" You've only delayed the inevitable. Nemesis will rise again. Gabriel stepped closer, his rifle trained on the man's chest. Not if we bury it this time. The man smirked. You don't even know what you're fighting against. Nemesis isn't a group. It's a necessity. Michael ignored his words, motioning for Samira over the comms. We've got a prisoner. Get ready to scrub the data. Samira's response was immediate. On it. Copying everything now. Anderson secured the man, binding his hands while Gabriel swept the room for any hidden surprises. Michael turned his attention to the documents scattered across the table, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the Nemesis insignia stamped on several files. This isn't just a cell, he muttered. This was a coordination point. Gabriel glanced at him. Coordination for what? Michael held up a folder, its contents spilling onto the table. Maps, blueprints, and schematics detailed a sprawling facility labeled Phoenix. Every page was a window into a larger plan, one more insidious than they had imagined. Samira's voice crackled over the comms. I've got it. Everything they had is ours now. Michael's gaze hardened. Then we move fast. Whatever Phoenix is, it's their next play, and we're going to stop it. Back at the safe house, the atmosphere was charged with a mix of urgency and exhaustion. Samira worked through the night, decrypting the data they had recovered. The soft glow of her screen illuminated her determined expression as she pieced together the remnants of Nemesis's plans. Gabriel and Anderson prepared their gear, their banter subdued but familiar. Each weapon they checked was a reminder of the battle still ahead. Michael stood by the window, his thoughts racing as he pieced together what they had learned. He stared out at the city lights, his reflection in the glass, a reminder of the weight he carried. When Samira finally spoke, her voice was heavy with the weight of discovery. Phoenix isn't just a facility, it's a launch point. They're rebuilding faster than we thought. If they finish this, it could undo everything we fought for. Michael's expression darkened, his resolve hardening. Then we don't give them the chance. We take it out before it rises. Chapter 35, The Last Stand. The air was thick with anticipation as the team prepared for their mission. The revelation of Phoenix had turned the tide, shifting their focus from dismantling Nemesis's network to preventing their resurgence. The schematics and data Samira had decrypted revealed that the facility wasn't just a base. It was a launch point for something far more insidious. It was a crucible where Nemesis intended to consolidate their power and begin their resurgence. Michael stood at the head of the table in the safe house, a map of the Phoenix facility spread before him. His voice carried a calm intensity as he addressed the team. This is it. Phoenix is their last card. If we take it out, we stop them from getting back on their feet. Samira adjusted her glasses, her expression focused. The data confirms it. They're using Phoenix to deploy experimental technologies. If we don't stop them now, they'll have the means to reassert control on a global scale. Gabriel leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. What kind of experimental technologies are we talking about? Because the last time they experimented, we almost didn't make it out alive. Samira hesitated, her gaze shifting to her laptop. Neural integration. They're trying to perfect the link between human minds and AI systems. If they succeed, it's not just about controlling people, it's about erasing choice altogether. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the faint hum of Samira's laptop. Anderson, who had been studying the map, finally spoke, his tone grave. The facility's defenses are extensive. High walls, automated turrets, patrols. Getting in won't be easy. Michael's voice was steady. We've faced worse. We move at night, under the cover of darkness. Samira will disrupt their surveillance systems, and Anderson will handle the explosives. Gabriel and I will secure the main control room. Once we're in, we bring the whole place down. The drive to the Phoenix facility was tense, the weight of the mission pressing down on each of them. The van's engine hummed steadily, its headlights cutting through the darkness of the mountain road. Inside, the air was thick with unspoken thoughts. Samira reviewed the schematics on her tablet, while Gabriel cleaned his rifle with slow, methodical movements. Anderson sat quietly, checking the charges in his satchel, his focus unbroken. The facility loomed in the distance, a fortress of steel and glass surrounded by floodlights and high fences. Samira's voice broke the silence. "We're coming up on the perimeter. I'll start jamming their sensors now. It'll give us a 10-minute window before they switch to manual overrides." Michael nodded, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. "That's all we need. Everyone knows their roles. Let's move." The team approached the facility from the east, using the dense forest as cover. The air was cold and still, the only sound the crunch of leaves beneath their boots. Gabriel took point, his rifle ready as he scanned for patrols. Anderson carried a satchel of explosives, his movements deliberate and measured. Samira followed closely behind Michael, her tablet in hand, monitoring the facility's security systems. When they reached the fence, Anderson knelt by the base, carefully attaching charges to the steel. 2 minutes, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Gabriel signaled for silence, his attention focused on a pair of guards approaching from the north. He raised his rifle, his breath steady as he lined up the shot. 2 muffled cracks later, the guards fell, their bodies slumping to the ground. Anderson's explosives detonated a moment later, creating a narrow breach in the fence. The team moved quickly, slipping through before the dust settled. The facility's floodlights swept the area, but Samira's jamming kept the sensors offline, giving them precious seconds to advance. Inside the facility, the air was sterile and cold, the hum of machinery echoing through the stark white corridors. The walls were lined with cables and blinking panels, a testament to the technological might Nemesis had amassed. Samira guided them through the maze-like structure, her tablet displaying a real-time map of the facility's layout. "The main control room is 2 levels down," she whispered. "There's a security checkpoint just ahead. We'll need to bypass it." Michael glanced at Gabriel, his voice low. "Take out the guards, quietly." Gabriel nodded, moving with practiced efficiency. Within seconds, the guards were neutralized, their bodies hidden behind a storage unit. Samira worked quickly at the checkpoint's terminal, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "Done," she said. "The path to the control room is clear." The control room was massive, its walls lined with monitors displaying data streams and live feeds from Nemesis's remaining assets. At the center of the room stood a large console, its screen flashing with the words, "Phoenix initializing." Michael's jaw tightened. "Samira, shut it down, now." She moved to the console, connecting her tablet and beginning the override process. "This is going to take a few minutes," she said, her voice tense. "Their encryption is layered." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the corridor. Gabriel and Anderson moved to block the entrance, their weapons raised. "We've got company," Gabriel muttered. Michael joined them, his weapon ready. "Hold them off. Samira, keep working." The firefight that followed was intense, the confined space amplifying the sound of gunfire. Gabriel's precision and Anderson's suppressive fire kept the reinforcements at bay, but the sheer number of enemies threatened to overwhelm them. Bullets ricocheted off walls, and sparks flew as terminals and lights exploded under the assault. "Almost there," Samira shouted, her focus unbroken despite the chaos. The console's screen flickered, and the words, "Initialization halted" appeared. Samira disconnected her tablet, turning to Michael. "It's done. Phoenix is offline." Michael nodded, his expression resolute. "Then we finish this. Anderson, set the charges." As Anderson placed explosives around the room, the team prepared for their escape. The firefight continued, each second feeling like an eternity. When the last charge was set, Michael gave the signal, "Move!" The team retreated through the corridors, the sound of alarms and distant explosions echoing around them. By the time they reached the breach in the fence, the facility was in chaos. Flames licked at the sky as the first explosions rocked the structure. The heat was palpable, the fire consuming everything Nemesis had built within those walls. Anderson detonated the remaining charges as they cleared the perimeter. The resulting fireball illuminating the night. The team didn't stop running until they reached the van, their breaths ragged and their faces streaked with dirt and sweat. As they sped away, the facility burning behind them, Gabriel let out a low whistle. Well, that was one hell of a fireworks show. Michael's gaze remained fixed on the road ahead. It's not just a show, it's the end of Nemesis. Samira's voice was quiet but firm. For now, but we need to be ready. Even a phoenix can rise again. Michael's expression hardened. Not this time. We'll make sure of it. Chapter 36. Threads of Renewal. The aftermath of Phoenix's destruction left the team in a strange limbo. Nemesis's primary facilities were gone, its leadership scattered, and its communications severed. But Michael knew better than to assume the fight was over. The remnants of Nemesis were still dangerous, desperate perhaps, but far from defeated. Desperation often bred unpredictability, and unpredictability was a battlefield all its own. Michael sat at the safe house's dining table, his hands clasped in front of him as he studied the scattered maps and decrypted files Samira had uncovered. The dim light overhead cast long shadows, emphasizing the exhaustion etched into his face. Across from him, Samira tapped away at her laptop, her movements quick and precise despite her obvious fatigue. The hum of the laptop was a constant reminder of their relentless pace. Anything? Michael asked, breaking the silence. Samira didn't look up. I've traced the last remnants of their command network to a secure location. It's isolated, heavily encrypted, but... She hesitated, her voice lowering. There's something strange about the setup. It's not just a fallback point. It's important. Gabriel entered the room, a steaming mug of coffee in hand. His steps were slow, deliberate, as though trying to gauge the mood. Important how? He asked, setting the mug down and leaning over Samira's shoulder to glance at her screen. Samira sighed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. It's a central node. All their remaining resources are flowing through it. Communications, finances, logistics, everything. If we take it out, we sever their ability to regroup entirely. Anderson appeared in the doorway, his expression grim. Sounds like they'll defend it with everything they have. Michael nodded. They will. But this is our chance to end it. We take out that node, and Nemesis doesn't just stumble, it collapses. The secure location was buried deep within a sprawling desert, hidden in the shadow of towering cliffs. Satellite imagery revealed a heavily fortified compound, surrounded by high walls and patrolled by drones and guards. It was the last bastion of Nemesis's operations and the team's final target. Every detail of the compound suggested preparation for a last stand, a desperate attempt to safeguard the remnants of their network. The drive to the compound was long and silent, each member of the team lost in their own thoughts. Gabriel cleaned his rifle in the back of the van, his movements slow and methodical, the repetition grounding him. Samira double-checked the decryption protocol she'd uploaded to her tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration. Anderson stared out the window, his fingers drumming softly against his thigh, his usual stoicism masking his thoughts. Michael drove, his hands steady on the wheel. His mind churned with strategies and contingencies, but beneath it all was a quiet determination. This wasn't just another mission. This was the mission, the one that would define everything they had fought for. The team parked the van several kilometers from the compound, continuing on foot through the desert. The night air was cool, the stars above casting a faint glow over the rocky terrain. The compound's floodlights were visible in the distance, their harsh beams slicing through the darkness. Each light felt like a challenge, daring them to press forward. Michael crouched behind a rock, raising his binoculars to survey the facility. High walls, 2 guard towers, and a drone patrol on a 5-minute rotation, he murmured. Samira, how soon can you disable their surveillance? Samira knelt beside him, her tablet already connected to a portable jammer. Give me a minute. Her fingers danced over the screen, her concentration unyielding. Gabriel shifted beside them, his rifle resting against his shoulder. "What's the plan once we're inside?" "We split up," Michael said. "Samira takes down their communications. Anderson plants the charges. Gabriel and I secure the central command room." Anderson nodded, adjusting the straps on his satchel of explosives. "And when the charges go off?" "We're already gone," Michael replied. "This time we leave nothing standing." The operation began with the faint hum of Samira's jammer. The drone patrol faltered, their movements becoming erratic as their systems lost connection to the network. Gabriel took out the guards in the towers, his shots precise and silent. Anderson disabled the electronic lock on the main gate, allowing the team to slip inside unnoticed. The compound's interior was a labyrinth of corridors and reinforced doors. The walls gleamed with cold sterility, a stark contrast to the chaos the team intended to unleash. The team moved quickly, their steps muffled against the concrete floor. Samira guided them through the maze, her tablet displaying a real-time map of the facility's layout. "Communications hub is to the left," she whispered. "Central command is straight ahead." Michael nodded. "Samira, Anderson, go left. Gabriel, you're with me." The communications hub was a hive of activity, its walls lined with servers and monitors displaying encrypted data streams. Samira worked quickly, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she uploaded a virus to disable the system. Each keystroke felt like a blow against Nemesis, a dismantling of their intricate web. "How long?" Anderson asked, his voice low, his eyes fixed on the door. "A few more seconds," Samira replied. "Their encryption is good, but not good enough." The faint glow of the monitors dimmed as her virus took hold, the system faltering under her control. Meanwhile, Michael and Gabriel reached the central command room. The door was heavily reinforced, but a well-placed charge from Gabriel's satchel blew it open. Inside, a Nemesis operative stood at the main console, their expression a mixture of surprise and defiance. "Step away from the console," Michael ordered, his weapon trained on the operative. The operative smirked. "You think you've won? Nemesis isn't just a name, it's an inevitability." Gabriel's voice was cold. "We'll see about that." The operative made a sudden move toward the console, but Gabriel fired, dropping them before they could reach it. Michael moved to the console, quickly accessing the system. "Samira, are you in?" Her voice crackled over the comms. "All set. Communications are down. This place is blind." Michael nodded. "Then it's time to end this." Anderson lighted up. The explosions began as the team exited the compound. Fire and smoke filled the air as the charges detonated, collapsing walls and tearing through the facility's infrastructure. The ground shook beneath their feet as they ran, the roar of destruction drowning out everything else. The night was illuminated by flames, the inferno consuming the remnants of Nemesis. By the time they reached the extraction point, the compound was a burning ruin. Gabriel leaned against a rock, catching his breath. "That's it, right? It's over." Michael didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the flames in the distance. The fire reflected in his eyes, a symbol of the battles they had fought and the sacrifices they had made. "Finally," he said. "For Nemesis, maybe, but for us, it's never really over." Chapter 37. The Fate Unveiled. The smoke had barely settled, but the echoes of Nemesis's final stronghold collapsing still reverberated in the team's minds. Back at the safe house, the atmosphere was heavy with a mix of exhaustion and an uneasy quiet. They had won. Nemesis was no more. But the victory didn't feel as complete as they had hoped. The cost of their fight weighed heavily on each of them, etched into every scar, every aching muscle, and every haunted memory. Michael stood by the window, staring out at the dimly lit street beyond. Rain pattered against the glass, streaking the reflections of his weary face. His hands rested on the sill, steady, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the storm of thoughts swirling within him. The battle was over, but the war inside his head was far from finished. Gabriel entered the room, carrying 2 steaming mugs. "Figured you could use this," he said, offering one to Michael. Michael accepted the mug with a small nod, the warmth spreading through his palms as he held it. "Thanks." Gabriel leaned against the wall, sipping his coffee. His usual humor was absent, replaced by a rare somberness. You're thinking about what comes next. Michael glanced at him, the faintest flicker of a smile crossing his lips. When am I not? And? Gabriel pressed. Michael exhaled slowly, his gaze returning to the rain-streaked window. We stopped Nemesis, but the cracks they created, the systems they manipulated, the lives they destroyed, those don't just fix themselves. We bought the world a chance, but it's still up to someone to take it. Gabriel let out a low chuckle, though there was no humor in it. You ever stop carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders? Michael didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a sip of his coffee, the bitter taste grounding him. No, and neither should you. In the kitchen, Samira sat with her laptop open, her fingers moving slower than usual as she reviewed the final pieces of data salvaged from Nemesis's network. The glow of the screen illuminated her tired face, but there was a sense of resolve in her posture. Each file was a thread, leading to something unfinished, something left to be dismantled. Anderson entered, carrying a small toolbox. He set it on the counter and leaned against the fridge, watching her work. You don't have to keep digging, he said. We've already done enough. Samira shook her head, her gaze not leaving the screen. Enough isn't enough. Nemesis might be gone, but their fingerprints are everywhere. If we can trace their funding streams, their collaborators, we can prevent something like this from happening again. Anderson sighed, crossing his arms. You're as bad as Michael. That's not an insult, Samira replied, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Besides, you're still here, aren't you? Guess that makes you just as bad. Anderson chuckled softly, shaking his head. Fair point. That evening, the team gathered in the living room. The rain had stopped, leaving the air outside cool and still. The faint sound of cars passing in the distance added a sense of normalcy that felt almost alien after weeks of relentless action. For the first time, the silence didn't feel like an enemy waiting to strike. Michael stood before them, his hands resting on the back of a chair. He looked at each of them in turn, his gaze steady but filled with a quiet gratitude. We did it, he said simply. Nemesis is gone. The world is safer because of what we've done, but it's not just about stopping them. It's about what comes next. Gabriel leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. You're not seriously suggesting we stay in this fight forever, are you? Michael shook his head. No, but I am saying we need to decide what we want to build out of the ashes. We've spent so much time fighting, tearing things down. Maybe it's time to start building. Samira closed her laptop, her expression thoughtful. What does that even look like? We're not exactly policymakers. Maybe not, Michael admitted. But we have knowledge, skills. We've seen the cracks in the system firsthand. We can't fix everything, but we can make sure people have the tools to fight back, to protect themselves. Anderson nodded slowly. So we're not soldiers anymore. We're architects. Gabriel raised an eyebrow. Architects with guns. The room filled with quiet laughter, the tension easing for the first time in what felt like forever. The weight of their shared experience turned into something lighter, something that hinted at hope. Over the next week, the team began laying the groundwork for their new mission. Samira continued to trace the remnants of Nemesis's network, identifying key areas where their influence had caused the most harm. Anderson reached out to old contacts, pulling together resources and connections to help rebuild communities and infrastructure. Gabriel, despite his protests, worked alongside Michael to develop a strategy for outreach and education, ensuring that people understood the power they held to resist control. The days passed in a blur of planning and reflection. The safe house, once a place of tension and strategy, became something else, a place where possibilities were forged. Samira's desk was cluttered with papers and screens, but the glint in her eye spoke of determination. Anderson's quiet efficiency turned small ideas into actionable plans. Gabriel's sardonic humor lightened the mood, but his actions showed his commitment. One evening, Michael sat alone on the porch, the cool night air brushing against his face. The stars above were clearer than he'd seen in weeks, their light undisturbed by the haze of smoke or the glare of floodlights. For the first time, he felt the enormity of what they had achieved, and the daunting road that lay ahead. Gabriel joined him, a bottle of whiskey in one hand and 2 glasses in the other. He poured them each a drink, handing one to Michael. "To the end of Nemesis," Gabriel said, raising his glass. Michael clinked his glass against Gabriel's, "and to whatever comes next." They drank in silence, the weight of their journey settling into the stillness of the night. For the first time in a long time, Michael allowed himself to hope, and as the night stretched on, the sound of their quiet laughter mingled with the breeze, a faint but undeniable sign of renewal.